morning, everyone. We were having some technical difficulties, but I believe we can get started. This is Councilmember Jennifer I, the chair of the Finance Executive Committee. The time is now 10:08 on Tuesday, June 16th, 2020. And today the Finance Executive Committee is hosting a remote listening session on the fiscal year 2021 budget. I am going to, the public may listen into the hearing on Channel 26, Facebook Live, Twitter, the City Council homepage, and YouTube, as well as by listening via the conference bridges. I'm going to do a roll call of, ask Ms. Kempson-Wright if you can please do that.
Good morning. Council President Felicia A. Moore.
I'm present.
Councilmember Carla Smith.
I'm here. Am I unmuted?
Yes, ma'am, we hear you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Amir Arfaroki.
Here.
Councilmember Antonio Brown. Councilmember Cleta Winslow.
Present.
Councilmember Natalie Mosby Archibald.
Here.
Councilmember Howard Shook.
Aye.
Councilmember J.P. Mazakite. Councilmember Dustin Hillis. Councilmember Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Councilmember Joyce M. Shepard.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
Councilmember Andre Dickens.
I'm here.
Madam Chair, there are a total of 12 attendees on the line with you at this time.
Thank you.
And I believe also Councilmember Bond is on the line, so there are 13. I apologize.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Kempson-Wright, and thank you to all of my colleagues for joining me this morning for this public listening session. We had a very late night last night, not wrapping up our council meeting until 1 in the morning, so I appreciate everybody being on here this morning. I just want to quickly sort of review where we are in the budget process, and then we will move on to our public comments. So we began this budget process all the way back the first week of May when the mayor's proposed budget was submitted to Atlanta City Council. And since then, we've had over 35 public meetings that we've conducted remotely to hear about the fiscal condition of the city, the budget development process. We've heard from every department within the city. We've had a presentation on the personnel paper. We've heard from our unions and employee representation. We've had public hearings on the millage rate, and we had a very long interactive public budget session. But I had called this meeting because there have been some significant changes, both in what has gone on with our Department of Corrections and actions that the mayor has taken. So I wanted to provide the public an update on that because we had gotten a lot of public comment and thoughts and concerns about our Department of Corrections. And then we've also had heard from people after the Atlanta Police Department presentation and after the community meeting, additional concerns about public safety in Atlanta. So that's why I scheduled this meeting for today, is to provide just one more opportunity to hear the public before we pass the budget. Where we go from here is we did have the full council meeting last night. We had a substitute on the personnel paper, which had an action by the mayor to move the large majority of employees within the Corrections Department to the Department of the Mayor's Office of Constituent Services. And that is a part of her move towards reimagining the Atlanta City Detention Center and transferring those employees to work where they are facing and interacting with members of our public and providing other services. And so that was introduced last night. There will be a budget amendment from the administration on Friday that will move the dollars that go with that. We're having this session today. We have a specially called meeting this Friday, June 19th. First at 10 a.m., the Budget Commission is going to meet to approve the fiscal year 2021 anticipations. And then at 11 o'clock, Atlanta City Council is going to have our specially called meeting to consider both the personnel ordinance and the fiscal year 21 budget and approve our budget on Friday, and then that the mayor will either approve or veto the adopted ordinances by Monday, June 29th. The main reason that I called this meeting today was to hear from the public, again, on public safety concerns, both involving the Department of Corrections and the Atlanta Police Department. So I've given you a little bit of an update on corrections, that the mayor is continuing to take steps forward in the reimagining of the jail and the moving of employees from the Department of Corrections. As far as the Atlanta Police Department, at our meeting last night, there were several pieces of legislation introduced by members of council addressing concerns that have been raised and that members of the City Council have about the Atlanta Police Department. And if members of the public who are listening or watching in would like to see what those are, they're going to be made available this morning on the Finance Executive Committee page on the Atlanta City Council website. Some action was taken last night for immediate consideration, and some will be going through the committee cycle. But if you'd like to see that legislation and where Atlanta City Council's thoughts are on public safety and police issues right now, that legislation is being put up online this morning. And finally, I introduced, joined by many members of council, a budget-related paper on Atlanta Police Department last night that essentially puts their Q3 and Q4 funds into a restricted fund while we ask the Chief Operating Officer to conduct a thorough and complete evaluation of how we could reimagine policing in Atlanta. So that is where we are in the budget process. Still work to be done, and we will all, my colleagues and myself, will be spending this week pulling all of this information together, talking to the administration, and preparing ourselves to be ready to consider the budget and the resolution on the APD budget on Friday at our specially called meeting. So we are now ready to move forward with our public comment portion of this meeting. I will tell you the way we ran public comment for this virtual meeting was to provide a call-in line and allow residents to leave a voicemail of up to 2 minutes. We've had 610 voicemails left, and we are going to just play them in the order that they were received. And so this meeting is going to pretty much go all day, and this is what it's about, is hearing from the public. This is really the last opportunity to hear from you all and make sure that we completely are listening to our residents of Atlanta as we move towards passing the budget on Friday. So we're going to just move into that. I expect it will take several hours to do that, and at the end of it, we may make some closing remarks, but the real debate on the budget will occur on Friday at our specially called meeting. So with that, I'm going to ask the City Council staff if you can move forward with playing our public comment.
And I was just calling to leave a comment and request that we defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources from it. I believe that the APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and attempts to curb violence through increased trainings have been ineffective. I feel we should dismantle and replace a department that is proven ineffective at carrying out its mandates and is unresponsive to reforms. A plan that should be created for defunding APD and reallocating resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. I also think that we should defund and demolish the jail, and as well as getting justice for the people that APD needs to be accountable for. Officers must be held accountable for killing people, and failing to address the police killings in the past has accumulated distrust in the city of Atlanta's value of Black life. There are several ways where we could reallocate the resources and defund the Atlanta Police Department. But I believe we should create a 5 to 7 year plan, firstly, to dismantle the Atlanta Police Department and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. And that was the comment I was hoping to leave. Thank you.
This message is for the Atlanta City Council and Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. I urge you to redirect much of the funding that is allocated for police right now to the community for different initiatives as decided by the Atlanta community. However, the funds should go to social services that directly impact citizens in the community. Right now, the allocation appears to disproportionately support the police rather than directly affecting change in communities. Please redirect these funds. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Terry Ross, and I am an active member in NPUT, as in Tom.
Line muted.
My comments today concern the budget hearing this morning. In that budget, I really strongly encourage the City Council to include monies for body-worn cameras for both police, for foot patrol, as well as detectives. I also recommend City Council mandate that those body cams be turned on for the entire time while those officers are on duty. We also need to increase the budget for the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. And when I say increase the budget, I mean increase the city's support of that review board. One, by keeping them in City Hall, where they rightfully should be, but giving them enough space so that the 9 investigators actually have room to work, as well as keeping it within City Hall. We also need to reallocate funds for training and equipment for the police, to include, of course, the body cams and car cams, and make sure that those cams stay on. We also need to increase the Atlanta fire budget to expand the renovation of Fire Station number 7. That promise was made more than 8 years ago, and it still has not been fulfilled. And then allow for only one term for each of the individuals serving on the License Review Board, including the chair. Let me know if I need to add anything else, or I can tell you anything else. Again, my name is Terry Ross, active member of NPUT here in Southwest Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Hibla. I live in the Edgewood neighborhood, and I was calling today about the problem at hand with police brutality. It's a very serious issue, and I hope you're with us. We've been out on the streets making our voices heard, and we need your help. I would like to ask that the fiscal year 2021 budget do the following things. Firstly, cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50% or more, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and take that money to reinvest in our community. Reinvest that money to reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services, especially in particular to Black communities. Thank you for listening. This is a very important time in our history, and Atlanta should be on the right side of this. I really hope you all feel called to do the right thing. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Tommy Holdsworth. I'm calling because I feel that it's of the utmost importance that we divest from police in Atlanta and invest in our communities. The police get an outsized portion of the budget that should be spent on education, community development, grants, developing low-income communities, preventing children from becoming involved in undesirable circumstances in the first place, and providing them opportunities. And we have the money for that, and it's being spent on police rather than opportunities. It's a direct correlation with the school-to-prison pipeline, and we need to divest from police and invest in our communities and in our youth. And I appreciate this comment being taken seriously. Thank you. Hi, my name is Tani Holsworth. I'm calling because I feel that it's of the utmost importance that we divest from police in Atlanta and invest in our communities. The police get an outsized portion of the budget that should be spent on education, community development, grants, developing low-income communities, preventing children from becoming involved in undesirable circumstances in the first place, and providing them opportunities. And we have the money for that, and it's being spent on police rather than opportunities. It's a direct correlation with the school-to-prison pipeline, and we need to divest from police and invest in our communities and in our youth. And I appreciate this comment being taken seriously. Thank you.
Hi, it's Aaron Wilford here, and I have some suggestions for what we should do with the money you guys are doing with the budget. I think we should cancel all police raises, considering I don't really think they earned them, considering they're still murdering citizens. That being said, we should also cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for police services in 2021. Like, what is that? They don't deserve it. Like, what is it? We should also cancel the proposed $987K raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta police services in 2021 and reallocate those funds into things that could actually better the city. I mean, let's really build infrastructure and make Atlanta great. Like, let's do it, okay? Great, let's make it awesome. Let's bring it back to its pride and glory that actually has never existed because, I mean, the oppression continues to exist. Anyways, I'd appreciate if you just didn't give more money to the police. Great, thank you.
I can't believe that you're spending $217.6 million of your $678 million budget for the police department. How about some mental health and education and all kinds of that other crap that you guys need? How about your roads, whatever? I mean, think of things. I cannot believe that you are giving that much money to that crooked damn police department of yours. Sucks. You better think about twice. Jesus. No brains. No brains.
Hey, my name is Heather Ferreira, and I would like to voice my opinion that we defund the police and invest funds into the community.
Hi, this is Aaron Iyer, and I'm calling in regards to the proposed budget, which is absolutely ridiculous. If you have any sense of ethic, you would defund the police and invest more in communities. The spread of where the money is going is absolutely disturbing, and this needs to be changed immediately.
is Vincent Lee. I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia. I've been a resident of Atlanta, Georgia for over 10 years now. I would really demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more into our communities than actually the policing, because the policing is not working.
Hi, my name is Alice Zhang, and I've lived in Atlanta for the past 5 years. I'm calling in as a voice among many to demand the defundment of the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those resources to public safety, wellness, and other programs that help keep the community safe, unlike the police. We have asked time and time again for the police to be reformed, to be held accountable, to just be a police department that helps more than it harms. The killing of Rayshard Brooks is just the tip of the iceberg for all of the police killings that have taken place in Atlanta. Those names include Alexia Christian, DeAndre Phillips, Davis Rogers, Jimmy Atchison, and Oscar Kane, and many more. And we're calling on your leadership to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate these resources, defund and demolish the jail, and have justice for these people that have been ruthlessly killed by people on the job, by police officers that were doing what they thought their job was. And we want the city of Atlanta to hold APD accountable for the lives taken. Thank you.
I am calling to demand more funds for community and to put the police on hold.
Monica says, please divest the funds to the community and not to the police. Thank you.
I am calling to defund the police. A third of the city budget goes to the police, which I think is ridiculous. We're literally paying them to murder young black men. Because that's exactly what they do. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nassim Sadiq. I was born and raised in Metro Atlanta. I'm just calling to suggest that Mayor Bottoms and the rest of our representatives cut the Atlanta Police Department's budget by at least half and redistribute those funds towards our public schools and coronavirus resources. Thank you very much.
This is Sherry Williams with Georgia Stand Up. I am calling to urge you to reallocate fiscal year 21 budget funds to fund the People's Projects. Yesterday and last week, hundreds of Atlanta residents made their voices heard during hours and hours of public comments as several things emerged. It was a joy to hear the humanitarian demands to fund programs for Atlanta's residents who are in basic need of life-changing services. During our most challenging times, hope for our city is obtainable, and we can set the tone to show our state and nation we are our brother's keeper. The question is, will you, our elected leaders, fund the reasonable projects for which we have asked? Of course, we cannot defund and dismantle APD. We can reallocate, reposition, require high standards, institute community policing, and treat all residents with dignity and respect. We can make sure one Atlanta includes Black and poor and all Atlantans. Make sure Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream finally becomes reality in his hometown, though decades after he was laid to rest. Since God's delay is not God's denial, I urge you today to listen, transform, reform, and reallocate public safety funds to turn broken promises into transparent policies, to build trusting relationships with residents and our loyal and committed APD officers who have been waiting for the worst among them to be rooted out. Thank you for not giving another $20 million for a bridge that is used less than 4 months out of the year and to no longer give wealthy developers tax breaks to steal our infrastructure education. Thank you for funding programs and treating Black lives the same as other lives, and for no longer tolerating injustices here in the home of the civil rights movement.
Hi, my name is Promise Harton. I just wanted to first off
say thank you for everybody that's here, that's a part of the board. And secondly, state my proposal or what I think would be helpful for our city. I think we should definitely take into consideration the 50-10 plan that's coming out of Athens, Georgia. That is specifically meant to transition 50% of the armed officer positions to mental health, social work, and restorative justice. Their window is in the next 10 years. I would expect some sort of change in the next 10 months. We need this to happen a lot sooner than that. Something to also read up on in regards to defunding the police, which is something that really shouldn't be arguable, should be the research of Eleanor Ostrom, specifically her book, Governing the Commons, The Evolution of Institutions for Collective Action. I think we should definitely take into consideration more civilians, people who are actually part of their community being active within the police forces. So that should definitely be taken into consideration. Of course, the defunding of the detention center, which I know is already in effect, and also taking into consideration education funding, ensuring that, the funds that are going to be taken out of the police system being put back into public schooling districts to make sure that each district is receiving equal funding, just to make sure that all minority children and all children in public housing and education systems are being able to gain it. And that's all I have to say. Again, thank you so much. Also, of course, take into consideration raising wages for public defenders and public teachers. Thanks, y'all.
Hi, my name is Lauren Payton, and I just want to say, if your goal is to create a safe city, please put your money where your mouth is. Take that $15 million that will only serve to continue to oppress these Black citizens of Atlanta and apply it to the root of the problem, which is the lack of community funding. Please, for the love of fucking God, put it towards voting rights, education, community services. Stop funding murderers. Please fucking stop giving money to people who murder Black citizens. Thank you. I also heard Keisha Lance Bottoms talk about how we should consider the fact that this $15 million was going towards raises, salaries, promotions. Here's a thought. Why don't we stop fucking paying people to be trained as police officers? Why don't we stop giving raises to murderers? Just a fucking idea. Maybe we should think about it. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that we should give a raise to somebody who's willing to murder Black people? Because I think that sounds fucking crazy.
Hi, my name is Josh Smart. I was informed earlier today that the budget meeting was taking place, and I wanted to convey to those in charge that I do not agree with the proposed APD budget of around, I think it's $217 million of taxpayer money. I don't see how in any shape or form that they could/should need anywhere close to that amount. I instead will recommend that those funds be reallocated towards education, fixing the city's infrastructure, and maybe the lower income areas of the city. I hope that the department will consider the opinions of me and my constituents, and if you are of the people, for the people, and you serve the people, you will consider all of our opinions when making these decisions. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Hi, my name is Josh Smart. I was informed earlier today that the budget meeting was taking place, and I wanted to convey to those in charge that I do not agree with the proposed APD budget of around, I think it's $217 million of taxpayer money. I don't see how in any shape or form that they could/should need anywhere close to that amount. I instead will recommend that those funds be reallocated towards education, fixing the city's infrastructure, and maybe the lower income areas of the city. I hope that the department will consider the opinions of me and my constituents, and if you are of the people, for the people, and you serve the people, you will consider all of our opinions when making these decisions. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Hi, this is Michael Sanderson. I'm calling to ask that you defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources, that you defund and demolish the jail, and that you reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. Thank you.
My name is Dominic Mashler, and I live in the Westview neighborhood in District 10. Last Wednesday, I contacted every city council member via email expressing my concerns about Mayor Bottom's proposed budget. Addressing the $12.1 million increase in police funding, I stated that we need to recenter our priorities and recognize that we can't solve all our problems with a stronger arm. Our police need a narrower focus, which does not task them with jobs better suited for social workers or other specialists. Last Thursday, 2 council members responded to my message. Council members Ide and Faroki, I would like to publicly thank you both for taking the time to answer. I know your time is precious, so I appreciate your attention. In their messages, the council members reiterated the mayor's stance that this budget increase simply reflects the pay raise granted to the APD last year and helps to guarantee Atlanta is competitive in securing the best candidates for its force. Last Friday, 2 police officers approached Rayshard Brooks sleeping in his car, and 20 minutes later, he was bleeding to death. I am not omniscient, but I feel certain that a 5.9% increase would not have prevented Rayshard's death. That was last week. This week, we are no longer listening to soft-spoken assurances that this budget is nothing to worry about. This budget is the status quo plus a cost of living adjustment. Aside from the raise given to officers, no other considerations have been made. The status quo killed a father on Friday. He was not the first, and without significant changes to how we police the city, he will not be the last. I call on the City Council to remind the world why Atlanta is the cradle of the civil rights movement. To bend the arc of the moral universe towards justice, we must pull. I call on you to pull with the people in the streets and begin defunding the Atlanta police. Thank you for your time.
Go towards sexual assault resources. There are so many cases that go unnoticed. We saw just yesterday in Tallahassee what happened to Torian. We just need to make sure that we have the resources and the money and everything that we need, the tools to go into bringing justice for any woman or anybody of the protection of all. It is something that needs to be dealt with efficiently and professionally. So that helps and starts with reallocating funds away from police and towards these types of services. Thank you. Good morning, my name is HILLIS. I'm wondering how we can reallocate funds to help the homelessness problem in Atlanta. I have seen and grown up in Atlanta my entire life, and the homelessness.
Hello, this is Chris Munstead. I am looking at the budget, and I see that police is supposed to get $217 million, when grants and community development is supposed to get $313,000. Our community has a long way to go, and Parks, Recreation, Public Defenders, Ethics Board, everything just has getting enough love, and the police is kind of outweighing everything else. I would like to demand a change, and I feel like it is more important to build our communities up than to police them. How are you policing a community that doesn't have a budget to grow? Where's the growth? How are you policing without growth? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Quinn, and I'm calling to request that you divest in the Atlanta police who continue to brutalize and kill the people who they are supposed to serve and protect. Instead, I ask you to invest money in communities and those that have been economically disadvantaged and those who have been historically prejudiced against and disadvantaged. I ask you to do this with your vote today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Nelson, and I'm calling in regards to the meeting that's happening today. I strongly believe that you guys need to allocate more money to community development. The police department receives way too much funding. It needs to be defunded, and that money needs to be allocated to Black and Brown communities. There's no need for the police department to be funded in such a grossly unethical way. And I know those are strong words, but what we have seen over these past couple of months and over the years, quite frankly, demonstrates that the police are out of control and they need to be defunded, and that money needs to be allocated to Black and Brown communities where that money will be served in a much more productive way in terms of community development and grants. Thank you.
Instead of investing money to the police and giving them more money, you should be allocating more money to grants and community development, citizens review board, city planning, parks and recreation, not the police department.
This is LaShawn Toomer calling to request and demand that more of the Atlanta budget be redirected to the community, protecting them, but not through policing them. Please defund the police.
My name is Kathy President, and I am sick and tired of all my tax dollars going to the police department when they are not protecting and serving equally. So I demand change and reform.
Hi, my name is Faith Romani, and I am calling really to demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more into our communities rather than policing them. We don't need more police. Thanks.
So the city of Atlanta is getting $678 million as a proposed general fund budget. And you guys had the audacity to say that the police deserve $217 million of that. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. That is just dumb. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You guys need to put that towards the community. put that towards children, the school, public defenders who need to defend people who are defenseless. You guys need to do better. $217 million. Yeah, okay. Don't do that, or the riots and the protesting in Atlanta is just going to continue. We're not dumb, we're not stupid, we're demanding better. And $217 million towards the police, that's just a red flag. They deserve at most $100 million, maybe $75 million, but definitely put the rest of that towards the community because we deserve it. It's our money.
Hello, my name is Samantha Pajor. I'm calling to say that I support moving money away from the police and into community investments.
Hi, my name is Lydia BOONE, and I'm calling because I have looked at the proposed budget for the year 2021, and it's hard to not see that the amount that's being spent on policing the community is way more that's being spent on investing in the community, things like homeless prevention, schools, other things like that. So I'm demanding that the mayor adjust his budget accordingly and lower the amount that's going to be spent on policing the community significantly and redistribute that among the other community-based programs. And phone number is 970-531-0535.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Ramirez. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. So I've seen a lot of different things take place recently, as many of you have also. I believe that today, when discussing the budget, we should really take into consideration how much is being poured into the police department and how much should be put and poured into our community, particularly into small business-owned events and also programs, as well as nonprofit programs that are out there tailored to assist our youth. Our youth are everything. They are our future. And if we continue to fund the programs that are not helping our youth, that are actually hurting, harming, and also killing our youth, we're not going to succeed in having a better future. It takes team effort, so it's not just money. Of course, money helps the situation, but I believe that if we come together and we actually sit down and put out all these programs that can prove that they've been out here, they actually cause change and they actually do help our children and our youth. And we put them out on the table and we see which ones are good for the city. We're a whole. And we fund those and help the community. We can make a lot of change. We can make progress with where we're standing right now. I believe that funding the police right now, with things the way they are, it wouldn't be the very most. If there are any programs that you are interested in, please don't hesitate. Call me at 470-416-7381. That is my cell phone number. And I have a big network here in Atlanta that are actually.
Hi, my name is Ashanti Bass. I'm calling in regards to the budget meeting today, and I'm requesting that you all take money from the police and invest it into our community rather than policing them, and investing them into more community outreach programs. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Kaylin Kaiser. I live and work within the city of Atlanta. My phone number is 678-800-3481. I'm calling to request that the city of Atlanta's fiscal year 2021 budget be revised. Along with my request, I ask for the mayor and the city council to remember that one of the performance measures for this budget is residents that are equipped for success. The budget, as currently written, does not lend itself to equipping residents for success. I ask that the funds for the Department of Policing Services not receive an increase of 5.9%. I ask that the Department of Policing Services also receive a staffing reduction. It currently has the most staff in the city at 2,605 full-time equivalent staff. I ask for the funds freed up by these reductions to the Department of Policing Services staff as well as budget be reallocated to community development. Thank you.
My name is Brianna Holmes. I'm calling to leave this message for Mayor Bottoms that money and put it into communities such as the Black and Brown communities for other issues. Please stand up, be courageous. We support you in doing this to defund the police the amount that they are due to receive this morning. Please make the right decision and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eli Hanner. I am a resident of DeKalb County. In regards to next year's budget, there are a number of things that are a little bit troublesome. With the main one being the proposed budget for the Atlanta Police Department. It looks like the proposed budget is over $200 million. And I truly believe this would be an egregious error, as the budget needs to be cut by 50%, with the remaining $100+ million going to community programs such as affordable housing on the Beltline, which should have happened, but had not previously been held accountable for. Mental health and reentry programs, and also to the Atlanta public school system. We just need more community support out here in our city. I think it's as simple as that. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jocelyn Dunbar, and I'm respectfully requesting that you defund the police in Atlanta. This is from Mayor Bottoms. This is for anyone that has the control and the power to do so.
Jordan McCooney. We need to divest the money that's invested in the police department for this year into our Black communities. The people who've been struck, these restaurants and businesses that have been struggling from coronavirus, the homeless people downtown.
My name is Brittany Scholars. I demand you defund the Atlanta Police Department. $217 million allocated to them is insane. When you have $313,000 to the community, you need to raise the community budget and defund the police.
Good morning. My name is Angela Bodie. I'm an Atlanta City resident. I was calling in regards to the ballot. Voting on the Atlanta City budget. I was calling to request that the city divest from the enormous investment in the police force into the rest of the budget. In particular, I'm a teacher and I'm very concerned with education. I really think that students should be able to buy pencils and have the technology that they need and the support they need and not have to reuse textbooks that are outdated simply because they can't afford it, rather than investing in extreme technology for the police force that is not justified. I would appreciate it if you guys would please reduce their budget drastically and put the money where it'll actually help the community. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Alexander Hernandez, and I was calling to leave a message about the budget. I think it's evident that the Atlanta Police Department is receiving too much of our money. I think we need to reinvest that money into our communities. This council said, and this mayor said that they were going to close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and that has yet to happen. So that should happen immediately. Those funds redirected back to the community. And as well, this council has been silent as our mayor worked with the legitimate governor to call in the National Guard on our citizens here. That was uncalled for, an unnecessary escalation of violence. And it's imperative that this council also step up in regards with that. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Defund AP
PD. We're going to defund them. We need money in our communities, not in the police, especially when they're killing people.
Hi, I'm Gina Harrell. I'm calling with the Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists. I'm calling to support the demands put forward by groups like the People's Response Atlanta, United Campus Workers, and Metro Atlanta DSA to use Georgia's new budget to defund the police, end mass incarceration, end the racist war on drugs, end special tax privileges for the rich, and put those funds towards providing for those released from incarceration, investing in Black and marginalized communities, ensuring funds to social services are increased, not decreased when we need them the most. I also want to echo labor union demands that I want any furloughed or state employees start with the highest paid employees, that no employee making less than $40K is furloughed, and that all workers are guaranteed health care through this pandemic. Thank you.
My name is Krista Cody. I'm a citizen of Atlanta. I'm a person of color. I'm a Black woman. I'm demanding that Mayor Bottoms divest from the Atlanta Police Department and investment for the community. The City of Atlanta's proposed $678 million general fund budget. Too much of that money, $217.6 million, is going to the police. We need them to be defunded, or we want that money to be allocated towards grants and community development in the Ethics Board, Public Defenders, City Planning, Parks and Recreation, and Citizens Review Board.
Hello, my name is Kiara Blancas, and I am calling to push to divest from funds from Atlanta Police Department and invest into other resources in the community. Thank you.
This is Nasir Goins. You need to divest from the police and start investing in community. How are the grants for community development $313,000 versus that huge number, $217 million for the police? If you just took half of the police budget and put it in community development, some of the places in Atlanta would be so much better and more thriving and make Atlanta even more of a beautiful place. Please, you don't need more police officers. You just need better, more fulfilled, happy community members. That's going to make everyone safer. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Smith, and my request is simple. I would like the police department to have their funds decreased. I do not support the over 5% increase that you guys proposed while trying to decrease the public school system budget. And I believe that you need to take as much money away from the police as possible. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Good morning. My name is Gail Burnett. I am 63 years old, and I have lived in the city of Atlanta for the last 22 years. I'm calling because I am deeply concerned about what I see happening in the city, about the traumatization that is taking place in our community, especially among and against our Black people. I know that this is a part of systemic racism, and I'm expecting the city council and the mayor to do the work of dismantling systemic racism at the city level. This is a time of historically low crime rates, and yet we still see Black men and women being harassed by police, dying at the hands of police. It's unconscionable and it's unnecessary. And so I'm asking that for the fiscal year 2021 budget, that we cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%, that we defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and we reinvest save money in the reentry programs, low-income housing, and other services that our citizens need so badly. I mean, there are people who, especially given the pandemic, are just in dire straits, and we're watching people get shot because they fell asleep in a parking lot in Wendy's. This is just not good enough. The way we treat one another in this city is just not good enough. And there's a lot that the city council can do, and I expect the budget to reflect it. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Gail Burnett.
Keisha Dorn, I am in support of defunding the police.
Janami Glapion, I am requesting that our budget is more directed towards our community and the police. This police budget is way too large. It needs to be reduced severely and need to invest more in our community.
Yes, hello, good morning. This is Ben Dover. Once again, this is Ben Dover. I'm calling to demand that you guys defund the Atlanta Police Department, or at least de-invest some of the $217.6 million that you have dispersed or proposed for the police budget. You guys are out of your mind. Okay, you guys are out of your mind. Now, you guys need to go ahead and put some of that money into grants and community development, as well as public defenders and parks and recs. You understand? Police does not need $217 million just to shoot innocent people. You're crazy, okay?
Hi, my name is Lucy Bradley. I live in City Council District 6 in Camera Park, and I'm calling because I want to voice my concerns about police killings and excessive use of force of Black citizens. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reform, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them. Racism is a threat to public health and safety. We can do better than this in Atlanta. We're living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police don't prevent crime, they respond to it. So we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that isn't always happening. Given this, I'm asking for the fiscal year 2021 that we cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest saved money in reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and please know the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history. Thanks.
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Vanessa Winterling. I'm calling to ask that the budget be divided more to invest in the community. The amount of money that is budgeted for the police department is exuberant and ridiculously unnecessary. If you invest more in the community, so many problems can be prevented, and that's what we need right now, is to be preventative, not reactive, especially in harmful ways. So I think it'll show that that people are ready to make a difference for the betterment of everyone in the community, not simply to protect the police department whenever they have any wrongdoing. We need to come together as a society and be proactive, not reactive. So please take that into consideration. And good luck. We'll be watching and listening and learning that things can change and get better and not just stay the same and continue corrupt. Have a great day.
Hey, this is Donald Trump calling, and just want to say that y'all need to defund the police. Absolutely defund the police. That's necessary. They're just so rude. They're just so rude. 217 million, that's just way too much. Just go ahead and cut that down to $500,000. $500,000 for the police. So let's go ahead and put $200 million into grants and community development. And let's go ahead and put the rest into parks and recs. Sounds about right.
Hi, my name is Mary Curnow. I'm a resident in Little Five Point in Atlanta, and I was just going to express that I really hope in the budget considerations today that y'all really shift up how much funding you are giving the police and give far more towards social services and community support programs, because I really think that that would be a much better use of our money, and to put resources towards agencies and programs that are supportive and use de-escalation tactics and actually have the trainings to manage some of the crisis situations that our police currently mismanage would really make me very proud to be an Atlanta's citizen. So I would love to be able to say that our city took a stand and put our money where our mouth was to show that we care about our community, and that we're not just being bullied and fear-mongered into all this. So I really hope that you'll take this into consideration and that I can see some good news when the budget report comes out. Thank you so much.
APD is some of the most crooked police officers that I've ever encountered in my life. How dare you guys give them $217 million? For what? For what? You tell me why they need $217 million. You're out of your mind. I demand that you guys defund the Atlanta Police Department immediately. That's money that should be used for city and its people, not its bullies and brutalizers.
Hi, my name is Nikita McKenzie. I'm contacting you today to request a divestment in the police force. In the last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, year, we have seen so many lives lost or permanently altered at the hands of the police. It is too much. We understand clearly that by investing in our communities, we will decrease the need for police, and yet it's not being done. If you want safer streets, invest in the community, invest in the schools, invest in people. When you invest in people, they do better. They rise to the occasion. When you invest in the police, you signal to those people that they do not matter. And when people feel like they do not matter, they are liable to do anything. Divest from the police. In the age of Corona, we are all dealing with the pandemic. It makes no sense to not invest in the people who have lost the most. And those are the people in these communities that are lacking funding. I need Keisha Bottoms to do what is right, not only in her role, but in her heart. I see it when she speaks. This pains her. She wants to know what she can do. She can divest in the police force. If she and you and everyone listening to this message working in public service is truly for the public, then you will take the money that is now being allocated in the 2021 budget for police and take money away from it to invest in the community. If you want to feel safer when you walk outside, if you don't want anyone to come to your storefront and take from it, if you don't want a rampant flow of crime, we will do our best to invest in our community. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. And I pray that you do the right thing. Bye.
Hello, this is Kiana Casey Fox, a resident of Fulton County, calling to demand that we work to defund the police, and we do that right away and start funding what is necessary in the Black communities. Defund the police. Defund the police. We have way too much funding going towards the police and not going towards our community. We need to change this. This imbalance is toxic. This system is guilty.
Rayshard Brooks, say his name. You guys have blood on your hands. You guys are the reason why these officers are killing innocent Black people, because you guys are handing out $200 million budgets like it's nothing. You guys are the one. You guys are the real killers.
My name is Bernie Killingsworth, and I want to request that y'all give a lot more money to the communities than the proposed $217.6 million right now, because if you keep investing in police as much as you do and you don't invest in the community, the need for policing will remain. But if you invest a lot in the community, the need for policing will go down. So let's shift the order and put at least half of that towards communities so that communities can be rebuilt and improved, and less policing will be necessary, and instead invest in community policing and invest in health care for people and mental health care for people and education for people so that everybody gets the same opportunities. Thank you.
My name is Laura. I'm making a comment about the breakdown of the City of Atlanta's budget. I am extremely disappointed, and I'm speaking from a millennial Gen Z perspective. To see that the police department literally has half this budget and the most underfunded program is the grants and community development just speaks to how the city is willing to continue to have destruction and to continue to feed a monster, which is police. Our generation does not want police. We want to abolish it. We want you guys to take this money and put it into the community. We need to have people that are able to have access to food, access to gardens, access to housing. It really doesn't take much to just make it click, and it's just basic common sense and human decency. So to put it into the police department, it's going to increase the type of terror that is happening within the city right now. If you think things are bad now, they're going to get worse because you are basically arming a whole department that thrives from a slave patrol to continue to terrorize people, continue to kill people. And I know Keisha, I was on the meeting yesterday, talked about, she became mayor because she wanted to just help people. And I know Atlanta has a legacy of Black mayors, but it does not matter if you are a Black mayor, if you're always the face value. You have to get with the new changes and become more radical, because this radicalness can actually end the things that we talk about constantly so much.
I believe it's a joke that you guys are actually thinking about dispersing $217 million to the Atlanta Police Department. The incompetent Atlanta Police Department. These guys are a joke. I've had numerous encounters with them. They've been racial profiling me. This is unheard of. $200 million is ridiculous. Divest the police. Defund the Atlanta Police Department immediately. Rayshard Brooks. Say his name.
Good morning. My name is Akbar Yente, and I'm asking you to reset members of a non-Black at Atlanta Police be defunded, and that some of these funds are distributed to the other areas in the communities. Again, my name is Akbar Yente, and this needs to happen as soon as possible.
Chambers, state that is the police budget, the $678 million budget. We need police reform. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel Gilshep, and I live in Southwest Atlanta, City Council District 11, and I'm calling because I'm extremely upset about the police killing the Black citizens that continue to plague the city. As the home of the civil rights movement and the world-renowned Black Mecca, we should be an example of policing and criminal justice reform, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by the police. Black people in the city are tired and exhausted. Our communities are in a crisis as we face repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism that seem to plight us with extremity. Racism is a threat to health and safety. We know we can do better than this here. We should be able to do better than this here. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. Police aren't needed in the same way that they have been. Police do not need to aid in community problems. However, are constantly asked to respond and be involved in solving these issues that they are unprepared to handle. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest saved money in reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening to me, and please know the world is watching us and your decisions at this crucial moment in history. Thank you for your time again.
Please defund the police.
Hello, my name's Ann Latera. I live in Grant Park in City Council District Number 1. I'm calling because I've become aware that the city's upcoming budgeting plans for the next fiscal year increase Atlanta PD's budget at the expense of other social services. I see this as a vast miscarriage of city funds. The Atlanta Police Department, like all police departments around our nation, are inherently white supremacist institutions that are inherently racist, even if the cops within them are not. That's the way they were founded, and that's the way they were intended to work. And we've seen this in recent weeks as killings of Black men have gotten more press, but this is not a new issue. This has been an issue that has been a stubborn one for decades, and one that's been resistant to the best of reforms in cities like Atlanta and elsewhere. So it is irresponsible for the city council to continue to fund and increase funding for such an institution that does not serve a huge portion of the city's population. So I'm asking that the city council commit to cutting funding for APD in the next FY by 50%, and the Atlanta Detention Center, and reallocate those unspent funds to social services that we know actually improve the health and well-being of our communities: mental health services, education services, and housing services.
Hello, my name is Vaughn Glidden. I'm calling as a citizen of Atlanta to express my concern about the funding of the current budget for police. We want the community demanding that you divest in policing and that you invest more money into social services and help communities rather than kill police. Work with communities and make all of this better. Please defund the police and invest more money in social services and in these communities. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Shalonda Calvin. I'm calling because I wanted to express that we do not want a lot of money going to the Atlanta Police Department. We would like it to be invested in our communities. We see a lot of things that's going on. We see a lot of things that's happening with the police department. And, instead of investing millions of dollars in the police department, we would like to see it in our community, helping out the law. Once again, my name is Shalonda Cowan. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tommy DiCarlo. I'm a resident of the Old Fourth Ward neighborhood in Atlanta, and I'm just having a difficult time understanding why we're watching our police department kill unarmed Black men and still choosing to raise the budget, even though the research would show that everything that we're going to ask them to do is not going to result in the desired effect of helping our citizens. We're just trying to put a larger Band-Aid on a systemic problem. So if we're not going to make informed decisions, then it doesn't seem to me like there's people that deserve to be in the office. On the same note, right, the police department is getting more money, but other community services are receiving less money, as well as a substantial cut to our Atlanta public schools, of which I need to buy my own supplies in order to ensure the success of my students, while the police department receives more money for doing a lackluster job. something needs to be done. Thank you.
My name is Reggie Rodriguez. I would like to divest the Atlanta Police Department. I feel like all that funds shouldn't be going to just the police department. Like, I think everybody deserves the same equal amount of funding. And we need to, it's just, that's not right. Like, that stuff should be, like, given to the people. Like, the safety of the public, like roads, education. Like, we should do this for the future, like for the kids. Like, come on. Like, they're gonna be the ones later on, like, trying to change something in our society. Don't you want, like, the future to be in better hands? Other than, like, police? Like, I just don't understand. Like, that's sad. It breaks my heart. I can't believe, like, people, like, our leaders are, like, the ones deciding, like, where that money should go when it's, like, coming from hardworking Americans. That's it.
Yes, my name is Susan Higgins, and I'm calling to comment about your budget meeting that you're having today. I really believe that you're giving way too much money to the police. There are people in Atlanta that could benefit from more community services. There are people that need job training, job placement. There are children that need activities. I'm sure the education system could use some money. Please reconsider how you're policing in Atlanta. You don't need to continue giving money to an organization that is easily, constantly killing Black people. Please reconsider how you are redistributing this budget. Please reconsider how the police system is set up. What can we do differently to think differently about the police? What can we do to help the police with their mental health issues and their PTSD? Why are they killing people so easily? This has to be a mental health issue. They clearly aren't mindful. Watching that cop chase down Rashad the other day was quite ridiculous. For someone who's drunk, was that necessary? That was all ego. Had that man had maybe some mindfulness training, maybe he would have thought, oh, let me calm down, and does it really matter if that man's running? Let him go. Is he trying to kill anybody? No. Could he have walked home? Yeah. We need police officers to be able to be a little bit more compassionate and empathetic with the public that they're servicing, that they're supposed to protect. We need empathy. We need mindfulness. So how can we perhaps maybe distribute those funds to, and we would like you to redistribute some of that money towards a new way of rethinking the police, please. Sending our officers that are not armed for small things such as someone sleeping.
Hi, my name is Belen Oresti, and I'm a Fulton County resident. I understand that you guys have a budget meeting today starting at 10 a.m., and I'm under the understanding that $217.6 million of our $678 million budget will be going to the Atlanta Police Department. Although I don't think we should fully defund the police, as I think they are a necessary entity in our society, I do think that that is an astronomical number to be giving to a department that has no reform at this time. I think we need to give more of that money to the community and into the Fulton County system to make our communities better. And again, I don't think we should take the full amount away from the police department. However, I think that that number is much too high and more needs to be put into education and the community. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. I hope that the budget numbers go down in that aspect and up in the community aspect. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Tony Lewis, longtime Atlanta resident. I'm just looking over the budget for 2021 and see that the police funding is way, way above things such as a grant and community development, public defender, ethics board, citizens review board, city planning, park and rec. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, they just have a huge, huge budget, and that's one of the main problems. Police are oversaturated in neighborhoods of color, and the only color that seems to matter is green. You know, they just continue to get funding no matter how many people they assault, how many people they put in the hospital, how many of these police officers with these horrendous records that continue to just stay on to the department without any sort of recourse. Police killing after killing after killing of Atlantan citizens and citizens all over the state of Georgia, but in particular the city that I live in. I would just like to see that money go back to the community for once, and this budget needs to be adjusted big time. This is a very serious matter, and I hope and pray that the city gets this, because it's been a long time coming. I hope that this is the beginning of a new change, divesting from the police department and investing back into the communities where the people can be impacted more positively.
Hello, my name is Chriselle Aneki, and I would like to leave a comment regarding the police budget. I am in favor of redirecting funds to communities that are underserved and reallocating funds within the police department. My phone number is 770-815-7924. Thank you for taking my comment.
My name is Xavier Pace. I'm calling regarding fund reallocation, also known as defund the police. Currently, you guys have a large amount of money coming out. The police department currently receives a large amount of money, and it looks like you guys are planning on giving 1/3 of what's been allocated, or slightly under 1/3 of what's been allocated of the general fund budget to the police department. The Atlanta area does not need more police funding. It needs community services. It needs people who can show up and de-escalate issues, not escalate. Currently, our police are trained in war techniques instead of de-escalation. We are not at war. We're a community of peace, and that's the way we should be treated at all times, unless we are bringing violence. There is no reason to have people policing people instead of caring for them as they're supposed to. They're supposed to be here to serve and to protect. And currently, there is no serving for a long time, not just currently. I'm not blaming any one police officer. It's not the issue. There are many good ones. The issue is it is also corrupted from the basic core. It doesn't do its job that it's supposed to. And it also sends out, we don't call the fire department to do things besides put out fire or for their EMTs. Everyone has a specific job. We need to do the same thing in Atlanta instead of having the police run around and do everything. People with mental illnesses should not be addressed by the police. They are not equipped for it. They are not trained for it. They are trained to kill. We need de-escalation. Please think about this. Please reallocate those fundings to help the community, not to harm them. Thank you so much for your time.
Angela Barkley. I am calling because Mayor Bottoms needs to refigure that police number of 217.6 million for police funding. We need to divest the police department. They are killing our black and brown people. They are using excessive force, and we cannot tolerate it. They are throwing tear gas, which is affecting the health of the whole community, and not thinking twice about it. We need action.
My name is Adam Clough. I've lived in Candler Park and Kirkwood for the past 10 years, and I would demand that we invest our funds into the community rather than the police department. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm calling about the budget hearing today. I would like Mayor Bottoms to defund the police and reallocate the money to grants and community development, the Citizens Review Board, the Ethics Board, the Public Defender, City Planning, and Parks and Rec. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Hi, my name is Riley Lerner, and I live in Piedmont Heights, City Council District Number 6. I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police killings of Black citizens, including in the city of Atlanta. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reforms instead of responding to yet another Black killing in our city. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, and other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to health and safety, and I know we can do better than this in Atlanta. We are in a time of historically low crime rates in the city of Atlanta, and history and statistics prove that police do not prevent crime right now. They're responding to crime. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will further prevent crime in the future by supporting communities with resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking for the fiscal year 2021 budget. We want a cut of the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%, to defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and to reinvest saved money in re-entry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and know that the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in our history. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Seidenberg. I live in the Edgewood neighborhood. I'm calling today because I'm not happy with the conduct of the Atlanta Police Department, especially recently. I think their actions have been particularly alarming. Seeing those two college kids pulled from that car was honestly really heartbreaking. As someone who just got out of college themselves, I could never imagine getting stopped by the police, tased, pulled out of my car, having my window broken. So I thought that was particularly horrendous. I would like to see at least some call of action to this. I think that there needs to be more accountability, and I think that starts from the top with the city council and the city budget. I'd like to see Atlanta Police Department's budget cut at least in half. I don't think that any amount of training or reform can really help such a broken system. Instead of funding people who respond to crimes, I think that we should fund programs that would be better preventing crimes. So I'd like to see some of that money go into low-income housing, health and social services. I think that would be a much better use of city funding, and also to Atlanta public schools. I feel like this is one of the most important times to take action, and just know that Atlanta city government has a real opportunity to make some substantial change. And I think, just...
My name is Robert Capadidis. I'm a citizen of Atlanta, and I see the proposed budget has upwards of $250 million going to police for the year 2021. I'd like to see that money be invested more usefully in our city, in our community, in schools, in grants and community development. That's nearly a third, if not more, of the budget for the city, and I don't think more weapons and more police and nicer cars or whatever kind of equipment that can buy is really going to do anything for our city, especially in the midst of everything going on. I think that we should seriously consider putting that money to better use, and I hope you'll hear my voice. My name is Robert Casavitas again, and I'm a citizen of Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you.
My name is Frank Thompson. We, the people of Atlanta, demand divest from the Atlanta Police Department and invest into the community.
My name is Denise Holmes. I am calling regarding the city budget, or the proposed city budget for the upcoming fiscal year. As you know, we are having issues with our Atlanta Police Department. I live in Zone 3. I think it is important to defund the police. I believe that our city council person, JOYCE Shepard, who has been ineffective in the last 16 years, she is misinformed. She doesn't understand what defunding the police means. I believe that there are other services, obviously, that are sorely in need of funding that we could use other than the Atlanta Police that has turned into a terrorist group. Please consider that. Thank you.
Hello, this is Autumn Rivers from Atlanta
Council, I'm calling on you today to divest from the police and invest in community strategies for care, education. I'm calling on you to reinvest that money for foster youth. I'm calling on you to reallocate that money for nutritious food, a home guarantee to make sure that the needs of formerly incarcerated people are met as they continue to face discrimination. City Council, I'm calling on you to act with bravery and courage today to serve us the victory that we desperately, desperately need to keep our people safe, communities over cages, freedom all for public health, and divest from toxic prisons, invest in nutritious food for all communities, including incarcerated communities, and please fire a lot of these police. We've all lost their jobs. Like, a lot of us have lost their jobs. It would not be the end of the world. If you're a cop listening to this, quit your job. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is J.D. Tenaro, and I am a Georgia citizen living in Atlanta. I'm calling to demand that the City Council respect the demands of Black organizations and to defund the police and to close new city detention centers. The funds that would go to those should be distributed to Black community organizations of the city and social services like the dismally funded public schools of Atlanta. That also includes Fulton County Schools. After watching the city police commit literal war crimes during protests and their refusal to recognize the rights of those arrested at such protests, I do not feel that giving the police more ammunition, literal or figurative, is an effective de-escalation tactic. I am also calling to demand that the City Council should include the demands of Unite Here Local 23 in their discussion to protect airport employees to prevent furloughs, because Atlanta's economy depends on Hartsfield-Jackson employees. Also, I demand that there be a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing. The homeless population has been completely overlooked in many other decisions made for the city, but more so recently because of the pandemic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vaughn Glidden. I'm calling to ask you to reduce the police budget, defund the police, and to invest that money in community services that actually serve the community and better the community. I was thinking about it, and you know, Atlanta has such a strong history in the civil rights movement, such an amazing Black leadership and history of Black leadership, and it's just an incredible city for people of color, for Black people, for everybody. And wouldn't it be amazing to be the city that really leads as an example in this country of what defunding the police looks like and what serving Black communities could be, and how to lift the Black communities up and into a better place. I mean, obviously there are so many Black people here in Atlanta that are thriving and doing well, but they still have to deal with this. And then there are communities living in poverty and suffering in bad school districts and high crime areas, and there's got to be a better way, and it would be just so appropriate and amazing if Atlanta was the city that really took advantage of this moment for change and became a leader in what the rest of the country could do and what it could look like, and how you can make these changes to their community and have a thriving Black city. So I know the City Council is invested in the success of this city, and I know that you all will take these messages to heart and make good decisions that are going to serve the community. Please.
Yes, my name is Michael Moon. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I just wanted to call to request that we look into reallocating some resources into funding the Atlanta Police Department to some degree. I know all this is happening in a quick manner, but it's a serious issue, of course. But yes, I do want to request that we defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Renior, and I'm a Midtown resident. I'm calling to ask the Atlanta City Council to defund the Atlanta Police and better use that money towards efforts that
I think the money spent on police departments would be better spent addressing root problems that can cause crime, whether that's transit, housing. I saw Mayor Bottoms mention that the Wendy's that was set on fire was in a food desert, and I think instead of perhaps funding the police or giving more giveaways to developers, that the city should come together and create things like city-owned grocery stores or provide incentives for grocery stores like Publix or Kroger to enter the area. So I'm just calling in hopes that the city council considers giving more assistance to people who need it instead of the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Williams. I am calling to demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more money into African American communities and community projects, entrepreneurship, rather than putting the money into the police department that are killing African American people. We demand that we transition that money, that we divert that money somewhere else. Thank you.
My name is Lizette Cosmo Thompson, Atlanta lead organizer with the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, BAJI. I am calling so that the city of Atlanta can divest money from over-policing our community and invest the money into the community, into the people, into the services and resources that are needed for people to thrive with dignity. They do not need over-policing. Please divest money from over-policing and invest the money into the resources that are needed for the community.
Hey, my name is Chantel. You guys are spending way too much money on the police. Instead, that money should be directed towards our communities, and I demand a change now.
Good morning. My name is Ashley. I am a citizen of District 10. I'm represented by ANDREA BOONE. I am calling this morning regarding the proposed budget for 2021. I believe that in light of all of the recent events, we would like to see more money being redistributed to other areas of the Atlanta budget that can assist with the community and taken away from so much law enforcement. Some of these areas could even include public defenders when we had so much money going towards law enforcement. Mayor Keisha Bottoms did end the cash bail bonds, and that's a great thing. And now another step can be taken to increase even the need for public defenders. Atlanta is a great city. We see these problems happening in other cities, and I think that Atlanta can lead the way. And I think that we have the power to make that change today, reallocating and redistributing the funds so that they can be put towards more community and health-based initiatives and departments. Thank you.
Yanaj Shaham Lone Wolf. I am calling because I am encouraging, please, 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 for the city council and for the mayor to divest from the police department. The budget that is on the line is just way too much. $217.6 million, and only $313,000 is going towards grants and community development. There has to be a flip on that. There has to be a change. So I'm pushing to divest in the police department, defund the police department, and invest into the communities. There are so many great organizations in the city of Atlanta that is doing grassroots work, that is empowering our people from homelessness to youth at risk. And a lot of this money needs to be going towards people that are already doing community policing. And the police department, as you already have seen for several years now, even prior to Mayor Bottoms, but even with Mayor Bottoms, the police have been going rogue. They're not even, they're getting paid too much money for them to not do the right thing. They're not doing the right thing.
So even though the 21st Century Obama policing has just been signed by executive order, that doesn't mean more money to the police department. There needs to be a completely divest, defund the police department, and let's get the money towards organizations that are doing amazing work in the city of Atlanta. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is CARLA Johnson. I'm calling in regards to the budget meeting today, demanding that you take the millions of dollars that you're planning on putting towards the police department and you reinvest it in the community. Again, calling in regards to the budget meeting today, demanding that Mayor Bottoms invest all of the millions of dollars that we're planning on going to the police department be redistributed to the public and the community.
Hi, my name is Connor Bryan, and I live in West Midtown, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling because I'm upset about police going to Black people. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reform, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other varieties of systemic racism. It's a threat to health and safety. I know we can do better than this. However, right now, we are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police don't necessarily prevent crime. They respond, and sometimes with questionable success. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund the police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. Given this, I'm asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest saved money in re-entry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and please know the world is watching. They'll follow what we do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I would like you to invest more into our community than into police.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for listening to my message. My name is Andrew McFarland, and I'm a resident of Councilmember Brown's city. I love being from Atlanta, and I love being from a southern city whose greatest strength is truly its diversity. The time has come for this council to serve the diverse people of the city. We are all aware of the deep-seated ills of policing in America. The time has come for this council to reject the City of Atlanta's leading support for institutionalized slavery via the prison industrial complex. And the time has come for this council to dismantle the police state that aims to uphold financial interests while subjecting our city's own people to a life of fear. Black and brown Atlantans literally live a reality in which they must actively try not to simply disappear one day. That is not freedom. I am recommending and pleading the council to reject the current budget proposal, which aims to continue to invest in fear. I support revisions that invest our future through our schools, through our support for the homeless, through a reallocation of police funds into specialized response teams actually meant to protect and serve, just for starters. I recommend the council study the list of recommendations submitted to them from the NAACP of Georgia, the Southern Center for Human Rights, and many other local advocacy organizations. I'm sure the memo is on all desks. I sincerely hope the council will hear the overwhelming outrage over the proposed budget and do the right thing for the people of Atlanta. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Vivian, and I'm just calling to make a comment. This pandemic has only lifted the rug, uncovering many issues that exist in society. I believe in reforming the structure of public safety in the city of Atlanta, and I think we can begin by providing more resources for mental wellness for the people who are now grieving loss of life and the future that they envision for themselves. I hope the City Council keeps this in mind as the world mourns yet another unarmed Black man killed by police. It's time we stop treating people like animals and put more energy into reminding people the capacity of humanity. I believe we are created to evolve, and it's time for a revolution.
Hi, my name is
Adamova, and I would just like to leave a comment. I don't really see the necessity of increasing budget for the department, for the police department by 5%. I think it would be better invested in any other departments that are fully working with the communities or environment. Thank you. Bye. Have a great morning.
Hi, my name is Jane Heyer. I live in Fulton County. I wanted to call about the budget meeting that's being held today. I saw that there's $217.6 million being proposed to the Atlanta Police Department, which already has $678 million in funding. I wanted to call and urge Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms to please reallocate that funding to other more necessary departments. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jade Edwards, and I'm calling to demand that the budget for the police be cut substantially and that more money be spent on helping and supporting and investing in the communities that make up Atlanta than the police that police it and kill people with little regard to their duty to protect and serve. Frankly, I think the police should receive a very small amount of money. They have millions upon millions of dollars that they have wasted and used for murder for years in the past. So cut that budget right on down, maybe 10% of what you were going to give them, and spread that money to things that are productive and positive and actually help people and the community and grow it in a positive way. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Monica DiCristina. I am a practicing therapist and mother of 3 in Atlanta. I'm a longtime Atlanta citizen. I would like to add my voice to those that are demanding that money be invested into the community and taken from the Atlanta Police Department and instead invested into the community. We would like to ask that this be considered at today's budget meeting. Thank you very much.
This is Lorraine Santana. I live in the city of Atlanta. I am a 73-year-old white woman who wants to support the alliance of community groups that is asking to defund the APD and reallocate resources, to also defund and demolish the ACDC, and to continue to push for more justice for some of the young black folks that have been killed by police officers in Atlanta. It seems clear from many, many, many decades, and especially of current events, that police culture and police training have gone in a totally disastrous direction. Militarization, looking at people on the street as your enemies immediately, especially if they're black or brown. So I am for asking that no funds be put into, further funds be put into the police department, that those funds slowly be moved to community service institutions and functions, that the ACDC, which we promised would be shut down, not be, and that instead we work on building Atlanta as a place for community justice and serious looking.
My name is Ms. Gialdi, and I demand that the Atlanta Police Department have some diversity. This is a call to action. We demand that you have more diverse police officers. We are done dying. We need diverse officers. We need change, and if not, you will see what happens. We will vote you out.
Hello, my name is Erin Fender, and I live in the neighborhood Venetian Hills, City Council District Number 4. I'm calling because I'm really upset about police killing the black citizens. When I was growing up, I lived in the Hatter Hills neighborhood, and I remember Catherine Johnson's murder at the hands of the APD when I was young. And I remember just not even comprehending how that could be possible to a sweet old woman. And this has been an old problem, needless to say. Black communities are traumatized by repeatedly having to see these murders of Black people by those who are supposedly protecting and serving them. I think about the case with Rashard, and there were so many other avenues to take, like helping walk him home, calling his sister who lived around the corner and asking her if she could help make sure that he got home safely. That's what serving and protecting looks like. Killing unarmed African American men and women of all ages is not serving and protecting. We're living in a time of a historically low crime rates in the city. The police don't prevent crime. At best, they don't solve it. As such, I really feel like we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent crime in the future by supporting communities with the resources they need rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to a crime that isn't happening. My call to action as an informed citizen and as a constituent and proud Venetian Hills neighbor is that we're asking as the community that the fiscal year 2021 budget would be cut for the Atlanta Police Department by 50% to defund the Atlanta City Detention Center and to reinvest that safe community and other reentry programs, low-income housing, and thanks for listening, and please know that the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history. We're believing on you to do the right thing.
Hello, my name is Xavier Robertson. I represent the National Millennial Community, and we would like to talk about the different police forms that are currently being out there. I'm currently requesting not to defund the receipts, but simply to reallocate some of those finances toward programs that have worked in the past. And there's an Explorer program that helps find jobs within these lower income communities and helps fix those programs. And this is those who also like to create beta programs in regular communities so that as a whole, these communities can heal long term by having kids who have jobs within these police departments and to become part of the police department. We also like to incentivize residential policing, considering that the people that are from the area will police the area and therefore be more familiar. And we also like to install more residential boardwalks for people, new policemen come in and they talk with and they walk with the kids. They talk with and walk with the people. They talk with and walk with everybody around. Therefore, there could be a better sense of community, and so we can heal long-term the minority and judicial branches. My name is Xavier Robertson. Coming back at 240-329-7259, and those are the different types of demands I would like to see for city councils perform. Thank you. You have a lovely day.
Good morning. My name is Natalia Rodriguez. I'm a resident of Chosewood Park in the city of Atlanta. I am calling because I would like to divert funds from the police ADP to either development for parks and recreation and infrastructure related to the Beltline or Atlanta public school system. I don't think that a budget of 14 million for ADP is necessary, and those funds could be diverted to public works that would help the infrastructure of the entire city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan McQueen, and I'm calling to request that you defund the police and add additional funding to social needs rather than militarizing the police. Your budget looks to be extremely unbalanced in that way, and I would hope that you would work to fix that and correct that. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Belisa Armstrong, and I am quite disgusted with what's happening within my city. I demand a change. I demand to see more diversity within your department, especially in the police department and the commissioner's office. We demand to see more Black people in lead positions so we are not murdered in these streets anymore. Thank you very much.
Please defund the police and get some police that can police the community with more compassion, less excessive force.
keep having people die at the hands of the police for small infractions that they should be alive for today.
Hi, my name is Bridget Capoletti, and I'm calling about the Atlanta City budget this year. The police department is getting entirely too much money. Our public works, our citizens, our people in need are getting absolutely nothing. I just voted so that you could have a penny tax to fix the sewers, which we said we were going to have done in 2015. Like, I remember that campaign. What happened? Every time I walk by a manhole, it smells like feces. But you can, like, this is ridiculous. Like, and you're giving $218 million to the police department, and roughly a third or a fourth of that, is going into our public works. And everybody else combined doesn't get as much money. It has to stop. Good morning. I'm calling because I've been informed that the City of Atlanta budget meeting is today, and at that point you'll be discussing providing $216 million of the city's budget towards funding the police. I think in light of what's going on, it would be more prudent to put that money towards rebuilding the community rather than policing it. And I strongly urge you to listen to the words of the people on this. If not, what's going on will continue to go on.
Hello, my name is Ariella, and I'm calling to demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more into the communities and into policing them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Gonzalez. I am an active voter and an Atlanta resident. I was calling to voice my opposition to the budget increase for the APD. That money could be much better spent building a better MARTA, building better infrastructure, better roads for the city, pouring some of that money into the public defender budget or mental health services for the city. I do not understand why the APD would need an increase of $13 million when they already are the highest. They already have the highest budget out of all of the Atlanta subsidies. So I wholeheartedly oppose this budget increase, and my vote will absolutely reflect the officials who stand with me on this opposition. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Nikita Morris today. I live in City Council District 7, and I'm calling because I'm very concerned about the recent episodes of police brutality in Atlanta. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reform, not responding to yet another Black man in our city shot by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to public health and safety. We know we can do better than this now. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in our city. The police do not prevent crime. They respond, and with questionable successive battle. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that prevent future crime. They're supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund the police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget, 1, cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, 2, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and 3, reinvest the saved money into reentry programs, low-income housing, among other social services to truly uplift and empower these communities and therefore prevent crime. Thank you for listening, and please know that the world is watching your decisions and this crucial moment in history. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Paul Floyd. I live in the city of Atlanta, and I believe that the budget this year has too much money allocated to the police department. We have other areas that could be well served with a good bit of funding, such as schools, public health, our transportation infrastructure, and many other programs that could use money to actually make people's lives better versus the police who tend to make them worse. So So please consider my opinions and ideas while coming up with your budget. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Kleinman. I have been a resident of Fulton County for the last 25 years. And I'm calling because I'm very upset about police killings of Black people in our home. Atlanta is the home of the civil rights movement, and we should not be leaning on policing and criminal justice abolition, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Now is when we need to make tangible change. Black communities are traumatized by repeat murders of Black people by those who are supposed to be protecting them, among other manifestations of systematic racism. Racism is a threat to the health and safety of our home, and we can do better than this in Atlanta. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city, which is an amazing accomplishment. The police, however, do not prevent crime. They are crime responders. And as such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources that they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to a crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget, 1, cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget, 1, cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%, 2, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and 3, reinvest saved money in re-entry programs.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Butler, and my comment for this budget is we should have more money going to grants and community development, and that the police budget is way too much, and that we should really put that money back into the community and other areas. That's what I meant.
Hi, my name is Sasha Mitchell. I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm calling in regards to the $678 million budget, and notice that the police budget is $217 million. I propose that or demand that we allocate these funds to other organizations in the community, such as the Untitled or the Grant Community Citizens Review Board, Ethics Board, but I demand that the police budget be decreased from $217 million. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Lauren Mills. I'm calling from Madeline Archibald District, District 5 in East Lake, Atlanta. I am calling on you and the City Council to take the following actions in light of all of the, recent events, and take steps to actually make a positive change in our community. I'm asking that we defund the APD and reallocate those resources to departments that could actually benefit from them. Defund and demolish the jail. The ACDC remains open. $18 million is allocated to it currently for the fiscal year 2021, which is unacceptable. Mayor Lance Bottoms has promised to close that. And then also justice for the people who were killed by the police department. So we are asking you to charge the fire and charge the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and Deandra Phillips. And then asking that former police chief Erica Shields be removed. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Claudine Miles, and I am an educator in Atlanta, and I am reaching out because I am very concerned about what is going on in our city, in particular, the lack of funding for education. And so when I take a look at this proposed budget for this upcoming year, I notice that there is an abundance of funds being allocated for police and things of that nature, and I would much rather rather see those funds go towards community grants. I would much rather see those funds go towards education. But I think oftentimes we are defunding education and allocating far too many funds into our police forces. And so when I looked at last year's budget, the police were overfunded. They were the one category in which was funded most. And I would love to see a reversal of that money put back into schools, community programs, grants, and things that would actually uplift Atlanta as a whole in terms of the people and the students that it is serving. So I just wanted to make sure that I called in and expressed my concern because, again, I think funding should be funneled into the students and into the community rather than into police coffers. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Boyage, and I live in District 6 in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police killings of Black people. As the home of the Civil Rights Movement, it is the duty of the people governing this city to create just and liberatory policy. Instead, you have been complacent and allowed the murder of another Black person to occur with Rayshard Brooks this weekend. Black communities are traumatized by the repeated murders of Black people by police officers, among many other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to health and safety. We know we can do better than this. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime. They respond, and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services such as our education system that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to a crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking the fiscal year 2021 budget for you guys to cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, defund ACDC, reinvest save money in reentry programs, low-income housing, mental health programs, and other social services such as COVID response relief. Thank you for listening, and please know that the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history. I hope you make the right decision and you end up on the right side of history.
Hi, this is Melissa Lerner. I'm a resident of Atlanta City, and my hope is with the budget that the budget for the police will be cut, less money, and that money would be reallocated to a reimagining of what first response looks like in situations such as in domestic violence situations and places where the police would not need to be. So thank you. A reallocation to a reimagination of what first response looks like for our city. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, my name is Adia Sessoms. I'm calling because I would like to demand that the mayor invest more money in the communities and not into the police. Because police really don't need $217.6 million when everything else in your city is going to shit. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Alexis Alzada. I am a constituent and a resident in Atlanta. And, you know, right now we have the opportunity to really be the leader that we say we are when it comes to racial justice, equality, and progress. For years, Atlanta, we talk about being this Black Mecca and this civil rights hot spot, but we're not. And the people of Atlanta are asking you, are begging you, they're screaming in the streets, crying for you to make changes, for you to defund the police, to reallocate those funds into community services and into other services that will help young people, that will help all sorts of people and keep them out of jail and prison. And you as our leaders have the opportunity right now to do that and to make that change. We have nothing to lose, and we could be a leader in this nation that is so desperately in need of a bold change of direction. We could be that bold change. If you leave this office today and you have not reallocated
millions and millions of dollars from our police department, then you should know that you are not working for the people of Atlanta. You're working for the police union. You're working for yourself. You are not a public servant. Please make the change that we are all begging you to make. And let's be a better Atlanta that I know that we can be. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Fender, and I live in Convention Hills in City Council District number 4. And I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police killings of black citizens. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing criminal justice reforms, not responding to yet another killing of black men in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to health and safety. We know we can do better than this in Atlanta. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime, they respond, and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget cut the budget for the APD by 50% to fund the Atlanta City Detention Center and reinvest savings money in reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening. Please let me know. And please know the world is watching your decision at this crucial moment in history. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lacey, and I live in DeKalb County, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about police killings of black citizens. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of black people, and by those who are supposed to protect them, as well as other manifestations of systemic racism. And additionally, we're living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city, and the police do not prevent such crime, they respond to it. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities rather than continuing to fund the police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. In this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest saved money in reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and please know the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment.
Hello, I demand that the people of Atlanta diverse from the Atlanta Police Department and invest into the community. City of Atlanta, $675 million proposed general fund budget. There will be a meeting on today. We definitely need to be working toward doing things in the community that will help and assist people. I'm also a member of the Citizens Police Academy, class of 2012 with the Atlanta Police Department, and there definitely needs to be more community involvement, more things going on for the youth and young people to keep them out of trouble. So I definitely want to make sure that we do not allocate those funds. Thank you so much. My name is Chanel Smith. Please make sure that we divert from the police department and invest into the community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Ferguson, and I'm calling to express my opinion that the proposed budget be rejected and reworked to, at the very least, include such things as the complete overhaul of APD recruitment, anti-bias training, community engagement requirements. I'm requesting to reject any line item purchasing military equipment in tandem with full reviewing the Citizens Review Board. I'm also requesting to adopt all of the can't wait policies, implementing zero tolerance for weapons being pulled inappropriately, and to reallocate money to other line items such as the executive offices and grants and community development. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Stokes, and I'm an Atlanta citizen in the neighborhood of Cabbagetown under Atlanta City Council Person with Archibald. I'm calling today to ask you to reduce the police budget by at least half. It is extremely huge. Other budgets pale in comparison. In Cabbagetown here, our
community center is filled with mold, and we have been relying on neighborhood events to try to fix it. A neighborhood should have a community center. We have homeless people in our neighborhood that we would be able to serve through that community center if it were functionable. Also, as an early childhood educator, I live on an extremely low wage, and our families still have to pay an extremely high cost, and that is because there's no subsidy for it. The only government subsidy that really exists is Head Start. There are very few programs in Atlanta of that. All children should have access to high quality education. All families should be able to put their child into a quality place while they work. It is an extreme agent of economic mobility to be able to have your child somewhere safe, to learn, to build, to play, to grow relationships, to become a citizen while you are working. If both parents cannot work, it is very unlikely people will be able to come out of poverty. Please, please reallocate budget into community resources, into education, into actual productive infrastructure people have to get. Thank you for listening.
Good morning. My name is Leanne Whitley. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. And, frankly, I just think it's a slap in the face to City of Atlanta residents to continue to reward the APD with more and more money when there are people in the city who do not have access to clean water, who live in food deserts, and have children who go to underfunded schools. Our infrastructure and our roads are crumbling and falling apart, and public transit is beyond needing an expansion. Our public transit is an absolute joke, and y'all want to give the police more and more money for what? So they can take another life? The proposed budget is just absolutely absurd, and it is morally incomprehensible to fund a police force that refuses to protect those who they swore to serve and murder people in a Wendy's drive-thru. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Lacey Davis, and I'm calling today to demand that you listen to the people of Atlanta when they demand a divestment from the Atlanta Police Department. Your department's 2021 budget should be cut by 50%, not increased. That reduction should be reallocated to alternatives and community-based resources, like the Department of Equity, diversion programs like pre-arrest diversion. We ask that you do not begin the hiring process of a new chief of police until a community-based council can be formed to review the APD scope of work and disperse hiring decision-making power across a community review board. Decrease the officer-to-resident ratio and demilitarize APD through the assessing of excessive use of riot gear and lethal weapon use. And we ask that you defund and demolish the ACDC jail by July 1st, actually demolishing the building by September 1st, and adapting the reimagined ACDC task force policy recommendations. And we also demand justice for our people by reopening investigations in all APD killings since 2017 and developing a community tribunal to access use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. Please listen to the people of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jillian Eller, and I'm calling from Reynoldstown City Council District number 5. And the reason I'm calling today is because I'm very upset about the police killings of Black people in Atlanta. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice abolition, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to health and safety. We know we can do better than this in Atlanta. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime. They they respond to crime, and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that just isn't happening. Given this, I am asking this of the fiscal year 2021 budget. First of all, cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%. Second of all, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center. And third, reinvest saved money into re-entry, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and please know the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history.
Hello, my name is Ross Mattingly, and I'm calling to strongly object to the current proposed budget and to insist that a better budget would be one that follows the demands of Black organizations to defund the police and to close the Atlanta City Detention Center. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom's plan to give police officers a raise, who have spent the last few weeks brutalizing protesters, violating civil rights, and killing someone they're supposed to serve and protect, is nonsensical. In any other job, doing the opposite of what you're supposed to do gets you fired, not a raise. I also think it's nonsensical to increase the bloated budget of the police while cutting important services. It seems to show that the city council would rather deal violence to the people during this pandemic than to attempt to do any good. To instead help the city youth that elected you, the budget should reflect the demands of Unite Here Local 23 to protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers from furloughs, and the demands of Black community organizers to place a moratorium on evictions, rent and mortgage payments, arrests for minor offenses, as well as investment in city housing for those, emergency housing for those who need shelter during this pandemic. I genuinely believe doing otherwise will lead to more deaths, primarily of Black and poor members of our community. To instead invest in violence against them would mean their blood will be on your hands.
Greetings, my name is Lizette Carswell Thompson, Atlanta lead organizer with the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, AJI, and it is time to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. The Atlanta Police Department has failed to improve public safety and wellness and attempts to curb police violence through increased training have been ineffective. It is far too long for the city of Atlanta, far too long that they stood by and watched while APD has taken the lives of Atlantans, often under questionable circumstances. It is time to invest resources into our communities, into the areas that are most needed. We have teachers who are having to buy their own supplies, yet and still we have police officers who are being militarized and trained with police gear that is unnecessary to oversee our communities. We need this money to go into the resources necessary for our community members to thrive. We need money invested into healthcare services versus locking people up who have mental health disabilities and isolating them in solitary confinement. We need resources to go towards the community so that people have what they are needing. We are still facing a pandemic. Our elderly needs to be protected. There should be more testing. There should be more PPE provided for people to safely be able to be out in the community.
Hello, my name is Barry Green. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling to express my suggestion and my intention for Atlanta City budgets to be moved away from APD and pushed into community projects. The police budget is bloated already, and we've seen that the funds allocated to the police have been spent in ways that do not serve the public interest very well. We need to reinvest in our communities, reinvest in services. We need to reduce the scope of the police and allow them to focus on what's priority. We need the police to not be responding to issues where they represent an escalation of force when it's not needed. Again, priority here, defund the Atlanta police, reinvest in community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly DeChristina, and I am calling today because I would like you all to consider moving some money from the police budget and put it into the community. And that is really important for Atlanta, and I would like to see you do that. Thank you.
Yes, this is Carmen Martin, and I definitely want to defund or to take away money from the Atlanta Police Department. I demand that you all invest in community, into the community. The city of Atlanta has $635 million proposed the general fund this year, and I don't think that a lot of that money needs to go to the police department. It definitely needs. It definitely needs to go to the community, to the citizens, to the people in the community that are able to do things that can better the community and the youth.
Good morning. My name is Kate Hughes. I'm an Atlantan, born and raised, and I just wanted to, echo the many comments I'm sure you've received supporting defunding the police in a way that allocates funds for other social programs that actually care for the communities that the city serves. I think that, the police have been asked to do way more than they are equipped to. And instead, it makes more sense to focus those efforts if folks who are trained, to do the work that the police has taken on, and just more conscious caretaking of our communities is really, really important, and there's a really excellent opportunity to do that as you're discussing the budget. I really appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Alexander Weinberg. I'm a resident of Los Angeles County. I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, and the remainder of my family still lives in Atlanta. I'm requesting that you divest some police funding for this year's city budget. You use those funds to invest in the communities, in public education, in parks, and other areas that benefit the community. Thank you for your time, so that we can move towards a better future. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Grace Power. I live in Chandler Park, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about police killings of Black citizens. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should not be leading on policing and criminal justice reforms. We should be leading on policing and criminal justice reforms, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a health threat to health and safety. We know we can do better than this in Atlanta. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime. They respond, and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget cut the budget for Atlanta's police department by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest safe money in reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and please know the world is watching your decisions at this moment in history.
Hello, my name is Misty Novich, and I am a citizen of Metro Atlanta. I've lived here almost all of my life, and I'm calling about the budget this year in part because I'm very upset about the police killings of Black citizens in Atlanta. I believe as the home of the civil rights movement, we should really be leading on liberatory policy, and I believe it's the duty of those governing our city to make sure that Black people are safe in Atlanta. And as we know Black communities are really traumatized by the repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. And we know racism is also a threat to health and safety. And I really believe in Atlanta. I believe we can do better than this in Atlanta. And we know that there are better ways than policing to support communities. So we know that actually investing in social services is a lot more helpful. De-escalation is a lot more helpful. Reentry programs are a lot more helpful than militarized police forces and the criminal justice system in general, which just adds to the same system going around in a circle. So what I'm asking is that for the 2021 budget this year, you cut.
Hi, my name is Katie King. I'm a resident of the Capitol View neighborhood. And I'm just calling about the city's budget priorities and how insanely out of line they are, and how we need to really talk about how much money that we spend on the police. I felt this way before this weekend, but I do think that Richard Brooks has brought us into make this absolutely crystal clear, especially since the officer who shot him had just undergone training about de-escalation of force. That to me shows that reinvesting in reform isn't going to have much of an effect, and I think that we need to invest that money in our community in other ways, such as education and community development and programs that actually keep all of our neighbors safe. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim Barine, and I'm a part of District 2 for the City Council. I'm here to put in my comments that I am not in favor of increasing the police department budget. I think that money can be better spent in other areas of our community, such as schooling, helping out for medical resources for those that are on drugs or that need mental health, and that those issues need to be handled by mental health professionals and people who are trying to de-escalate situations, and that the funds for the police department and that the police department in general need to be going and assisting violent acts and shouldn't be even needed for those kind of circumstances. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maurice Jackson. I live in Southwest Atlanta City Council District 11. I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police killing of Black citizens in my community. And it's been ongoing since I was born here in Atlanta. It's just something that just disgusted me. The home of the civil rights movement is leading on policing and criminal justice reforms, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by the police, wreaking havoc on our people. The problem is that Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect us, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to health and safety to our lives as our kids and our growing up. We know we can do better than this in Atlanta, Georgia. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the cities. The police do not forget crime. They respond, and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund the police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget, 1, cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, by half, to fund the Atlanta City Detention Center, which is overly funded, and reinvest, save money in reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. I think you all should really heed these messages. You are the ones who have to live. Thanks for listening, and just know the world is watching your decisions as we crucial moment in history. God is watching all.
Nikki
Nikki St. John, Fulton County resident. I want to see the police defunded and more money invested in our communities, especially communities of color. We're just sick and tired of the way police are treating us. I understand that Atlanta is better than a lot of other cities, but it's still not right. We just want to be treated like everybody else, and that's it.
Hello, my name is Erin Eastra Thurman, and I'm a resident of Reynoldstown and of District 5. I'm calling to urge you as City Council members to take action after the APD's indefensible killing of Richard Brooks on Friday night. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Solving this is extremely important to me as a staff member of Georgia's State Domestic Violence Coalition, where I manage the statewide Fatality Review Project's homicide database and see firsthand just how often police-involved killings occur with no follow-up or accountability. Racism is a threat to health and safety. We know we can do better than this in Atlanta. I call upon you to pass a fiscal year 2021 budget to defund the police and envision public safety in a new form founded on trust with the communities protected. Specifically, I urge you to take the following steps. First, defund and fully disband the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate resources toward community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. Second, defund and demolish the Atlanta City Detention Center before July 1st, 2020. And third, reinvest saved money in re-entry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. I call upon the City Council and Mayor Bottoms to take these steps and bring justice for Richard Brooks. Thank you very much.
Julio Rodriguez, invest more in the community and take from police funds. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morgan Bedgood. I'm calling because I have concerns about how much money is being allocated to the budget for our police who are abusing many people of color. I would like to make a suggestion if we could have more of that money being devoted to the development of our community. I am someone who lives in the city of Atlanta. That would be great. And if we could devote some of that money that the police department will be getting to more training on a possibly yearly, quarterly, and maybe even monthly basis. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Ronnie Marrow, and I live in the Fulton County area. And I am looking or asking to divest from the Atlanta Police Department and put it where the funds are needed, as far as into the community, as far as into mental health, as far as into our youth, and so forth. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Langer. I am calling because I understand that the council will be discussing the city's budget today, and I am calling to demand that the council decide to divest from the police department and instead invest in other community resources such as education, healthcare, all the other programs that are receiving so much less funding than the police department. I saw a little graphic of how much the police department gets compared to all those other agencies, and it's really, really shocking how out of proportion that is, especially when we think about the police department is tasked to keep people safe, and they've been murdering people in the streets, and yet they get so much money for doing their job very, very poorly. And so this cannot stand, as though the council must decide to divest from the police and then invest in programs that actually help people and actually keep people safe and actually prevent people from having to come into contact with the police in the first place. So I urge you to seize this moment to make the change that is needed, that we are all desperate to see. Please, please, please do not stand by and let people continue to die. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Dunn. I am calling to say that police brutality has gone on too long within our communities, and instead of hiring 200 plus police officers in response, I believe that we should put those funds towards mental health or de-escalation, or try to imagine a new way of dealing with these issues in our communities. So I suggest that and take our hard-earned tax dollars and put them to use that is actually a solution and not just creating more problems. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Brooks, and I'm a resident of Summerhill. And I'm calling in regards to the proposed budget for the fiscal year of 2021. I'm asking that due to excessive policing, funds be distributed from the police department into community-based strategies and social services, which can better serve the people. Let's defund the jail so that it does not continue to put Atlantans at risk of harassment, violence, and death, and reinvest in re-entry programs, low-income housing, and mental health programs and other social services. Thank you.
Hi, this is Joshua McShane calling with Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists of America to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chantini Desai, and I have lived in Atlanta all my life. We need to defund and reallocate the resources associated with APD. We have tried various methods to retrain all of our officers, and nothing's working, obviously. And we need to reallocate those resources towards community-based public safety systems. That's all I got. I don't have anything specific, but defund the police because there are better options that we need to try. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Leonard. I'm an Atlanta resident in Old Fourth Ward. I have a comment regarding allocation of police funding. What struck me the most about the situation with Rayshard Brooks was that if an employee of Wendy's had woken him up, or if any other unarmed person had woken him up, he would have simply moved his car to a parking space and continued to sleep, most likely, and no one would have been harmed. I think what introduced an increased chance of harm to the situation was the presence of a police officer. And I think there are many other situations even less benign, even more benign than this one, in which police are not what's needed. Other solutions could prove much more effective in reducing harm. So I would consider that. I would strongly consider that when considering how to allocate resources for public safety. And I think this is what many people are referring to when they talk about defunding police. It's not about reducing public safety. It's actually about hopefully increasing public safety. And I would encourage the city to consider that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lincoln Lewis, and I'd like to leave a comment regarding the budget hearing today. I am a citizen of Atlanta and have been for 2 years now, and I believe that there is too much of the Atlanta budget going towards police. If we could use some of that budget for social services to handle things in a nonviolent way, I think it would be better for everybody involved. Thanks so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Brittany DeMora, resident of the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling today to ask that we cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50% and defund the Atlanta City Detention Center. It is long overdue, and we really need to reinvest our money in reentry programs and social services, mental health programs, anything for low-income people so we stop the cycle. Thank you very much.
name is Leah Clements, and though I do not live in Atlanta, I work with incarcerated persons in the city of Atlanta. And so every day I feel the impact of over-policing of our communities and a reliance on our violent system of control. And so we need the Atlanta City Council to fund community resources, not policing, by defunding the Atlanta Police Department by 50% and reallocating those funds to pre-arrest diversion, Department of Equity, reentry services, as well as a myriad of other community resources that will lift up people and not tear them down and not put them in cages, but create community. I'm also asking for the City Council to defund and demolish the jail, as you have promised to do in 2019 and have failed to commit to that promise in 2020. We must defund and demolish that jail, not just put $3 million into it, demolish it. No longer have the Atlanta City Detention Center. And to use the task force policy recommendations to make the changes possible for community invigoration in that space. And last, we need justice for the people who have been murdered at the hands of the police. So please reopen investigations of all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess the use of force. And listen to all of these demands that have already been sent to you all from the Black Futurists group, the Georgia NAACP, the Showing Up for Racial Justice.
Hi, my name is Emily Alter, and I'm a resident of Atlanta and a grad student at Emory University. I'm calling because I'm greatly concerned about the proposed increase in funding to the Atlanta Police Department. We should not be giving more money to a public safety system that does not keep us safe and that disproportionately harasses marginalized communities and people of color. Public safety is not created by investing in more police, jails, and courts. True public safety requires fully funded and community-controlled resources. I'm calling to demand that at least half of the money designated to the Atlanta Police Department in this year's proposed budget be reallocated to other areas like affordable housing, social services, transit, education, and other critical public good work. The city and its government should be working to protect people like Rayshard Brooks, not endangering their lives. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Susan McClendon. I was just calling in reference to the proposed budget, and I think it's really important to invest in community supports with public schools, affordable housing, mental health services, etc. And I think that the proposed budget of the police department is so high. I think that needs to be reduced significantly, and those funds allocated towards other community resources. So just wanted to say that. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
Mayor Bottoms of Atlanta City Council, my name is Melissa Camp. I've lived in Georgia for over 20 years. I'm a mother of my 9-year-old son and 6-year-old daughter. My husband has worked at Emory University of Atlanta for almost a decade. I am an Asian adoptee who is reunited with my Korean family. Hence, my adopted family is white and my original family is Asian. But both have been impacted by policing and incarceration. I am adopted because my Korean father was imprisoned before I was born. I didn't meet him until I was 34 years old. When my oldest adopted brother was in high school in the 1980s, he was assaulted and beaten by 3 Florida police officers. My brother was simply standing in line waiting for a concert. The attorneys advised my white adoptive parents that they likely would not win the case if they decided to press charges. Hence, my parents opted to decline taking action. As you can see, policing and incarceration have impacted both of my families. Justice should not be a far-off ideal that one can only dream of, yet never grasp. Yet, true justice will never be realized without courageous actions to transform what justice looks like. You must recognize that the present system causes more harm and pain than healing and protection. Hence, I implore you to defund the police. Now is the time. You had the courage previously to cut the contract with ICE and shut down the detention center. We don't need more investment in policing. We need more investment directly in the people. 9 out of the 13 Minneapolis City Council members have pledged to take steps toward dismantling the police department. Please respond to these tragic and unnecessary murders of Black men and women by following their lead and taking brave and crucial steps toward transforming the system. We need courageous police leadership willing to take actions that may be unpopular among the powers that be, but actions that are clearly what the people you elected to serve and uphold are demanding. Hello, good morning. My name is Lauren Cobb, and I know you all will be voting soon how the $678 million general fund will be used. Please do not increase the budget for the police. We need to invest more into our communities instead of policing them. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tasia Troutman. I am a Atlanta resident currently residing in the Sweet Auburn neighborhood. I'm calling to give a public comment regarding this morning's budget meeting to stand in solidarity with the demands of the people in the streets, to say that we demand that the city of Atlanta defund the Atlanta Police Department and redistribute all of those funds toward crucial social services that can drastically improve the life and well-being of the people of this city. There have been calls from the streets for healthcare improvements, for access to safe, affordable, energy-efficient housing, for expansion of job skills training programs, for an expansion of green infrastructure and other vital pieces to improve this community that could benefit from that police budget. We are defunding the schools and improving funding for the police, and that ain't gonna fly. So please, we're not begging, we're demanding that you defund APD, who has blood on its hands, and invest in the people.
Hi, my name is David Rickless, and I'm a resident of Midtown. I was disturbed to see that the city's budget includes an increase in funding for Atlanta Police Department. Even thousands are marching to demand justice for Black men and women killed by police. In recent decades, many social services have seen their funding shrink while no expense is spared for policing. As a result, police have taken on many responsibilities that they are ill-equipped for. Atlanta should be a leader in reversing that trend and reallocating funding from APD to social programs that make a positive difference in our communities will help that. If we divert that funding to improve the material well-being of Atlanta residents, we will likely find the need for policing is much less than we previously thought. So I'm calling to ask that the budget reallocate funding from Atlanta PD to various social programs that will otherwise see their funding slashed in the coming fiscal year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Palmer, and I live in Boulevard Heights in Grant Park, Atlanta, Georgia, and I would like to see our more tax money go to education. The police don't need any more money right now. They need to figure out how they're going to move forward in a way that is different. And children need good education. Please put our taxes towards that money. And I am an educator myself of young children, and I strongly believe, and all the research says, that childhood is the most important time to develop someone's personality and someone's way of life. Please give towards education. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Allison Kaufman. I am a resident of District 5. And I'm calling because I'm sick and tired of the continued killing of Black folks by police. Atlanta can and must do better, and it is the responsibility of the City Council and the Mayor's office to step up and defend Black life. Please remember, though, that this is the floor. It is a bare minimum that Black folks can live without fear of being killed by police or vigilantes. Once we address this violence and shift money away from the police, we can invest in Black communities and social services so that communities can thrive, not just survive. As the home of the civil rights movement, Atlanta should be leading the way, showing the rest of the country what it looks like to invest in liberation. Given this, we are asking that the 2021 fiscal budget cut funding to the police by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest this money in low-income housing, reproductive and mental health care, re-entry programs, and other services. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Rosita Richmond, and I'm calling because I have a serious problem with the budget, the way it is laid out for the City Council. There's way much money going towards police because I feel like it just perpetuates more brutality. And if you're going to add money to the budget for the police, it certainly shouldn't be the millions of dollars that we're doing. But if we're going to let's put it in more of training, de-escalation training, less brutality, and more empathy training. I'm just sick and tired of this. Defunding the police is something that everybody's running for, and I just feel like our communities are suffering because we're putting more money into brutalizing them, and they're going to add more unruly because the police are unruly. So come on, people, it's time for us to really start to really look at what's going on here. We can't hide it anymore, and so we put you people in office. We voted for you so that you could come in and be the difference. So let's see that difference now, because we are fed up with the way things are going, and at some point, everything's going to come to a screeching halt. Thank you for listening to my words, and I appreciate your time. Please do the right thing and put your money where your mouth is. Thank you.
Good morning. Today is June 16th. It is 8:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. My name is Sharina Obama, and I'm calling for Mayor Bottoms to consider that $217.6 million that will go towards the Atlanta Police Department budget be defunded, and that you may invest more into the communities than policing them. You know, if you spend that budget money more into developing the community and having outreach centers and things of that sort, you'll have a more peaceful city, within the state of Georgia. So please defund the police department. It's horrific. It is nationally known that they are very abusive of power, of people's rights, and it has to come to an end. And the only way to do that is to defund their budget and invest more into your community. Again, my name is Sharina Obama, and I hope that this message is heard, felt, and highly considered. It is time to show representation for your city and to make sure that it is invested into properly for the sake of the youth, for the sake of the generations to come. You have to please consider defunding Atlanta's police department police department budget of $217.6 million.
My name is Anna Theodora. I live in the Old Fourth Ward here in Atlanta. I've seen some unspeakable violence committed by police on protesters, on regular bystanders, on regular civilians on an everyday basis. I think the APD has done some frightfully cruel and unusual things during my tenure here in Atlanta. I would strongly advise us to defund the police and invest in human beings. There are a lot of different and amazing ideas coming out of the advocacy space right now that could require, municipal budget funding, but definitely not to the extent that we have funded, like this insane amount of brutality. Defund the police as soon as possible. I cannot stress this enough. The world is watching Atlanta. You're embarrassing us. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Bottoms. My name is LaShonda Rittenberry. I live in the west side of Atlanta, Georgia, and I am calling because I am under the impression that today you guys are doing a virtual meeting for $217 million that is supposed to be allotted for the Atlanta Police Department. Please, could you please provide some of those funds, not for the police, but for the communities that need it. We need Boys and Girls Club. We need funding into the YMCA. We need funding into after-school enrichment programs. We need the city to be a more welcoming place for our youth, a more helpful place with our police department. We need the police to be a little bit more active in our communities versus policing them violently. Please, I hope that my voice is heard. Thank you very much, and you guys have a great session. Please do not give Atlanta APD that $217 million. That is needed for the community. I mean, a huge chunk of it is needed for the community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shawan Durbin. As a recent college graduate and 4-year resident of the city of Atlanta, I urge that you all reconsider the proposed city budget that is allotting more money to policing Black communities than building and elevating them. There should be no reason why the Atlanta Police Department is to receive $217.6 million and grant and community development, only receiving $313,000. That is unacceptable and is not community-centered. I demand that you divest from Atlanta Police Department and invest into our communities. Invest in our children, their education, their extracurriculars, and their futures. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Joel Harrison. It is 8:59 or 8:49 a.m. Calling just to leave my comments regarding the funding, where the budget money is going, how it should be redirected. This is a call to action. There's a $217 million going into the police funds, but when it comes to our ethics board, when it comes to the review boards, the grants community, public areas, public defenders, city planning, parks and recreation, it's not even a comparison. Put it back in the resources to help people. Put it back in the communities that need it. Stop over-policing.
My name is ANDREA Jordan. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. Cleanse your hands, you sinners, and purify your hearts, you double-minded, James 4:8. The cleansing of one's life must involve both outward deeds and inner thoughts. The word is for your cleansing and my cleansing. Let the sinners be consumed out of the earth. Let the wicked be no more. Bless thou the Lord, O my soul. Praise the Lord. Psalms 104:35. The scripture tells how God feels about sinners and evildoers. Then, Montgomery, when you ask to sin, you ask for death. Them that sin rebuke before all, that others also may fear. 1 Timothy 5:20. Such are to be publicly censored before the church, that others, to remain elders and all believers, may not sin. Many times did he deliver them, but they provoked him with their counsel and were brought low for their iniquities. Psalms 106:4-3. God's anger is kindled when we choose our own counsel and evil doings. Let us ask for Jesus to use us for his glory, to seek in his holy deeds. When leadership reward righteous works or practice justice, look for a reward from God. Thank you and obey Jesus. I want to be used by Christ. Let not sin rule in my mind or my heart or my body. Thank Jesus for this chance to speak for his word. Let his righteous word live in me and in others. Because Christ loves us more than we love ourselves. And we thank him for it.
Hi, this is Lex Solivar. I am a taxpaying citizen in the city of Atlanta, currently residing, born and raised. I would really appreciate, as a taxpaying citizen, if we could defund the police and allocate those funds elsewhere, as far as getting mental health sent out, caseworkers. We don't need to call the police for everything. Let's invest in the people. Let's really put our money where our mouth is, and let's stop acting like this is just a new issue. I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is T. Troutman, and I am here to give a public comment on today's budget meeting. I would like to uplift the 8-2 abolition demands in which the people of Atlanta have uplifted in solidarity with other cities in the country as a complete strategy to abolishing the police in our city and investing in our people. Those demands include 1, defund the police, 2, demilitarize communities, 3, remove police from schools, 4, free the people from the prisons and jails, which this city has promised to do and has not closed that jail, nor is it earmarking funds to defund it. 4, repeal laws that criminalize survival, meaning criminalize drug use, sex work, being poor, and any other thing that causes poor people harm. Invest in community self-governance. Yeah, self-governance. Provide safe housing for everyone, and invest in care, not cops. Please consider these abolitionist demands or escalation will ensue.
The first key
outcome Mayor Bottoms outlines in the budget is a pay raise for police officers, which is extraordinarily inappropriate and undeserving considering a police officer just shot Ray Sharp Brown dead at the Wendy's on University Avenue. Many of us were taught in primary school that bad behavior doesn't deserve praise or reward, and the police department does not deserve a reward, much less funding. Mayor Bottoms talked about her quote-unquote commitment to safety yesterday by wanting to give $5 million for body cameras, when clearly body cameras aren't doing anything and mysteriously keep shutting off during instances of police brutality and police murders, which is very strange. Instead of having $12,115,056 going to the police budget from the general fund and $987,781 from the airport revenue fund, I, a concerned citizen of Atlanta, demand the following changes. Cancel all raises for the police department, since the department has proved themselves undeserving. Cancel the proposed budget increases to the police department from both the general revenue fund and the airport revenue fund, and instead reallocate the funding to the Department of Parks and Rec, whose budget was cut by about $1 million when the Beltline was still being developed, the Department of City Planning, which was cut by $1.65 million, the Department of the Public Defender, which was increased by literally $1. Really? What's the point? The Department of Public Works, which then was cut by $51 million, which I hope is a typo, Grants and Community Development, which is a new department with a budget of only $300,000, and the Board of Ethics. We as citizens of the city of Atlanta are tired of the lip service coming from the office of the mayor when the police are treating the lives of citizens like they're some sort of NPCs in a video game. We're tired of black lives being gambled away to look better for the Democratic Party, and we expect you to do better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Misty Novich, and I'm a citizen of Metro Atlanta. I've lived all over the city almost my whole life. And I'm calling because I would love for you to listen to me about the fiscal year 2021 budget for the city of Atlanta. I'm very upset, as I think are most people, about the police killings of Black citizens, especially in Atlanta. Since we are the home of the civil rights movement, I feel like we should be leading on liberation, not responding to yet another killing of a Black person by the city, by the police in our city. And we know that Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to be protecting them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. And we know racism is a threat to health and safety for Black people. And I believe that we can do better than this, especially in Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta. I love Atlanta, and I believe in Atlanta, and I believe in all of you listening today. I think this is a really great opportunity at this moment in history to reinvest the money from programs that are less likely to work in terms of keeping us safe and helping lifting up communities like the police department and the criminal justice system, reinvesting that money into services that we know are much more helpful at lifting people out of poverty and supporting people with the resources they need, rather than, police forces that have really outlived their usefulness, to use MLK's words. So what we're asking for fiscal year 2021 budget is to, one, cut the budget for APD by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest that money in low-income housing and other social services. Thank you for listening. I really believe in you to make the right decision.
My name is Byron Youngblood, and I just discovered that you're giving a ton of money to the Police Department of Atlanta while giving very little funds to other outreach programs in general that actually deal with the community in a positive way and don't shoot people in the back. I think this is preposterous. I think you should all be ashamed of yourselves if you go through with funding the police department with this huge allocation of money. I do believe police are important, but I believe they need to be better trained, and I think some of that money needs to be placed towards training, needs to be placed towards screening, so you get these psychopaths out of the police force. You need to start holding these fucking accountable. And then you definitely they don't need that much money. So, do your fucking jobs. How about that? But you actually protect the citizens and make life better for your citizens instead of funding fucking police force who stand together and cover each other up when they murder a citizen and fucking turn off their body cameras or hide it or have politicians lie for them. Do your fucking jobs. They're being a bunch of bitches.
Hello, my name is Baylor. I've lived in Folsom County my entire life, and
I want the police defunded, and also this budget should not be going towards extra money towards police into getting more police, and also to giving them better budgets. We don't want any police. There's a call for abolition, and activists have been asking for abolition for a very long time now, and Atlanta City Council and the mayor have been ignoring it. So we want abolition. I want the police defunded, and also we want our city council people to do better. Period.
My name is Makia Pfeiffer. I am calling regarding the City of Atlanta budget and the fact that it was brought to my attention that $218 million of the budget is going toward law enforcement. That's ridiculous, and it's criminal. We need to divest from the Atlanta Police Department, use some of that $218 million to go towards, homelessness. We have an incredibly large homeless population, majority of whom are Black. These are not all drug addicts. These are not all quote-unquote lazy people. These are tax-paying people. These are former veterans who, as many people will say, fought for this country. Give them some dignity. Give them the opportunity to have housing, to have a roof over their head, to get them off of the streets so they can live like humans. Use some of that money towards affordable housing so people can have a roof over their heads. Use some of that money for the development of grocery stores in many Black neighborhoods in the city of Atlanta that are food deserts and don't even have quality grocery stores where people can get quality food, healthy food. Use some of that money towards health and wellness. Use some of that money towards better education, better quality education. Jobs, the list goes on and on. It's criminal for $218 million to be used towards law enforcement when all they will do, all their training tells them, when you see someone who is they deem as a threat, when you see someone who is a quote-unquote public nuisance, arrest them, harass them, kill them. We're not going to stand for it. We demand that we do.
Hi, my name is Carrie Housen, and I've looked at the budget with $200+ million going to the police and very, very, very smaller amounts going to other essential departments. That is wrong. We need to support our community and the people that live in it, not police brutality. Fix this.
Hello, my name is Katie Doyle. I live in Kirkwood, District 6. I'm calling because I'm very upset about police killings of Black people. As the home of the civil rights movement, it is the duty of the people governing the city to create just and liberatory policy instead of you have been complacent and allowed the murder of another Black person to occur. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by police officers. Among the other manifestation of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to health and safety. We know we can do better than this. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not provide crime. They respond, and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in the programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continue to fund the police force to respond to a crime that isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, 2, to fund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and 3, reinvest saved money in reentry programs, low-income housing, mental health programs, and other social services. Thank you for listening. Please know the world is watching your decision at this crucial moment in history.
My name is Kylie Danston Morgan. I'm calling in to state that we need to defund the police. There's no reason why Mayor Bottoms has chosen to increase the budget by $18 million into the Department of Corrections. And it's been proven that there's a 50% recidivism rate here in the state of Georgia. Those funds, as promised, with the decrease and the closing of the Atlanta City Detention Center cages, it just makes, again, no sense that there were promises made and then there's been an increase in the budget. We need everything that was promised in writing. So with that being said, there needs to be a divestment of those funds into the Parks and Recreation, city planning, especially this public defender's office that protects poor, black, and white, and other people of color from unfair bond systems. And then there also needs to be an increase in the grants and community development funds so that we can invest in our communities and improve our communities.
Good morning. My name is Nakia Palmer. I was calling to comment because I would appreciate a deeper dive into the funding of the police in Atlanta, Georgia. I would appreciate it if we could defund the police and reallocate said funds to schools and after-school programs and things that actually help the community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a wonderful day.
My name is Erica Lamberson, and I am a resident of District 1. As a Black woman and a rape survivor, the police do not and have never made me feel safe nor protected. I'm testifying to demand that APD be defunded as a means to abolition and a full overhaul and restructuring of the way we keep our communities safe. Police do not keep our communities safe. They either respond to crime that has already happened or they commit crimes themselves with impunity. They criminalize, terrorize, and attack our communities. Rayshard Brooks should be alive today. If the police were truly there to protect and serve, they would have helped him get home safely or let him walk to his sister's home if he asked. He should not have been criminalized nor arrested in the first place. Police should not have been the organization to call on in this instance. There should be a community-based safety team to ensure just that, safety and not arrest. Denai Pilgrim and Messiah Young should have never been assaulted or traumatized by the police. Yes, the officers have been fired and charged, but that will never take away the injuries and trauma they experienced. Police reforms and training and body cams will never be enough. It is not enough to simply enact rules requiring police to be held accountable for their crimes. They should not be given authority and access to commit them in the first place. I cannot continue to see these murders and assaults by APD happen time and time again, over and over. I demand that you all take action to prevent them from happening in the first place and to reimagine a new society in which police become obsolete. The Atlanta I want to live in supports the community, creates opportunity, invests in education, public housing, makes sure the community is sheltered, fed, and supported financially. This should be a priority as public servants, not protecting and investing in the police. It's time to invest in the people first.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Varner, and I live in Grant Park, southeast Atlanta. And I would just like to propose that we reduce some of the Atlanta Police Department's budget and distribute that money to other departments, and at the same time reduce some of the workload of the police department. I think they're being asked to do a lot of things they shouldn't be asked to do, and it's not doing well. If we can invest more in community development and other community-type projects, I think it's a lot better for our city and get better results. And not spend as much money. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Alonzo Saxton. I'm calling in to demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more into our communities than policing them. I divest the police and invest in the community. Thank you.
My name is Juliana Walker, and I am calling on behalf of Atlanta citizens and asking Mayor Bottoms to invest more in the community than you invest in the police department. So I am asking the mayor on behalf of the Atlanta citizens that you invest more in the community than you invest in the police department. Thank you.
My name is Robert Reardon, and I'm calling to voice my concern that we are increasing funding for the Atlanta police, but we're decreasing funding for the Atlanta public schools. Feels like that is backwards, and that needs to be addressed. We do not need to be increasing funding for all of the riot gear and all of the other stuff that's going into the police while we're defunding the education of our kids. So that really needs to be considered, or else you guys are going to get voted out. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Russell Hondred. I was calling to comment on the upcoming budget. I believe that the police should not get raises. The police budget should not be expanded. The priorities should be on schools, education, healthcare services, not more militant policing. I believe that any settlement should be coming out of police pensions and not city funds. The only way these violent officers are going to learn is if we defund them. Bye.
And I wanted to comment that Mayor Bottoms should not be investing so much money into the police, and she should be investing that much into the communities. There are so many unprivileged families and citizens of Atlanta not have the ability that, let's say, the majority group does. You want to say that is way too much money to be invested into one thing with law enforcement, because he is carrying so much responsibilities and they have committed throughout the course of this week. It's way too much. Please do not donate that. Do not invest into so much money right there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wanda Riley. I'm just calling regarding the budget that's going on today. At this time, is the climate of the country, what's going on right now, we really do need to consider what is funded, and the funding needs to be reallocated definitely for the community. I just wanted to voice my opinion. I hope you listen. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Kelsey McNicholas. I live in Westview, which is zip code 30310. And I'm calling to ask you to defund the police department by 50% for fiscal year 2020 and redistribute that money to social services. The reason is that Atlanta has the ability to be a leader in this country. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Lane, and I live in Druid Hills, Atlanta. I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police killings of Black people across the nation, but especially the ones we have seen most recently in Georgia, particularly Rayshard Brooks, who was killed over the weekend by police. I'm a native Atlantan. I have lived here all my life, and I love my city very much, but I think we can all agree that this is a very serious public health crisis that needs to be handled thoughtfully, and I have some very serious demands to make on this point. As we know, Black communities are traumatized by the repeated murders of Black people by police officers, among so many other manifestations of systemic racism, including injury and harassment by police. Racism is a threat to health and safety, and we know we must do better than this. We are currently living in a time of low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime. If anything, they make crimes worse or cause crimes of their own. We should take this opportunity not to give more funding to the APD, but to slash their budget entirely. Given all of this, I am asking for, in the fiscal year 2021 budget, to cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%. I also would like for the council to consider defunding the Atlanta City Detention Center with the goal of closing it entirely in the near future, and then reinvesting those saved funds in reentry programs, low-income housing, mental health services, education, parks and recreation, and non-armed social services professionals who can help people in crisis. Thank you for listening. Please do the right thing.
Hi, my name is Shanika White, and I'm a constituent of District 3, and I'm calling to ask in light of the excessive use of force and peaceful protesting, as well as various current events, that the council very seriously consider directing funding away from the Atlanta PD, especially as it looks to comprise a third of our budget for this upcoming year. I don't think that a body cam budget is enough, and that this money would better be served in contexts that help boost our communities, like the Department of Planning and Community Development, or Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs, or the Citizens Review Board. And I think especially as we begin to grapple with the deficits stemming from the pandemic, it becomes even more important to prioritize spending in these avenues as opposed to policing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shreya Ben-Yamudi, and I live
a constituent of Atlanta, Georgia. My demands for the fiscal year 21 budget remote listening session includes cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, cancel the proposed $987K raise in airport revenue fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, Public Works, etc. Thank you.
My name is Kay Rashay, and I'm calling to say that you guys need to defund the police and reinvest that money in the community. There is no reason for over $200 million to be invested of taxpayers' money in police that are killing them. No, thank you.
Hi, my name is Courtney Hooks. I'm a certified nurse midwife and nutrition child nurse practitioner. I'm also a resident and homeowner in District 4, Quita Winslow's district. I'm just calling in to state that I do not support this budget as it currently stands. We need to radically reduce the budget for the police. We need to defund the police, and we need to not continue to have this jail open. We need to close it. We also need to start funding our values. That means everyone needs to be well educated, everyone needs to be housed, everyone needs to be well fed. Yesterday, Quita Winslow was, trying to insinuate that our district is a food desert because of Wendy's being burned down. And it doesn't make any sense. Wendy's does not solve our issue of being a food desert. We have enough money, we have great weather to be able to have community gardens on every corner. Me as a midwife, I care about Black people, Black birthing people, Black babies dying, and that's still an issue in our city. We need to be putting money towards having actual solutions for that. We need to make sure that our people, who are homeless have houses to live in. It doesn't make any sense that in this city where there's so many boarded up houses, even on my own block, we're just letting developers have free reign of that instead of having a company like, Habitat for Humanity actually fix those up and get people who are long-term residents, long-term family members that have been in Atlanta into those houses so that they can have stability in this city that's getting more and more expensive each day. I think that the community has the answers. I think that you all need to listen to us. Listening to the session from yesterday, it was very clear you all work for us, so you need to listen to our demands.
Hello, my name is Joshua Cohen. I am a public school teacher here in Atlanta, and I would like to express my support for defunding the police in the coming year. I think we can better spend our money on social programs. I think it's ridiculous that we're cutting $60 million from the APS budget and increasing our police budget. And they've shown so much brutality in the face of the protests in the last couple weeks. And I think we can do better as a city, and that means putting our money into things that are not organizations that are designed to brutalize and arrest our civilians.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Reardon, and I'd like for you to consider not raising the funds for police and keeping our funds for schools. It's very disturbing because the schools have already lost a lot of arts programs, and we need to keep the money where it needs to be with our children, not with the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Luboshiko Lenigwe. I would like you guys to defund the police and divest from the police and invest in the people. The proposed budget gives the police $800 million. That's that's a huge increase. I would like you to defund the police and give the money to the people, to social services, to education, to healthcare, to other services. Thank you.
My name is Tiana Hadley, and I'm asking that the fiscal budget include divestment from the Atlanta Police Department and investment into the community where it can truly serve the public. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joshua Bissig. I'm an active Georgia voter. I live in District 5, zip code 30307. I'm just calling to express my desire for the budget, you think, cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50% at least, to defund the Atlanta City Detention Center and to reinvest money in reentry programs like low-income housing, mental health programs, and other social services like education, jobs, food justice, those sort of things. I think those would be more important and more constructive right now than investing more in the police department. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Michael Bro, and I live in District 6. I'm calling as I'm deeply concerned with the proposed Atlanta City budget, inclusive of an almost 6% increase in police spending. Both as a city and a country, our people have become disgusted by the police killing of black people and the wanton brutality we see the police execute upon our communities day in and day out. The nationwide experiment of over-policing our communities has been run, and the results are clear. Mass incarceration of black and Hispanic people, complete unaccountability for criminal police, and deterioration of low-income and minority neighborhoods under the authoritarian heel of the police. The refrain of reform has proved completely ineffectual. Garrett Rolfe, Rayshard Brooks' killer, has 12 incidents on his file and is still on the streets of Atlanta carrying a deadly weapon. He's undergone a rigorous de-escalation and cultural awareness course. None of this made a difference when he fired 3 shots into Rayshard Brooks' back as he fled. The only answer to the question of how to end police injustices is to take away their funding. The refrain of reform must end today. Given these circumstances, combined with the completely unique organic social movement born in the wake of George Floyd's murder to protest racial injustice, end police brutality, and extrajudicial killings of black people, the city of Atlanta is at a unique position during a period of radical social change. Mayor Bottoms, I've heard you say that Atlanta is a different kind of city. I believe that it is. Let us be an example of a new, different way to protect our community. We can lead the way in ending over-policing of our community. I'm demanding that the insulting general fund budget, which increases police spending in Atlanta, is scrapped today and replaced by a budget cutting police spending in half, and instead investing in crucial programs like low-income housing, reentry programs, public defender spending, programs that protect the most vulnerable in our community rather than criminalizing them. Finally, I'm demanding that you fully defund the Atlanta City Detention Center to a $0 line item in the budget. Despite all the tragedy and mourning we're all experiencing seemingly every day, I remain hopeful that and I know voters will be watching this moment closely to see what kind of city Atlanta wants to be in this crucial moment.
Hello, my name is Sarah Brown, and I live in Canada Park. I'm calling because myself and my family have just been so deeply impacted by the Black Lives Matter movement and also just the killing of black people by police. And we really just feel that it's the duty of the people that govern Atlanta to create policies and to have programs in place that are more supportive of all of the people in the city. We continue to see repeated murders of black people and other sort of ways that systemic racism is showing up. We see it in our schools. There's a proposal now to cut funding from the schools, and the proposed budget as it stands is to increase funding to the police department. But we know that the police are not there to prevent crimes. We know that they do not do de-escalation. Maybe they neutralize. Most often they engage in a way that is aggressive and creating violence. We've been seeing that in the protests. We've been seeing that in the ways that they responded. We see that in the way they responded this past weekend to a person who was in line at a fast food place and was not in a position to be of harm or threat to the police. We are asking that the budget for the police department be cut by 50%. We know that the Atlanta Detention Center is closing. We ask that it be completely defunded and all of that money redirected. We want to reinvest in low-income housing, mental health, social services, education, and healthcare. Thank you.
My name is Ramona Cowell. I'm calling to request that Mayor Bottoms invest more into our communities that are policing them. The current proposed general fund budget allocated $217.6 million to police and only $313,400 into grants and community development. Funds need to be dispersed to target the community problems and support development projects
that encompass all areas of life, including housing, healthcare, mental health, food, the environment, etc., and disparities in these areas. And I'm doing so in supporting these areas that need support for our community. We will see less of a need to police. So please consider this request as it is better in a community aspect and in a whole for everyone. Thank you.
My name is Alex Franco, and I am calling to demand that City Council defund the Atlanta Police Department. It is unconscionable that Mayor Lance Bottoms wants to give a $5,000 raise to police officers when just the other day, the Atlanta Police Department murdered Rayshard Brooks in the Wendy's drive-thru. It is unconscionable and it is unjust for us to continue to give millions of dollars to the police when that money could be better served in our communities, when we could uplift community initiatives, when we could protect community of colors, when we could invest in our health care, we could invest in our schools and our roads. And so I am demanding, along with my fellow citizens, that you give the Atlanta Police Department a budget of $0 for 2021, and that money be redirected into communities of color and into initiatives such as healthcare and education. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ashley Thomas, and I'm calling with a comment. It makes absolutely no sense, a disproportionate amount of funding that is going to policing as opposed to community development. If communities were developed properly, policing wouldn't be so necessary. Policing wouldn't be something that was so authoritarian and out of control. If communities were empowered with their own resources, better education, better employment rates, better conditions, just everything. I've lived in so many different places around Atlanta, and there are so many places that the city is forgetting about until a beltline is mentioned or until gentrification becomes involved. I'm asking, for the sake of my crying children, I'm asking that, for one, money be distributed properly in this city so that we can have a real transformation in Atlanta. The police getting an exponential amount of funding is clearly a problem. Defund the police, reallocate the funds to communities that need it. Thank you.
Emily Roselli. My comment is that I would like the police budget not to be expanded or increased, and I would like to actively redirect funds to more social community welfare as opposed to the police department.
My name is Marissa Hand, and I disagree that the police should get more money. In fact, I think that money should be taken away and given to public safety, education, mental health care, and other things in the community. We've had money taken away from our education for years, so I don't think it's that radical that we would take away money from the police department, and we've seen that it's not working. So I think that for like normal traffic stops, it should be like public safety and, you know, instead of mental health like experts and stuff like that.
This is Gabrielle Jackson, and I am calling in to demand that they reduce the budget for the police. I was on the city call yesterday, and I believe that there should be more going towards the grants and community development. Our communities need more programs. We need people to listen to these individuals. And if you look at the records, you will see that if you put more programs in place and you listen to the community, provide their needs, then you will see the crime rates reduce.
My name is Kate Lamb, and we need to defund the Atlanta Police Department and refund city planning and other departments that have a serious lack of funds. I believe that city planning has less than $1 million when the police has everything, pretty much the whole budget, like 50% or more. So defund Atlanta Chris Garcia, and the city of Atlanta must divest from the Atlanta Police Department and invest in education, mental health, housing, and job training immediately.
Hi, my name is BOONE, and I'm calling to ask the city to defund the police. We have the pre-arrest diversion program, and right now there's no incentive for police to refer people to the pre-arrest diversion. There's only incentives for police to put people in jail to meet their quotas and to get bonuses. And so the police should be defunded for that reason.
Good morning. It's 8:55 a.m. on Tuesday, and my name is Yvette Olweir. I'm an Atlanta resident and have been so for almost 3 decades. My city council representative is Howard Shook. Let me first say that I want to voice my opposition to increased funding of the Atlanta Police Department, and I would hope that the $217.6 million would be allocated to programs that ensure both economic equity and housing stability for Atlanta's Black citizens. I would also like to ask my councilman, Ship, why he did not vote last night. I've listened to the broadcast of the city council meeting until it signed off after 12 midnight. And I was disappointed that Councilman Shook chose not to vote on the resolution put forth by Councilman Bond that would adopt a comprehensive police reform. There was also a second resolution that followed. Both these resolutions are felt heartily by the Black community, and I would like my councilman Shook to publicly state if he is in support of these resolutions, whether or not he is, and if not, there was a pause reminding me that my 2 minutes was almost up. Again, I would like Councilman Shook to tell the Atlanta resident if he is in support of these resolutions. And
hi, my name is Hannah Page, and I live in Atlanta, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about police killings of Black people. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice abolition, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. My call to action is that I believe that we should reinvest much of the saved money, some of the money that was moved from the budget for the APD into reentry programs, low-income housing, education initiatives, early learning programs, school programming, Head Start. I believe that we should defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and we should look at the budget for APD. I'm not sure we should cut it by 50%, but I think we need to cut it and reevaluate every bit of training and background checking that goes into hiring and recruiting the police officers. Thank you for listening, and please know the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in time.
Tanisha Smith, born and raised in Atlanta, looking for opportunities where there's more fair home ownership in gentrified communities, especially the Edgewood, Kirkwood community, where there's an inflation in buying homes, more affordable resources for kids in the neighborhood, to keep them out of trouble, more situations where it can stop the shootings and killings amongst in the community, but more so just provide opportunities for people above the 250% poverty line that they can buy homes. More for programs outside of Habitat for Humanity where people can still live in the city in safe neighborhoods where it's a true mixed income community. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Barnes, and I'm a resident in Atlanta's District 2. I'm calling now to amplify the demands of Black-led organizations and communities that Atlanta must close the detention center now, defund the police now, and reinvest the saved funds into those very communities and into essential evidence-based services for the most vulnerable in our city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Josh, and I'm calling to express concern around the changes in budget where we're decreasing funds for school and increasing funds for the police. I would love to see more money invested back into the community rather than the police department around just improving some of the disparities and bringing about more equality versus just increasing police presence. So, thanks. Bye.
My name is Michael Hollingsworth, and I am calling to demand that Mayor Keisha Bottoms invest more into our communities than policing them. Divest from the Atlanta Police Department and invest into the community.
Hi, my name is Adam Wynn. I live in District 12. I'm a social worker and mental health therapist by profession. I'm calling in solidarity with the protesters and organizers who are responding to the murders of innocent Black lives at the hands of police. And I'm joining in a request for the City Council to cut the Atlanta police budget by 50% and reinvest savings into responses to challenges such as affordable housing, mental health, and substance abuse that are aimed at helping people rather than punishing or criminalizing people. A lot of cities have considered these policies in the last couple of weeks, and I think Atlanta can do the same rather than simply deflecting and saying that it's not possible. We're faced with probably some budget shortages given the economy, given the coronavirus, and of course, I think a lot of mental health professionals are saying that we're anticipating a substance abuse and mental health crisis coming up, and I think the only morally responsible response is to invest in solutions that actually help people rather than punishing them and supporting the prison industrial complex. I appreciate your time, and I hope you'll consider defunding the police for this budget year.
Hello, this is Erica Wilson. I'm calling in regards to the budget that's going to be held virtually today. I'm asking to demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more into the communities than policing them due to all the police brutality that has occurred and all the deaths of all of our African American and Black people. I'm asking that more be put into the community and following more methodology similar to like the Stockholm Mental Health Ambulance Service and Stockholm Violence Reduction Unit, Switzerland's alternative sentencing approach, because right now the police are just killing Black people to where there's no restraint. And I don't think it's training. Training is not the case because I've seen them use restraints when it comes to Caucasian or other or people outside of the African American community. So I'm asking that the police be defunded in the best interest of the community.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Skinner. I'm calling as a citizen of Atlanta to demand a reallocation of our city budget. We've all seen what harm the police is doing for our community. From the murder of Rachel Brooks to the tear gas and shooting of rubber bullets into crowds of peaceful protesters just in the past few weeks, we see the harm they are causing to citizens. I'm not a supporter of abolishing our law enforcement, but it is clear that they deserve far less funding. As a citizen of Atlanta, I demand that you reallocate funding from the police department to departments that truly need more funding, especially education and in the medical field. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Taylor II. I am a resident here at Emory University, and I see the direct effects of police brutality in our community. One of the things that we need to do is invest more inside the things that make our community great, which is our police, which is our rec parks, our city planning, and things to help our community advance. When we advance our community and show that we care about them individually as people, we will see a decrease in crime rate, and that has been proven over several locations when you increase the money allocated to these different areas. When we decrease the police budget, it also encourages them to change behavior as to how they treat our African American males and females and minorities altogether. Please decrease the budget and allocate to more areas that actually improve our people and not just police them. Thank you.
Melissa Greenhouse, I believe that to raise the pay for the police force and not cut their budget would be a blatant disrespect to Rayshard Brooks, Ahmaud Arbery, and the countless others in this city and this country that are being silenced and pushed down by the brutality and abuse of power by the police force. It is true that not all police are bad, but if you are going to judge the protests by the most violent members involved, then we must judge the police force by the most violent and the most racist, and look face to face to realize that this police force is not equipped to protect anybody but themselves, and they continue to use the deadliest force possible when they are doing it. And this occurs when they are on the force as well as when they are off and retired. And they are just out in the community silencing those who are unarmed and non-threatening. We must judge the police by these violent racist cops and recognize that to give any more money to this cause would just be a slap in the face to this city, all the hurt that it has been through, and would not move us further to a better tomorrow whatsoever. I hope that the city council will realize that these funds must be pivoted elsewhere for the time being until the police force, if it should still exist, will prove that it will get rid of all of the members who are violating their power and have these biases that are putting lives in danger, and that they are going to improve their training, lengthen their training time, and will not be giving a gun to the back of a man running away.
Hello, this is Ashley Hodges. Please defund the police as well as your corrections budget to move it toward programming that will help increase the livelihood of your citizens and the people that have elected you. Thank you.
My name is Oya Kali, and I'm calling as a citizen of Atlanta to demand that the city divest from the police department and invest into the community. The city has a proposed budget of $678 million for the general fund, of which a third of that, $217 million, is slated for the Atlanta Police Department. We don't want any more terrorist groups in our community. We want them removed. So I'm calling on all of our city council members to re-examine the budget. The fact that you have only $40 million in Parks and Rec and only $300,000 in grants and community development is no wonder. So many of our people are living in poverty in this city. You all need to do more for these children. Too many children are not completing high school. You're not breaking the cycle of poverty. You're closing down these project housing, and you're not providing any affordable housing for families. You're kicking them out these cities. So I want to see a divestment from the police department and more money invested in community grants and community development programs, more money invested in Parks and Rec and social workers out in the community supporting people, more money in your citizens review board so we're not hiring crooked cops. Matter of fact, we want all terrorists removed from our communities. Again, I'm calling as a concerned citizen about 1/3 of the city's general fund budget going toward police that are committing unjust murder in these streets. So that is the end of my comment.
Greetings to you, council members and staff, and special greetings to you, citizens of Atlanta, paying attention to your government as they craft our budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. In City of Atlanta reports to a multiplicity of government agencies, we tell them that there is a high degree of citizen participation when it comes to how the funds we receive from those agencies are dispersed. So we don't get caught up in challenges to those statements we make under signed oath. It might be wise to get the neighborhood planning system and the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board functional again. We might even go further and be wisely creative by funding a citizen engagement department as other forward-thinking citizens have done. For those of you who cringe when you hear the words, quote, defund police, unquote, you may want to simply interpret those words as a challenge for you to reallocate funds, as you are prone to do. Reallocate funds from militarism to community care and concern. Enough said.
My name is Melissa Rogers, and I really think you need to reassess the money. You've got to help these communities and these people, and you got to divert the money. You got to distribute it in a better way. And putting this much into the police department, it's not working. Please, we consider defunding the police and invest in communities and human lives that are alive and not being killed. Thank you.
My name is Urs Miller, and I am a resident in Kirkwood. And asking the Budget Committee to redirect all funds from APD into other social services. Currently, your justification of APD's budget comes down to raises and the rollout of body camera technology. I think it is a mistake to put so much faith and, more significantly, resources into APD's ability to fix itself. Launching independent review boards, increasing bias trainings, and rolling out body camera technology have all empirically proven ineffective. These types of reform present an inexcusable drain on city resources that would be much better spent on overcoming the racialized income gap. Our city leads the country in income inequality. Moreover, what your frankly unacceptable proposal fails to grasp is that all police, including APD, represent a threat to community safety and not its protection. Therefore, further justifying the budget increase based on pay raises misses the entire point of what the defund movement demands. Over-reliance on an increasingly militarized police force to manage such a vast array of social ills is not only fundamentally nonsensical in high-stakes situations, it is dangerous and too often life-threatening. I am deeply disappointed with the Budget Committee and the mayor's lack of effective action. Now more than ever, as our city braces itself for the sustained economic and public health impact of COVID-19, we need to think critically and creatively about how we might attend to the needs of those in our community most easily made vulnerable. With APD making up 30% of the budget, the city is greatly reducing its ability to positively intervene on the lives of its citizens. I urge you to reconsider the allocation of funding. Short of total dissolution of the APD and creation of immensely better funded social services, public health, education, and community. I urge you to reconsider the allocation of funding. Short of total dissolution of the APD and the creation of immensely better funded social services, public health, education, and housing being the most critical, the city must take the crucial first step towards a safer community.
Hello.
Line unmuted.
Hello, everyone. This is Councilmember Jennifer Ide of the Finance Executive Committee. We're going to take a quick break right now just so that I can provide you an update on how many public comments we have heard and let you know which council members are on the line. We've had a little bit of technical issues, so I'm going to give it a second for a couple people who've gotten knocked off to get back on, and then we'll do a roll call. But to just give an update on where we are, it is Tuesday, June 16th, 2020 at 2:05 p.m., and we are in the middle of the Finance Executive Committee's remote listening session on the fiscal year 2021 budget. The public may listen into the hearings on Channel 26, on Facebook Live, on Twitter, on the City Council homepage, and on YouTube, as well as listening via the conference bridges. We had received this morning 610 comments by the cutoff time, and I will give you a count of where we are on those and how many more we have left in just a minute. Ms. KEMPSON-WRIGHT or Mr. Pace, can one of you all do a quick roll call just so we can touch base with other council members and see who is currently on the line?
Yes. Council President Felicia A. Moore.
I am here.
Councilmember Carla Smith.
I'm here too.
Councilmember Amir Farogi.
Here.
Councilmember Antonio Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Cleta Winslow. Councilmember Natalie Mosley Archibald. Here. Councilmember Howard Kiss.
Aye.
Councilmember J.P. Mazakite.
Here.
Councilmember Dustin Hillis. Councilmember Andrea L. Boone.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet.
Present.
Councilmember Joyce Shepard. Councilmember Michael Julian Bond. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
And Councilmember Andre Dickens.
I'm here.
And Councilmember Winslow is here.
Thank you, Councilmember Winslow. Madam Chair, there are a total of 13 attendees on the line with you at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kempson-Wright. And I do want to clarify that the count was 735 messages that we will be playing today, not the 610. I was just informed that. And Ms. Kempson-Wright, do you have an update on how many messages we've played so far?
Do not at this time. We are using a different system to ensure that we were able to capture everyone's comment. And it's a different playlist. Our IT manager senior is attempting to figure that out with this new system. And as soon as we have that number, we will get it to you.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're 4 hours in, and I think my estimate is we're probably roughly about halfway through. So thank you to all the members of the public that have been listening in on the conference bridges, on watching on Facebook Live, on Twitter. I do want to pause 1 second. Mr. Bond, I believe, was on the line and may have been on mute. So for the roll call, can we go back and call Mr. Bond's name?
Yes. Councilmember Michael Julian Bond.
He may still be on mute, but he just messaged me.
That's fine.
He was on with us, so if we can include him in the roll call.
Yes, that'll be a total of 14 members at this time.
Okay. And I am sure that Councilmember Shepard was with us earlier today. She may just have had to step away for a minute. Well, my estimate is we are about halfway through, so thank you to everybody who has been participating in this process, and we're going to kick it back over and continue our public comment again and again. You can be watching this on Channel 26, Facebook Live, Twitter, and on the City Council homepage, as well as YouTube. So let's continue. Oh, let me see. I got an update. Nope, did not get an update yet. If we get an update on how many more we have left, we can take a pause and let everybody know that. So let's go back to our public comment. If you're listening right now, we took a quick break to give an update on council members participating and do a roll call and to remind people where they could be watching and listening in. We're going to transition back to our public comment in just 1 minute. We've had 4 hours of public comment so far. I anticipate we probably have at least another 4 hours, and we will be back up and running once we launch our system again, where we replay the public comment. So bear with us for a minute or two as we switch back to our other system and get it up and running. I'll also remind people who maybe weren't on this morning that if you want to review the budget document, both the proposed budget and any, see what the schedule has been, of who we've heard from on what schedule so far, it will, all of that is available on the City Council homepage under Finance Executive Committee. There's a budget section there. We are also posting, there was a resolution read in last night with regard to the Atlanta Police Department budget for this year, and there was some other legislation read in regarding public safety practices and approaches, and so all of that will be posted today on the Atlanta City Council website as well. And the meeting at which we will consider the budget, the personnel paper, and the legislation on the Atlanta Police Department's budget will be this Friday, June 19th at 11 a.m. It's when our specially called meeting is. So we'll be at 10 a.m. We'll have our Budget Commission hearing where the Budget Commission approves the revenue part of the budget, and then at 11 a.m. will be when Council does our deliberation and discussion of the budget, the personnel paper, and the legislation on the APD budget. Ms. Kempson might be about ready to kick back off with public comment.
Yes, Madam Chair. We did have a technical difficulty, and we are getting ready to start within the next few seconds.
Okay.
My name is Chelsea Allen, and I live in zip code 30310. And I was just calling to leave a comment and request that we defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources from it. I believe that the APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and attempts to curb violence through increased training has been ineffective. I feel we should dismantle and replace the department that has proven ineffective at carrying out its mandate and is unresponsive to reforms. A plan that should be created for defunding APD and reallocating resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. I also think that we should defund and demolish the jail, and as well as getting justice for the people that APD needs to be accountable for. Officers must be held accountable for killing people, and failing to address the police killings in the past has accumulated distrust in the city of Atlanta's value of Black life. There are several ways where we could reallocate the resources and defund the Atlanta Police Department. But I believe we should create a 5 to 7 year plan, firstly, to dismantle the Atlanta Police Department and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. And that was the comment I was hoping to leave. Thank you.
This message is for the Atlanta City Council and Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. I urge you to...
Good morning. My name is Allison Kaufman. I am a resident of District 5, and I'm calling because I'm sick and tired of the continued killing of Black folks by police. Atlanta can and must do better, and it is the responsibility of the City Council and the Mayor's office to step up and defend Black life. Please remember, though, that this is the floor. It is a bare minimum that Black folks can live without fear of being killed by police or vigilantes. Once we address this violence and shift money away from the police, we can invest in Black communities and social services so that communities can thrive, not just survive. As the home of the civil rights movement, Atlanta should be leading the way, showing the rest of the country what it looks like to invest in liberation. Given this, we are asking that the 2021 fiscal budget cut funding to the police by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest this money in low-income housing, reproductive and mental health care, reentry programs, and other services. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Rosita Richmond, and I'm calling because I have a serious problem with the budget, the way it is laid out for the City Council. There's way much money going towards police because I feel like it just perpetuates more brutality. And if you're going to add money to the budget for the police, you certainly shouldn't use the millions of dollars that we're doing. But if we're going, let's put it in more of better training, de-escalation training, less brutality, and more empathy training. I'm just sick and tired of this. Defunding the police is something that everybody's running for, and I just feel like our communities are suffering because we're putting more money into brutalizing them, and they're going to add more unruly because the police are unruly. So come on, people. It's time for us to really start to really look at what's going on here. We can't hide anymore. And so we put you people in office. We voted for you so that you could come in and be the difference. So let's see that difference now because we are fed up with the way things are going. And at some point, everything's going to come to a screeching halt. Thank you for listening to my words, and I appreciate your time. Please do the right thing and put your money where your mouth is. Thank you.
Good morning. Today is June 16th. It is 8:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. My name is Sharina Zama, and I'm calling for Mayor Bottom to consider that $217.6 million that will go towards the Atlanta Police Department budget be defunded, and that you may invest more into the communities than policing them. You know, if you spend that budget money more into developing the community and having outreach centers and things of that sort, you'll have a more peaceful city, within the state of Georgia. So please, just fund that police department. It's horrific. It is nationally known that they are very abusive of power, of people's rights, and it has to come to an end. And the only way to do that is to defund their budget and invest more into your community. Again, my name is Sharina Zama, and I hope that this message is heard, felt, and highly considered. It is time to show representation for your city and to make sure that it is invested into properly for the sake of the youth, for the sake of the generations to come. You have to please consider defunding Atlanta's police department police department budget of $217.6 million.
My name is Anna Theodore. I live in the old Fourth Ward here in Atlanta. I've seen some unspeakable violence committed by police on protesters, on regular bystanders, on regular civilians on an everyday basis. I think the APD has done some frightfully cruel and unusual things during my tenure here in Atlanta. I would strongly advise us to defund the police and invest in human beings. There are a lot of different and amazing ideas coming out of the advocacy space right now that could require, municipal budget funding, but definitely not to the extent that we have funded like this insane amount of brutality. Defund the police as soon as possible. I cannot stress this enough. The world is watching Atlanta. You're embarrassing us. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Bottoms. My name is LaShonda Rittenberry. I live in the west side of Atlanta, Georgia, and I am calling because I am under the impression that today you guys are doing a virtual meeting for $217 million that is supposed to be allotted for the Atlanta Police Department. Please, could you please provide some of those funds, not for the police, but for the communities that need it. We need Boys and Girls Clubs. We need funding into the YMCA. We need funding into after-school enrichment programs. We need the city to be a more welcoming place for our youth, a more helpful place with our police department. We need the police to be a little bit more active in our communities versus policing them violently. Please, I hope that my voice is heard. Thank you very much, and you guys have a great session. Please do not give Atlanta ATD that $217 million. That is needed for the community. And a huge chunk of it is needed for the community. Thank you.
My name is Tiana Hadley, and I'm asking that the fiscal budget include divestment from the Atlanta Police Department and investment into the community where it can truly serve the public. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joshua Bisig. I'm an active Georgia voter. I live in District 5, zip code 30307. I'm just calling to express my desire for the budget. You think up the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50% at least, to defund the Atlanta City Detention Center and to reinvest money in re-entry programs like low-income housing, mental health programs, and other social services like education, jobs, food justice, those sort of things. I think those would be more important and more constructive right now than investing more in the police department. Thank you so much.
Yanajaha Lone Wolf. I am calling because I am encouraging, please, 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 for the city council and for the mayor to divest from the police department. The budget that is on the line is just way too much. $217.6 million and only $313.
My name is Reggie Rodriguez. I would like to divest the Atlanta Police Department. I feel like all that funds shouldn't be going to just the police department. Like, I think everybody deserves the same equal amount of funding. And we need to, it's just, that's not right. Like, that stuff should be, like, given to the people. Like, the safety of the public, like, roads, education. Like, we should do this for the future, like, for the kids. Like, come on. Like, they're going to be the ones later on, like, trying to change something in our society. Don't you want, like, the future to be in better hands? Other than, like, police? Like, I just don't understand. Like, that saddens me. It breaks my heart. I can't believe, like, people, like, our leaders are, like, the ones deciding, like, where that money should go. And it's, like, coming from hardworking Americans. That's it.
My name is Bernie Killingsworth, and I want to request that y'all give a lot more money to the communities than the proposed $217.6 million right now, because if you keep investing in police as much as you do and you don't invest in the community, the need for policing will remain. But if you invest in the community, the need for policing will go down. So let's shift the order and put at least half of that budget of the $678 million, or even more than that, towards communities, so that communities can be rebuilt and improved, and less policing will be necessary. And instead invest in community policing and invest in health care for people, and mental health care for people, and education for people, so that everybody gets the same opportunities. Thank you.
Keisha Dorn, I am in support of defunding the police.
Geronimo Key. We need to divest the money that's invested in the police department for this year into our black communities. The people who've been struck, these restaurants and businesses that have been struggling from coronavirus, the homeless people downtown.
My name is Kathy Predovitz, and I am sick and tired of all my tax dollars going to the police department when they are not protecting and serving equally. So I demand change and reform.
My name is Dominic Maschler.
Bachelor, and I live in the Westview neighborhood in District 10. Last Wednesday, I contacted every city council member via email expressing my concerns about Mayor Bottom's proposed budget. Addressing the $12.1 million increase in police funding, I stated that we need to recenter our priorities and recognize that we can't solve all our problems with a stronger arm. Our police need a narrower focus, which does not task them with jobs better suited for social workers or other specialists. Last Thursday, 2 council members responded to my message. Council members Ide and Faroki, I would like to publicly thank you both for taking the time to answer. I know your time is precious, so I appreciate your attention. In their messages, the council members reiterated the mayor's stance that this budget increase simply reflects the pay raise granted to the APD last year and helps to guarantee Atlanta is competitive in securing the best candidates for its force. Last Friday, 2 police officers approached Rayshard Brooks sleeping in his car, and 20 minutes later, he was bleeding to death. I am not omniscient, but I feel certain that a 5.9% increase would not have prevented Rayshard's death. That was last week. This week, we are no longer listening to soft-spoken assurances that this budget is nothing to worry about. This budget is the status quo plus a cost of living adjustment. Aside from the raise given to officers, no other considerations have been made. The status quo killed a father on Friday. He was not the first, and without significant changes to how we police the city, he will not be the last. I call on the City Council to remind the world why Atlanta is the cradle of the civil rights movement. To bend the arc of the moral universe towards justice, we must pull. I call on you to pull with the people in the streets and begin defunding the Atlanta police. Thank you for your time.
I am calling to demand more funds for communities and to put the police on hold.
My name is Chelsea Allen, and I live in zip code 30310. And I was just calling to leave a comment and request that we defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources from it. I believe that the APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and attempts to curb violence through increased training have been ineffective. I feel we should dismantle and replace the department that is proven ineffective at carrying out its mandate and is unresponsive to reform. A plan that should be created for defunding APD and reallocating resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. I also think that we should defund and demolish the jail, and as well as getting justice for the people that APD needs to be accountable for. Officers must be held accountable for killing people, and failing to address the police killings in the past has accumulated distrust in the city of Atlanta's value of Black life. There are several ways where we could reallocate the resources and defund the Atlanta Police Department. But I believe we should create a 5 to 7 year plan, firstly, to dismantle the Atlanta Police Department and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. And that was the comment I was hoping to leave. Thank you.
My name is Melissa Rogers, and I really think you need to reassess the money. You've got to help these communities and these people, and you got to divert money. You got to distribute it in a better way. And putting this much into the police department, it's not working. Please reconsider defunding the police and invest in communities and human lives that are alive and not being killed. Thank you.
This is Dr. Dwayne Meadows along with Shonda Walker-Walls, and we're calling to say that we demand that the $217.6 million that's going to be divested from the police department and invested into the community in Atlanta. We believe that $217.6 million does not reflect the needs, wants, and desires of the Black community, especially in light of the state of police violence. We're looking to defund the police and to change to a more community-based modality of policing. We demand this. And we'll accept nothing less. Thank you.
My name is Swanti Samarakodi. I want to
demand that we, the people of Atlanta, demand guidance from the Atlanta Police Department and to invest into the community of Atlanta, please. Please decrease the budget for the police department and invest more in the community so that so much of this gets resolved. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Lanisha Gilmore. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to demand that Mayor Bottoms and the City Council invest more into our communities and that we divest the budget for the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
My name is Alex Francis. I live in District 3, and I'm demanding that the Atlanta City Council defund the Atlanta PD significantly and redistribute those funds to true public service programs such as public health care, public housing, public maintenance of our roads, our parks, sustainability programs, and especially public health care. So I have lived in a lot of different places. Atlanta is my favorite city, and we need to invest in the community because that community is what makes us great. Thank you.
Hello, this is Janice Serrano. I'm a constituent in the Atlanta area, and I had a question about the Atlanta budget that is listed for the 2021 fiscal year. I think it's unreasonable that our budget for our police department is $216.6 million, and I don't want my tax dollars to be allocated into a system or a foundation that does not support or me or other people in the community. I was wondering if it's possible for that money to be allocated properly to the health facilities or more allocated jobs that fit the police department's description. You shouldn't be able to call the police for any myriad of options where there could be other options that this money could go into. I am worried as a constituent. I am also worried as a student and as just a citizen of Georgia, and I would greatly like for this money to go elsewhere into other funding. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Burnett, and I live in Southwest Atlanta, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police killings of Black citizens. You know, as the home of the civil rights movement, as a city that calls itself too busy to hate, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reform, and not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism, point blank, is a threat to health and safety, and we know we can do better than this in Atlanta. In fact, we're living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city, and the police do not prevent crime. They respond and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crimes by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that simply isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal 2021 budget, 1, cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, 2, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and 3, reinvest that saved money into re-entry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. I'm actually graduating from Georgia Tech with a degree in city and regional planning, and I would love if we paid, as much attention to anti-gentrification and displacement efforts as we did to criminalizing Black communities in our city. We would see far better results if we invested in people and communities and not in the police. So thank you for listening, and please know that the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Christina Austin, and I am a lifelong Atlanta area resident, born and raised in Fulton County. And I'm calling to urge you to significantly reconsider your position on the APD budget. I believe that this is one of the biggest ways that we can make a positive change for our city. We need to pause the funding on them until we can really address some of the systemic issues in our society, the things that are allowing them to create wealth for themselves by taking pensions, even if they've been accused of police brutality. I think there are a lot of things that we need to re-examine. We need to start arming the police to be used as a weapon against their own people. They are too militarized. They've proven themselves as a threat to public safety and not defenders of it. A complete overhaul of policing is needed countrywide. I know that Mayor Bottoms has defended the competitive pay for APD officers, but I strongly urge you to reconsider financially rewarding officers who are more often than not sentenced to single bug. I really wish that we would take that money and we would invest it instead in the communities that they target. I know that you're receiving a lot of feedback about the same issue, and I know that there are many other changes, especially the policy that needs to be made, but I think we can start by not giving them so many resources so that we can curtail their overreach and their effect on our city. Please, I urge you to listen to citizens' concerns and reconsider the way that we are funding our city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Thalia Garofalidis, and I would like to call to urge the council to defund the police immediately. There's no excuse not to. There's overwhelming public demand to defund the police. And yeah, that's just it. Please do it. Please do it now. We really need it.
Hello, my name is Genevieve Kennedy, and I'm an Atlanta native and also a graduate of Georgia Institute of Technology. I wanted to make my opinion heard about the increase in the APD budget by, I believe it's a couple $1 million. I really want to urge the Congress people and the senators to reconsider this increase, as we are seeing an inordinate amount of violence that is unacceptable on the people of Atlanta. And I would encourage that money to be invested in other sectors of Atlanta, as we also have a lot of other concerns, such as the population of homeless people and the violence that is done unto our trans community, our queer community, our Black community. I would really like to see more investments into social work and education, as I think that those are the ways to ensure safety in a long-term effect, as we are able to provide for our society in such a way that allows the enrichment of our people, both those who work in the force and out of that force. I think that this increase in budget should be put somewhere else, and that in more investments into the police, especially in a time where we've seen an increase of misconduct, is not wise and not fair to the people of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Buxton, and I'm calling because I love Atlanta, and what makes Atlanta great are its people. Please do your part to protect residents of Atlanta by defunding the police and closing the Atlanta City Detention Center. As we've seen time and again, police do not make communities safer. Listen to Black organizations and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also urge you to please adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs. Also adopt the demands of Black community organizations for moratoriums on evictions, rent and mortgage payments, and a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate and emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Please make sure people's needs are met and that they're protected. This is vital for Atlanta to be a city that people love to visit and live in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nick Hanshi. I live in Grant Park. I'm calling to request that we cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, cancel the proposed $987,000 raise to the Airport Revenue Fund for Atlanta Police Services, and reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, and Public Works. Thanks.
Melissa McGrath. I'm calling to issue the statement that I believe we need to reallocate funding from the police to other areas of necessity, i.e. Mental health organizations, Medicaid, foster homes, homelessness, any one of those various groups, organizations that help people
with mental health issues, help people who are homeless, help people of the poorer communities. And I think that if we invest in that portion of our society, it's going to ultimately make much better use of those funds than just feeding them into the police, who have a systematic brutality system that is clearly not helping things remain in order or equal. So I am saying this is the voice of so many other people who I've talked to, and so many other people who are available and ready to do whatever it takes to see the defunding of police and the reallocation of these funds to other organizations. And that's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Rodriguez. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I'd like to make a request for the Atlanta City Council to divert funds from law enforcement, from the law enforcement budget, to more crucial and effective community programs addressing education, community development, social services, healthcare. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, Erica Miranda. I'm calling about the preposterous proposed police budget of $262 million in 2021, as well as the hiring of 229 additional cops. I think that this needs to be reallocated to different organizations in our city: public health, education. We need to address our issues in homelessness and the infrastructure of the jail system. There's going to be too much money spent in the wrong direction if we continue on this path. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Alexandra Rodriguez. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I just want to make a request to divert unnecessary funding from the Atlanta Police Department to Atlanta Public Schools. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Lina Vargas, and I live in Grand Park, and I'd like to submit my comment for the meeting. I would like for the budget for the police to be decreased so that we can spend more money, reallocate those funds for social services. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Casey Chow. I'm calling to express my concern over the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget. The exorbitant and unnecessary proposed budget for law enforcement will only serve to exacerbate the racial and social injustices we see in our city. Will most certainly contribute to the deaths of more Black people in our community, and will do nothing to decrease crime, and will not make our community safer. It is impossible to deny the disproportionate negative impact of policing on Black people. What is the ultimate mission of law enforcement, or rather, what should be the ultimate mission of law enforcement and policing? It is not filling our streets with more severely undertrained police officers, but rather creating an actually safer community. Funds should be diverted to more critical and effective programs and departments that have a direct correlation to creating safer communities and resulting in less crime. Focus on education, community development, healthcare, including and especially mental health and rehabilitation, and social services. We should not be asking police officers to serve as therapists, behavioral health professionals, mental health crisis specialists, EMTs, social workers, sexual assault specialists, child advocates, conflict negotiators, record keepers, and traffic safety experts on top of their duties as a public safety officer. These other service providers should be the ones called upon in cases of emergency, depending on the type of emergency. In the very rare instances that one actually needs a public safety officer, such instances would be markedly fewer and can be served adequately by a significant. If you truly wish to create a safer Atlanta, please divert funding from policing to education, community development, healthcare, and social services.
Hi, my name is Mira Bell. I'm calling to urge the council to reject the current budget and amend the budget to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate resources to community-based organizations that will be more effective at allocating equitable justice. Also defund and get rid of the city jail. And also to provide money for the
additional research into police killings that have happened throughout the city. I urge you to reconsider the budget and make a decision that'll benefit all the city members of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Rodriguez. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I would like to request that the funds for Atlanta, for the Atlanta Police Department to be diverted to crucial and effective community programs addressing education, community development, social services, healthcare. But I do feel like those funds to the Atlanta Police Department need to be diverted elsewhere. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Chase Halsey. I'm calling with the Metro's Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. It is your responsibility as the City Council to protect and support your citizens in this time.
Hi, this is Councilmember Jennifer I. We're going to take a quick pause. As many of you all may have noticed, when we stopped after our last break, the messages didn't get queued back up to the right place, and we've been playing some reruns. We've been trying to figure out how to do that, and I was just told by our technical team that we need to take a break in order to rewind and get back on track. So that's what we're doing right now, is letting our technical team back our messages up and get us back to where we were before we took the break around 10 past 2. So if you'll just give us just a minute, we will be able to get back on that so we don't have to listen to the repeat messages and get back up to speed. So I will remind people who are listening, in the meantime, if you want to see all of the materials on the fiscal year 2021 budget that runs from July 1 of 2020 to June 30th of 2022, you can go to the Atlanta City Council website page, which is citycouncil.atlantagA.gov, and go to the Standing Committees tab, and then go to Finance Executive Committee, and there's a tab that says Fiscal Year 2021 Proposed Budget, and under that you can see what the full schedule was for the budget process. You can see the departmental budget hearing presentations, the report on the fiscal condition of the city, and at some point later today, I believe that we'll be adding any budget-related legislation that has been submitted in the last our session Monday, or yesterday, so you can see what's going on there. But again, that's citycouncil.atlantagA.gov, and go to Standing Committees, go to Finance Executive Committee, and then Fiscal Year 2021 Proposed Budget, and you can find all of the budget materials there. I'll also give people a sort of a reminder of where we are in the budget process while we're waiting to get back up and standing. Last night at our regularly scheduled Atlanta City Council meeting, we substituted our personnel paper, and that's the paper that goes through what the headcount in each department is for the city, and we substituted that, so that should be final now. We didn't vote on it because we'll vote on it Friday with the budget, and that did have the transfer that the mayor has talked about of the vast majority of, it was 198 positions that were moved out of the Department of Corrections to constituent services as we begin the transition away from operating the Atlanta jail. So there are three papers that go when we pass the budget. One is the budget millage rate paper. We passed that last night, and it was the same millage rate that we had last year. And then the other two papers for the budget are the proposed budget and the personnel paper, and both of those will refer to the specially called meeting that will be held this coming Friday, June 19th, 2020. At 10 a.m. will be the budget commission that meets to approve the fiscal year 2021 anticipations. Those are our revenue numbers. And then 11 o'clock will be the specially called full council remote meeting where we will adopt the fiscal year 2021 budget, adopt the fiscal year 2021 personnel ordinance, and consider the resolution that was read in last night with regard to the Atlanta Police Department budget. So those are the next steps. And assuming that that is passed this Friday, June 19th, there's a 10-day window in which Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms will either approve or veto the adopted ordinances. And we just need another few minutes in order to get our voicemails queued back up to where they were so that we don't have to repeat any of the messages like we have been doing for the last 15 minutes or so. So if you're dialed in on the phone line and you're wondering why you're not hearing anything, we are taking a small technical break to get our messages queued back up to where they were before we took our roll call break at about 2:10. We just need a break to get those queued back up to the right place so we don't have to keep repeating them. If you're listening on the phone line, you can also dial in to channel 26 or the citycouncil.atlantagA.gov website, YouTube, Facebook Live, or Twitter to watch online. My apologies that this is taking a minute for us to get back to where we were before our roll call break. Again, if you're online or on the conference bridge and wondering why you're not hearing anything, and this is Councilmember Jennifer I, the chair of the Finance Executive Committee, we took a short break in our listening session that began at 10 a.m. this morning, and around 5 or 10 past 2 p.m. after 4 hours of public comment, we took a break to provide the dial-in information and where you could view it, as well as do a roll call to check in with members of City Council and see who was online. And when we did that and went back to the public comment, we didn't get it queued back to the right place, so we've been playing a few repeat comments, and we are now taking a pause to try to get the tape queued back to where we had been when we took the break at 2:10. So apologies for the inconvenience of hearing the repeat messages and of having to wait right now. But we are trying to get it back to where we originally were. I'm going to repeat the information for people who may not have heard it. If you want to see more information about the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget or the process, all of that information is on the Atlanta City Council website, which is citycouncil.atlantanga.gov. you go to the Standing Committees page, to the Finance Executive Committee, under that, and then the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget. Under there, you can find the proposed budget itself. You can see the budget department briefing schedule, which is part of the budget process. We have a briefing from each department. Within the city, you can see all of the materials that were presented if you want an update on what the department's accomplished in the past year and what they hope to accomplish in the coming year, as well as any changes to their budgets. And you can also, we will be posting legislation related to the budget or to public safety on the Atlanta City Council website. I'll also repeat, just in case anybody missed it, what the remaining schedule is, that we have Friday, June 19th, this Friday at 10 a.m. the Budget Commission will meet to approve the fiscal year 2021 anticipations, which are our revenues, and then at 11 o'clock we will have a specially called full council remote meeting to consider the adoption of the fiscal year 21 budget, the fiscal year 21 personnel ordinance, which is the paper that lays out how many positions are funded throughout the city, as well as a piece of legislation that was read in last night that addresses the Atlanta Police Department's budget. And those three items will be considered on Friday at the remote budget hearing. The information about that meeting, the notice, can be found on the City Council website. So I'm going to check back in with our technical team and see if we are about ready to get this meeting back up and running. Thank you for bearing with us as we try to resolve this technical issue. I think we need just about 3 or 4 more minutes to do that. This meeting will be archived and available on Channel 26 if you missed any of it today, as well as on our Facebook page. And the legislation that that has been introduced recently regarding either the budget or public safety related matters that will be going up on our website. These are from the meeting last night. Was the resolution to create the Public Safety and Community Support Restricted Fund, a request to the General Assembly to enact a Hate Crimes Act, a resolution to find a location within the City of Atlanta for a Black Lives Matter mural, a resolution to expand the Citizen Review Board, a resolution to adopt 8 Can't Wait and address the use of force, a resolution to ban tear gas and a prohibition on military-style vehicles, a resolution on APD policy reforms, a resolution to amend the code to decriminalize victimless minor offenses, and all of that you can find on the City Council website. Also, I have been said it a few times that we have a specially called meeting this coming Friday, June 19th, to adopt the budget. Council will meet again next week. The schedule for next week, where some of the items that I just read will be considered, is Public Safety Legal Administration meets Monday, that's June 22nd at 2 p.m. Many of the items I just read were referred to public safety. City Utilities meets Tuesday, the 23rd at 10 a.m. Community Development Human Services meets Tuesday at 1:30 p.m. Transportation, Wednesday, the 24th at 9:30 a.m. Finance Executive meets Wednesday, June 24th at 1:30 p.m. And then the Committee on Council and Zoning are heard on the same day during our Committee of the Whole at the City Council full meeting, and that is Monday, July 6th at 1 p.m. So many of the items that were read in last night that I just described to you will be heard at committee next week, and then will be voted on at our full council meeting on July 6th at 1 p.m. So we appreciate all the engagement. We've had historic numbers for participating in the budget process this year. Even while we are remote, in fact, we've probably had much more community engagement in these virtual meetings. So I do appreciate your patience while we work through this. This is a good problem to have, that we have had so many people calling in to express their opinions that it just takes a little bit more on the technology side to keep up with all of that. So we are getting very close to being able to get up and running again on hearing your comments on the fiscal year 21 budget. All right, I believe that we are ready. And so thank you again for your patience. Thank you for our technical team for being able to get us back and running. And we are going to start now with the comments that would have come directly after the last comment made before our break that we took at around 2:10 p.m. Today. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our technical team to launch back into our public comment. Thank you.
My name is Melissa Rogers, and I really think you need to reassess the money. You've got to help these communities and these people, and you got to divert the money. You got to distribute it in a better way than putting this much into the police department. It's not working. Please reconsider defunding the police and invest in communities and human lives that are alive and not being killed. Thank you.
My name is Ernst Miller, and I am a resident in Kirkwood. I am asking the Budget Committee to redirect all funds from APD into other social services. Currently, your justification of APD's budget comes down to raises and the rollout of body camera technology. I think it is a mistake to put so much faith and, more significantly, resources into APD's ability to fix itself. Launching independent review boards, increasing bias trainings, and rolling out body camera technology have all empirically proven ineffective. These types of reform present an inexcusable drain on city resources that would be much better spent on overcoming the racialized income gap, the country, and income inequality. Moreover, what your frankly unacceptable proposal fails to grasp is that all police, including APD, represent a threat to community on its protection. Therefore, further justifying the budget increase based on pay raises misses the entire point of what the defund movement demands. Over-reliance on an increasingly militarized police force to manage such a vast array of social ills is not only fundamentally nonsensical in high-stakes situations, it is dangerous and too often life-threatening. I am deeply disappointed with the Budget Committee and the Mayor's lack of effective action. Now more than ever, as our city braces itself for the sustained economic and public health impact of COVID-19, we need to think critically and creatively about how we might attend to the needs of those in our community most easily made vulnerable. With APD making up 30% of the budget, the city is greatly reducing its ability to positively intervene on the lives of its citizens. I urge you to reconsider the allocation of funding. Short of total dissolution of the APD and creation of immensely better funded social services, public health, education, and community. I urge you to reconsider the allocation of funding. Short of total dissolution of the APD and the creation of immensely better funded social services, public health, education, and housing being the most critical, the city must take the crucial first step towards a safer community.
Hello, my name is Daniel Schultz. I'm a resident of the Metro Atlanta area, and I would like to advocate for the reallocation of the city funding to education services and away from police funding, as I believe that there is an abundance of resources allocated to a department which ends up misusing such funds, and that those funds could be reallocated, as we said before, to education and other necessary industries which are currently struggling due to budget cuts on national and state levels as well as local levels. And this would really allow our community to flourish in the sense that we could educate the young and create a more robust, understanding, and educated populace. Thank you so much.
My name is Madrick Lewis Smith. My comment, I would like to know if there is budgeted programs and housing for Atlanta's homeless. Also, I have a second comment regarding the paving of the roads in the southwest Atlanta area, such as Cascade Road, Campbellton Road, Avon Avenue, Bluefield Drive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack Kane. I'm an Atlanta City resident. I want to call to ask, or rather demand, that the police budget be cut, ideally be funded, and that if they are going to continue to be funded and protests are going to continue, and they will continue, I would like to see them actually do their jobs and direct traffic away from protests and protect the citizens which they are sworn to protect and serve. Many times there have been issues with people trying to drive through protests, and cops have watched idly by. So it would be good if the cops could do their job a little bit while we try and get them to do their job. So appreciate you listening, and have a great day. Please defund the police.
My name is Jan Carney, and I live in East Atlanta Village, and I am calling today to ask you to cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, to cancel the proposed raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, to cancel the proposed raise in the Airport Revenue Fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and to reallocate all those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, Public Works, etc. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Waitman,
and I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I want to encourage you to give our police officers a raise in this fiscal year. They are risking their lives and being attacked by violent protesters and rioters, and they are doing, for the most part, an excellent job, and they really deserve to be honored, appreciated, and paid well. Police officers around the country are threatening to quit because of the craziness, and that would be a disaster for our city. So I hope that you will fully fund the police department and give those officers a raise. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Lucas Irvin, and I am an Atlanta public school teacher calling on behalf of Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists. I'm calling to, along with, hello, my name is Lucas Irvin. I am an Atlanta public school teacher calling with Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists, calling to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and to defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and to reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of the Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic.
Hi, my name is Jonah Block-Johnson. I'm calling because I'm deeply concerned about the budget that's been proposed for the coming fiscal year. I think it's wonderful that Atlanta has so many services to help all Atlantans live their best lives. But the idea that money is being taken away from many of those services and the city agencies that oversee them, like the Office of Human Services, the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and the Office of Contract Compliance, and instead being given to increase the funding for the police department is really upsetting. I don't know why the City Council is choosing such an antagonistic approach to relating to its own citizens. I think if you want to improve people's qualities of life, you take a lot of that money that you would spend on the police and put it instead into programs that help people build better lives. You, the City Council, can save people's lives by doing this. That is all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dale Jakes. I live off of Memorial Drive in Atlanta. Just wanted to express my concern for the behavior of the police over the last few weeks, and I feel like we're not being served by these people who are put in position of power to protect us, and I think it's reprehensible to expand their budget further and further while giving them less and less accountability. It would mean so much to me and all of my loved ones if we found some sort of way to address that didn't involve giving them money, and maybe we could redirect that towards education. Thanks so much for your time. Have a good day. Bye.
Hello, my name is Brandon Partridge, and I am an Atlanta resident. I'm calling to express my support for defunding the police department budget and routing that money towards other woefully underfunded departments such as Public Works, Atlanta Citizens Review Board, Grants, and Community Development. There are many city departments that seem to be struggling, yet the priority of the city leadership is reflected here in this proposed budget more than in press conferences and posts on social media or anywhere else. Under the operating budget highlights of the Department of Police Services, I see tens of millions of dollars on lines labeled other personnel costs and other financing uses. It makes me wonder what these lines mean. It makes me think about costs such as settlements doled out to victims of police abuse. Where does that money come from? Maybe one of these other categories. Americans now have seen abundant evidence of police brutality and have yet to see the kind of response that would allay our suspicions and fears. We are afraid, and we have every right to be. We expected to believe that a fraternal organization that shields itself with codes of silence will ever speak up and hold itself accountable. I mean, you want to give them more money, even though they have no intention of being transparent to the public. A raise typically is earned when you see results. We have not seen these results. The police have enjoyed and continue to enjoy an immunity from the repercussions of their own actions that is wholly counterintuitive to the ideals of justice and freedom. And who can be free when citizens are constantly bombarded with blow after blow and told that they can't hit back? The police habitually treat people like they're cattle. In reality, we are their clients. If you seek the trust...
Hi, my name is Brandon Muller. I am a citizen of Atlanta. I live in Grant Park. And I was calling to urge you to defund the police budget. What we are facing is just the insane amount of police brutality and excessive force, and something needs to change, and it has to start with the budget. A budget is a moral document, and right now what it's saying to the people of Atlanta is that you do not believe in the people, you believe in the police. That's what it's saying to us, and that's the message that you are sending. You need to ban tear gas.
Raised in the city of Atlanta. I am calling with the intent of leaving a comment on the proposed budget for next year. What stands out as particularly concerning to me is the amount of money that is going to police services and the Department of Corrections in a time like right now where all over the country, but also all over the world, we're talking about police brutality against Black people and over policing and over criminalization. It is very concerning that 35% of our general fund would be going to police and the Department of Corrections, specifically when there is very little money going to public defenders and to community development. So I would ask that a substantial amount of the money that's going to police I would ask that it be given to public defenders instead and contributed to community development. People are dying. Black people especially are dying. And in a city where we pride ourselves on being a sacred city for Black people, as someone recently said, if we're going to pride ourselves on that, we need to do better, and we need to do things that would uplift the Black community rather than result in them being dead. And police reform simply won't get us there. When you look at a city like Minneapolis, where they had a lot of the police reforms, you still have Black people being killed by police officers.
I would like to see Atlanta follow the same model that LA has declared that they're going to be following. If it's a non-violent offense, then send social workers, send therapists, send trained mediators. If my neighbor has loud music and they won't turn it down, anyone can handle this. It doesn't need to be a police officer. If they won't respond to a polite request, then they can be fined. We don't need someone showing up with a gun who may possibly escalate the situation. Police also need to be trained in de-escalation, as is done in every school that I've ever taught at. If someone wants to run away, you know how to find them later. Let them go off, burn off the adrenaline, come back later and discuss things. These are all problems that we have solutions for. We have the solutions here in our community, and we can continue to grow in the path and make Atlanta greater. Thank you. My name is Stacy Kohler.
Hi, my name is Marissa Hanna, and I am calling to ask that we, in the meeting tomorrow, I know you're meeting for the Finance Committee is meeting to determine the budget for Atlanta for 2021, and I am requesting that we defund the police by half, so that's at least $200 million, and defund and demolish the Atlanta City Detention Center as well, and instead reallocate those resources to healthcare for testing for coronavirus and other needs, as well as mental health services. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Mihika Blanchet, and I'm calling to ask the Atlanta Budget Committee
to please defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds to Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartford-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and the Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Trinkle. I am a resident of Adair Park in Southwest Atlanta. I live a mile away from where Rayshard Brooks was killed on Friday evening. And I live just a few miles away from where excessive force was used against 2 Black college students on May 30th. I'm also the mother of a biracial daughter. I fear for her life and the lives of my friends and neighbors if our broken police system is not completely overhauled and reimagined. I'm calling to ask that this committee does not turn a deaf ear to the cries of justice from this community. There are proposals for the reallocation of the 2021 budget for police services that have been put forth by groups like the NAACP Georgia chapter, the Southern Center for Human Rights, and the Black Futurists group. I ask that you take these proposals seriously. I ask that you don't move forward with the current 2021 budget, which will be a slap in the face of the cries for justice being heard all over our city and around the world. I love Atlanta. I believe that Atlanta wants to trust you. But if our elected officials don't listen to us now, how can we? How can we trust you? How many more Black people have to die for something to change? So now is not the time to move forward with business as usual. I'm begging you to make financial decisions for our city that reflect that. The 2021 budget must be reassessed, and the demands of your constituency must be treated with respect. The people in your city are not just angry, they are scared and they're hurting. Please pay attention and respond accordingly. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mallory Ziegler, and I'm a tax-paying resident in the Grant Park neighborhood of the city of Atlanta. The actions of our police force have proven to me without a doubt that the police presence in this city does not make anyone safer. Instead, built by inflated budgets, systemically racist bias, and an arsenal of military equipment that have no place on our streets, more and more Black residents are being murdered in our community. We demand that the APD budget be reallocated to resources that will better support our fellow citizens. I urge the City Council to divest in the police and invest in mental health resources, substance abuse counselors, and other unarmed wellness professionals who are trained to respond in times of need. Our education system is underfunded. Our city's roads and other infrastructure is literally crumbling, all while the Atlanta Police Department drives tanks to our neighborhoods to incite, not to quell, recent violence. As elected officials, your job is to serve the needs of your constituents, not the police unions who've maintained a stronghold on these decisions for far too long. Enough is enough. Defund the police.
Hey, this is Sam Baskin. I'm calling to urge the city to reallocate funds away from police services and towards other community programs. The police department in Atlanta has shown that even with the entire nation focusing on police brutality, it continues to harm and murder citizens that it's supposed to protect. I think this is a systematic problem within the police department, and that can easily be solved it cannot be easily solved using training. We need to take power away from the police and put it towards other services in order to disrupt and change the existing systematic issues.
My name is Chelsea George. I live in suburban Atlanta. The breakdown of the city's proposed general fund budget is completely ridiculous. There is no reason that police need approximately $200 million when they are killing Black people on purpose and getting away with murder. The criminal justice system was built to harm Black people, and Rayshard needs justice. Period. Rayshard needs justice. Do something about it. Defund the police. Put that money back into our community, into education, into resources for our people, and make a better, brighter future for Black people.
Hi there, my name is Asa Kramer-Dickey. I live in District 1, and I'm calling to urge the City Council to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reinvest that money in community safety and community-led initiatives to increase public safety. But the last weeks and months have shown us is that police actually do not keep our communities safe. And luckily there are lots of
looking around the country, ways for to actually invest in community safety, taking the lead of Minneapolis, etc. So yeah, I urge you all to vote to cut the police budget, as well as closing the ACDC jail, which has been on the board for quite some time now and has yet to be done. Thank you. Have a great day.
This is Dennis Barmuxes. I've been living in Atlanta for the past 5 years, and I strongly believe that you have to defund or at least lower the amount of funds that go into the police force. The events of the last 2 weeks are only the tip of the iceberg, and you know this better than I do, and you have to work to start and potentially even disband the police department the way we saw happen in Minneapolis. This is not acceptable.
Hi, this is Zoe Rubina. I'm a resident of Virginia Highlands, and I'm calling about the 2020 Atlanta City budget. I oppose the amount of funding that is being delegated to the police. An extra $13 to $15 million is being sent to the police over last year. I believe that those millions and more should be redirected to community funding, which is given the smallest amount of funding. I think this is not in the best use of the city. Our police have proven to not protect us and are harming and murdering residents. We need to ensure that there are other ways to protect the citizens of Atlanta rather than further militarizing the police and funding reforms that are proven to not help reduce crime or reduce police violence against citizens. Thank you. I appreciate your service.
Hey, Atlanta City Council team. This is Amy Hayes. I am calling to leave my suggestions for the 2021 fiscal budget. I see, looking at the PowerPoint that's on your website, that the vast majority of the budget is dedicated to the police department. And while I do support law and order, at the same time, we have seen nationally that our policing systems are not working and that they're pretty resistant to reform. So my suggestion that I hope you will take to heart is to reallocate a considerable amount of money, at least $100 million of that proposed budget to the police department, and reallocate it to programs that are within the Department of Grants and Community Development. I would love to see some creative solutions that help our community rather than suppress creativity and hurt our community. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you for listening to this message, and I pray you all are blessed. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Kelly Garcia, and I live in Atlanta, and I am calling to demand that you amend the budget that is proposed. It is preposterous to give police any more funding. You need to actually put the money into our community and protect our Black citizens' lives. If you do not, it is a very clear representation of how little you care about the city of Atlanta, and we will not have that. Thank you.
My name is Urs Miller, and I am a resident in Kirkwood. I am asking the Budget Committee to redirect all funds from APD into other social services. Currently, your justification of APD's budget comes down to raises and the rollout of body camera technology. I think it is a mistake to put so much faith and, more significantly, resources into APD's ability to fix itself. Launching independent review boards, increasing bias trainings, and rolling out body camera technology have all empirically proven ineffective. These types of reform present an inexcusable drain on city resources that would be much better spent on overcoming the racialized income gap. Our city leads the country in income inequality. Moreover, what your frankly unacceptable proposal fails to grasp is that all police, including APD, represent a threat to community safety and not its protection. Therefore, further justifying the budget increase based on pay raises defeats the entire point of what the defund movement demands. Over-reliance on an increasingly militarized police force to manage such a vast array of social ills is not only fundamentally nonsensical in high-stakes situations, it is dangerous and too often life-threatening. collective action. Now more than ever, as our city braces itself for the sustained economic and public health impact of COVID-19, we need to think critically and creatively about how we might attend to the needs of those in our community most easily made vulnerable. With APD making up 30% of the budget, the city is greatly reducing its ability to positively intervene on the lives of its citizens. I urge you to reconsider the allocation of funding. Short of total dissolution of the APD and creation of immensely better funded social services, public health, education, and community. I urge you to reconsider the allocation of funding. Short of total dissolution of the APD and the creation of immensely better funded social services, public health, education, and housing being the most critical, the city must take the crucial first step towards a safer community.
Hello, my name is Amanda Bradley. I was born and raised in the city of Atlanta. I am calling with the intent of leaving a comment on the proposed budget for next year. What stands out as particularly concerning to me is the amount of money that is going to police services and the Department of Corrections in a time like right now where all over the country, but also all over the world, we're talking about police brutality against Black people and over policing and over criminalization. It is very concerning that 35% of our general fund would be going to police and the Department of Corrections, specifically when there is very little money going to public defenders and to community development. So I would ask that a substantial amount of the money that's going to police I would ask that it be given to public defenders instead and contributed to community development. People are dying. Black people especially are dying. And in a city where we pride ourselves on being a sacred city for Black people, as someone recently said, if we're going to pride ourselves on that, we need to do better, and we need to do things that would uplift the Black community rather than result in them being dead. And police reforms simply won't get us there. When you look at a city like Minneapolis, where they had a lot of the police reforms, you still have Black people being killed by police officers.
Hey, Atlanta City Council team, this is Amy Hayes. I am calling to leave my suggestions for the 2021 fiscal budget. I see, looking at the PowerPoint that's on your website, that the vast majority of the budget is dedicated to the police department. And while I do support law and order, at the same time, we have seen nationally that our policing systems are not working and that they're pretty resistant to reform. So my suggestion that I do not want them to support or give any more money to ADP if they're going to continue to shoot Black men. I am not here to support that, and I agree with them bringing in new police officers without having a new plan to train them with competency level of Black and brown communities. I do not support the expansion or giving any more money to ABPD, and I'm not here for it. I am a South Fulton resident, and I've been a South Fulton resident my entire life, and I do not approve or stand by this at all.
Hi, my name is Thomas Babizak. I live in Atlanta, and I just want to add my voice to those who are calling for redirecting resources from policing to community-based services. I'm grateful for the changes that have already been made with respect to the jail and for all the people who push for those. And I know we can do more. If we're committed to reducing violence and promoting accountability, we have to stay courageous. We have to defund the police. And we have to direct those resources to the people and organizations in Atlanta communities who know best how to make themselves safe and healthy. Thank you.
Hi, this is Denise Stokes. I live in the Kirkwood neighborhood in the city of Atlanta, DeKalb County. I disagree with increasing the police budget for this year. $12 million or 6%. In light of recent events, I think we need to take a look at spreading those funds to some place to make the city a better and safer place for Black people.
Hello, my name is Heather Dewald. I'm a new resident to Fulton County, Georgia and Atlanta. I'm calling because I'd really ask you to look long and hard to reevaluate your budget in your meeting tomorrow. I hope that you're able to diversify funds from police services and from incarceration to really investing in, really those desperately needed social services and protecting the workers and also the residents of this community. I do feel like Mr. Brooks would be alive today if there was health and service offering versus, relying on the police and also the brutality and force that is coming with police these days when they're not needed to do so. And the funds should not be allocated to enforce those inappropriate actions. They need to be diversified and the police units need to be reformed so that we can get those special public safety services and health and wellness support that's so desperately needed. I think of your consideration. I really hope that you do the right things, not only for the people in this community, but especially for the Black people in this community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Norwood. I am an Atlanta resident, and I am calling in response to the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2021. Notice that there is a $12 million increase in the police budget, and I would like you to reconsider this increase in funding. In light of the events on Friday night, the shooting of Rayshard Brooks, I think that there is serious reconsideration about how the police department is funded. Please consider this message. Thank you.
Keenan Jones, this is a call to the City Council of Atlanta telling you that you have failed the Black citizens here in Atlanta. You have failed them, and you have the chance to ameliorate that, to change that with your defunding of the police and the increases proposed in next year's budget. You have the opportunity to do better by the citizens of Atlanta.
I do not want them to support or give any more money to ADP if they are going to continue to shoot Black men.
Hi, my name is Emily, and I'm a resident of Atlanta. I am really disappointed to see a proposed $13 million plus budget increase to the police department during this time of widespread awareness of police brutality as it affects Black Americans, and at a time where an APD officer just killed a Black man just a few years ago instead of de-escalating a situation. I and so many others in the community know that the Atlanta Police Department does not need more money. This does not make me feel safer to have the department be increase in funding. So I ask, please cut the police budget significantly. Do not increase the budget. Please decrease the budget. Please reallocate those funds instead to the things that we really need, other parts of the government like parks. Please add more to the public defender and community development. That's what's really important. Thank you so much for hearing us and all these comments. I hope it really makes a difference because we need change and we need it now. Thank you.
My name is Keenan Jones, and I'm calling to let the Atlanta City Council know that you have failed your citizens. You have failed your citizens with the police force. And the time to make that right is now. The time to make that right is currently now. Y'all are talking about a proposed budget and increases to the police budget. We are demanding that you defund the police at least by 50%. We're looking for full abolition. We demand it. That is what the people need. The people need services. They don't need more policing. They don't need more police in the streets that are not trained to deal with them. We need community service, community planning, community resources reinvested back into this community to help them, to provide for them, to provide, and reimagining what public safety can mean for the city of Atlanta. This current system is not working, and adding more police, adding more money is not helping. More training is not helping. People are dying in the streets at the hands of police officers, and it is on
We're demanding that you defund the police. We're not asking for more cops. We're asking for resources to help the city of Atlanta and its members. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Jessica Ma, and I'm calling on the Atlanta City Council to take drastic and immediate action to defund the Atlanta Police Department. It's very clear that police, including those who murdered Rayshard Brooks a couple of nights ago, do not deserve a pay raise, and the fiscal year 2021 budget allows for far too much funding for a department that is not in the interest of public safety. So I'm calling on the Atlanta Police Department to cancel all of the proposed raises and to redirect those resources to departments like Public Works, Recreation, Executive Offices, and other services that actually build community and care services for Atlanta. Please take action now to ensure that no more Black lives have to be lost. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Short. I'm calling with Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of the Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you. Have a good day.
And I'm calling with Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jill Riley from the City of Atlanta. I've lived here for over a decade, and I tuned into the budget meeting today and heard a lot of what Mayor Keisha Bottoms was saying about why she wasn't interested in defunding police and where the money was going to account for body cams, which I found questionable. I don't think that she understands the response of the people that well, and I feel like she's muting a lot of the concerns and believes that body cams will be a solution when even...
Hi, this is Stephanie Sullivan. I live in City Council District 5, just calling to submit a comment for the fiscal year 2020 proposed budget discussion for June 16th. My main comment would be, would love to see a committed divestment of a large portion of funds being allocated to corrections and police, to harm reduction and community services, specifically crisis response within or in addition to police services, specifically whether it becomes part of the continuum of care for our homeless providers or a new sub-department within the police department. Don't know exactly what that looks like, but commitment of funds and resources to harm reduction and community crisis response outside of law enforcement feels really essential, and is the main comment I have in response to the budget. I look forward to following along tomorrow. Thanks.
Nike Kapazakis. It is wildly inappropriate that at a time where there's national and widespread criticism of the Atlanta police for using excessive force in handling these protests, that they would be given a $12 million raise to their budget, which includes personal bonuses to the cops. It's ridiculous to think that bad behavior, such as a use of excessive force, firing upon someone as they're fleeing, things such as that would be rewarded with extra bonuses. We ask, as it is, way too much of our officers, whose only tool is violence and arrest, to then go and manage things such as mental health crises and helplessness, where we could then be taking a portion, theoretically half of their budget, and reinvesting that into the support, into like social services, into de-escalation task force, into the community and job creation, into treating this pandemic that's really been hitting our city hard, especially our minority population. So I ask, as a citizen of Atlanta, that you do not pass a budget that includes a $262 million APD budget. That is unnecessary, and the city deserves a lot better.
Hi, this is Tamara Kaptanovich, and I currently live in Midtown, and I just wanted to voice my comments as part of a vast majority of the community is also on board with the idea of reallocating the budget money to impact the reality of 2020 and beyond, and just to follow certain cities' lead that currently have done so, such as Dallas and Portland, where they deploy more social workers to respond to many of the crises and otherwise, as well as funding into the public education and for homelessness and public health care. So just take all that into consideration, as well as looking over the emails that you guys have received. Many have included links to those links to the information that we have researched ourselves. It might be easier for you guys to also gather. And that is all. And if you guys take into consideration what the community is asking for. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Jessica Miller, and I am a resident of DeKalb County. As far as the 2021 budget, I'm calling to ask for taking away money from the Atlanta Police Department and investing in community programs that address mental health and drug use and homelessness. One example of a way we can use the money is to come up with a program like Kahoot in Eugene, Oregon, that deploys a medic and mental health worker in order to de-escalate crises instead of police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Kimser, and I live in Ormwood Park in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm calling to ask the City Council to cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and reallocate all those funds evenly to city departments, especially education, parks and recreation, public works, city planning. And to also cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Thank you very much.
Hey, this is Chosen Park resident Pamela Hinman. I'm calling to add public comment in support of canceling all police raises on the 2021 budget, as well as the $12.2 million raise in the general fund in 2021. Additionally, I'm voicing my support for the $987,000 cutting the $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. As an Atlanta citizen, I demand these funds be reallocated evenly across city departments such as the Executive Office, Parks and Rec, City Planning, and Public Works. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Devin, and I live in Decatur, Georgia. Due to the ongoing oppression of communities of color by the Atlanta Police Department, I'm calling to voice my concerns and raise these issues. I'm interested in canceling all police raises in the 2021 budget. I'm interested in canceling the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for the Atlanta Police Service in 2021. I am interested in canceling the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. And I am very interested in reallocating those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Rec, City Planning, and Public Works. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Please consider reallocating the insane amount of funds that
go to a police department that does not protect our community.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Joe Sutter, and I am an Atlanta resident. I am calling to express my support of the community interest of reallocating proposed funds for the Atlanta City Police Department to other city departments. Specifically, I would like to express my support of the public demand to cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the proposed over $12 million raise to the general fund for Atlanta Police Services, canceling the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services. And I would like to express my support to reallocate all of these funds evenly to city departments which more directly and positively impact the well-being of city residents, which include executive offices, parks and recreation, city planning, public works, and other such branches. Thank you for taking this call.
Hi, my name is Amita Karnakaran, and I'm calling about the proposed budgetary changes and allocations for this year. And I wanted to add note about the increased police budget and bonuses, which I think are grossly inappropriate right now, given the negligence and excessive use of force and violence being used by the police, especially the recent shooting of an unarmed black man just recently. And I think it is extremely irresponsible to use that money for further police budgeting, even for big training. I think those resources would be better spent on bettering the community, the city of Atlanta as a whole. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erica Miranda, and I'm calling to please have the budget relooked at, given the past circumstances over the past couple of weeks, and especially on Friday. I am asking that we cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget. In addition, please cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Please cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Reallocate those funds, please, evenly to city departments such as Parks and Recreation, City Planning, Public Works. Please put that money into our communities that need it most. Thank you.
And instead of using the $12 million to improve or add to APD, as you say you're trying to do, you could pour that into communities, and that would be a lot more helpful. And more policing, as we see time and time again, over and over, even this past weekend with Mr. Brooks, police don't need more funding. We need more funding in the community. That's all I have to say. Nobody cares about APD getting more money. Nobody wants that. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Catherine Pugh, and I'm calling regarding the Atlanta Police Department and the fact that they will be receiving a massive increase in their payment as employers of the state with the new budget, and the fact that Parks and Recreation, City Planning, Public Defender, Ethics Board, Citizens Review Board, Grant, and Community Development are receiving significantly less than the police is just unacceptable. The City of Atlanta deserves to have this money put into every other organization, and the police need to start receiving less in their paychecks and less funding in altogether. Absolutely more needs to be put into the city itself. The police should not be receiving an increase. They should be starting to defund it, hopefully until complete zero has been what is given to the police department, so that way it can be restarted and made a more effective system that actually benefits the people of Atlanta. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Rachel Fallon, and I just want to create a message regarding a proposed budget for the fiscal year. I'm a citizen of Fulton County, and I would like to formally complain about the proposed $12 million budget increase to the Atlanta Police Department.
If anything, we should be defunding police instead of giving them more money, and we should be using money to invest in other things in the city, such as education and healthcare and literally anything else you could probably think of to do with that money. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Morgan Hamlin. I'm here to give my support to defund the police and instead invest that money in community support, safety, and prevention. Instead of funding the police, we can invest in higher quality education, mental health programs, social workers, survivor advocates, and healers. And now is definitely the time to do that. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Colton Middleton, and I'm a resident of Atlanta Council District 6 and a graduate student studying public health at ANDREA University. I'm calling today to urge that council members take the necessary actions to restructure our city's police. And I believe that the first step to this is defunding the police and investing in other operations that benefit the community, such as Parks and Rec, fire and rescue, transportation, and social services, such as mental health, homelessness, and poverty, etc. Given the blatant lack of respect for human dignity that our nation's and our city's police has shown, we must act now to defund the police. I was astonished to hear Atlanta Police Union Representative Ken Allen say that the officer who killed Rayshard Brooks was an exceptional officer who followed, quote, procedure. If this doesn't show that our current policing system is broken, then I don't know what does. Lethal force should only be used in situations of lethal threat, and if our current policing system's, quote, procedure involves shooting a black man while he is running away, then we need to dismantle and rebuild that system. I urge us to move unneeded money away from a massive police budget to programs and communities that need it. No, I'm not asking to decrease wages, but I do think that we need to demilitarize and cut down on APD side. Reforms such as body cams and bias training aren't that effective, as we have seen, where Rayshard Brooks is still dead, and the police budget continues to increase. Increasing police budgets often neglect other programs and harms poor communities of color, only leading to higher rates of imprisonment, and doesn't address the underlying causes of these things and problems that we consider crimes. We must divest from the police and invest in areas disproportionately affected by poverty and a lack of infrastructure. I really hope that you hear this message and listen to what our city is asking for. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Lang. I live in Buckhead 30305. I'm calling because the new proposed budget, specifically for the Department of Police Services, is atrocious. You're going to give $217 million to a department that has been proven incompetent, and then you're increasing by $12 million from last year. These people are out here terrorizing our streets. They're tear gassing innocent citizens, and tear gas is prohibited by the Geneva Convention. So I don't know why APD needs to be out here throwing that at the people they're supposed to protect and serve. So I recommend you take a look at how awful the police are, defund them, recognize that if anyone else were that bad at their job, they would immediately be disbanded. So take a look for yourself, take a look within yourself and how bad you must be at your job to think that this sort of budget increase is okay. And then look at grants and community development and look at how little that is, and maybe think about why you're turning this city into trash because of what your leadership is like and how you misappropriate this budget and give more money each year to war criminals. Think about it and then change it.
Hello, my name is Catherine Finney, and I'm an Atlanta resident currently living in Virginia Highland. I'm calling to urge the council, specifically Councilwoman Jennifer Ida, who represents my district, to vote against an increase in the Atlanta Police Department budget. We must instead invest in Black communities through both education and public health initiatives. It's ridiculous that APD receives 30% of the city's budget. Treating crime as an inevitability that must be punished rather than a problem that can be solved does not make our city any safer or act in the best interests of its citizens. Rayshard Brooks would not have been killed, and the circumstances of his murder prove that useless, incremental reform measures like body cams and tasers would not have saved his life.
please reallocate funds and support programs and resources that will actually make Black communities safer and healthier. I also urge City Council to take immediate action to prevent protesters from suffering from police brutality. Atlanta City Council should immediately ban the use of tear gas, rubber bullets,
hello. Is the meeting, what, we all got kicked out? Is it coming back?
It's got a problem with the messages.
One moment, council members.
Oh, okay.
Line muted. We apologize for the interruption. We will continue playing the messages at this time.
Riley Scott, first of all, I'd like to start this off by saying Black Lives Matter and that the killing of Rayshard Brooks by the Atlanta Police Department here in Atlanta should prompt this committee to long overdue action. Why are we planning on increasing the police budget by about $12 million from the general fund, while we are also cutting spending from other services? We should be restricting and cutting the spending from the police so that we can use that money in other discretionary spending areas and activities. We can provide services that will seek out and root out crime and poverty through actions of investment and intention giving, not through a system of neglect and punishment. In the budget, it says that violent crime in Atlanta has decreased by 15% in 2019, and therefore that the police department deserves a raise. This is an impressive stat, but I ask you, is this decrease in violent crime due to the fact that these communities were receiving adequate investment and attention in order to provide the residents with opportunities for upward social mobility and therefore bring about genuine change and improvement? Or was it because of warrior policing targeting low-income and minority neighborhoods and relying on mass incarceration to create a sense of a reduction of crime without actually doing anything to solve the problems? So I ask you to consider, what are the social impacts of your budget? Who does this budget serve, and what kind of city do you want Atlanta to be? If the past few days have been any indicator, the people in this council disagree on what kind of city Atlanta should be.
Hi, my name is Matt Holbrook, and I live in District 5. I'm calling to comment on the proposed budget for the coming fiscal year. I see that the largest line item in the budget for this year is police services, and that there's actually about a 6% increase in funds this year, while other departments are having their funding reduced. And I think that it is just sort of a misalignment of resources in Atlanta. Particularly, we've seen over the past few days and weeks the sort of of programs in the community. So thanks for listening, and I guess have a good session.
Hi, this is Leah Harmer. I am calling to demand that we defund the police and invest resources for the 2021 fiscal year into building strong communities. I guess that's it.
Hello, this is Tracy Lucas. To make this brief, I'm just calling to ask you to consider the proposed budget be rejected, or at least reworked, in the very least, to include things such as the complete overhaul of the APD recruitment, anti-bias training, community engagement requirements, and also rejecting any line item purchasing military equipment. I am thankful for y'all's service, and I appreciate you listening. I hope you have a wonderful vote tomorrow, and thank you for your time.
My name is Timothy Harlan. As the Atlanta Police have demonstrated, the training they received, the diversity in their force, their living in our communities is simply just not enough. There's a culture of non-accountability and complicity that leads to death of young men like Rayshon Brooks. Police should not be receiving raises. The department should not have its funds. There should be reallocated departments within our city that won't kill Black Atlantans, but uplift them.
Hi, my name is Annie Boring. I live in District 5. I'm calling about the 2021 budget. I think budgets reflect community values, and currently the largest item in the budget is for the police. I think the Atlanta City Council and the mayor's office can be a leading city in reimagining how we can use funds to lift up and care for members of the community rather than police them. So I would ask that, city council members to really take a look at the budget and redirect from the police to transportation, parks and rec, the Citizens Review Board, and other services that really invest and care for the community in a way that policing has shown not to. So thanks so much. Bye.
This is Kira Hutchison. I live in DeKalb County. Given the things that have happened in the last couple of weeks, I just wanted to add my voice to the people that are asking for three big things from the city of Atlanta. One is to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. And this would entail cutting the budget for fiscal year 2021 for the police department by 50%, as well as reallocating the money that is saved from that into alternatives and community-based resources, like the Department of Equity, pre-arrest diversion, and other community control programs. And then also to not begin the process of hiring a new police chief until there's a council based on community members that can be formed that can review their scope of work, because I don't think that the systems are in place right now to ensure that that will be made with a fair decision. And then we're also requesting to defund and demolish the jail. And we're also requesting to fire the Atlanta Police Department officers who killed Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Asad Abbas. I'm calling with the Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follows the demands of Black organizations and defund the police. This means defunding and demilitarizing the police. There's really no need for the use of lethal weapons when they've only been, used for violence against underprivileged groups, specifically Black communities. And I would like to see us redirect those funds, towards Black community organizations and social services, community health programs, public safety, not police. And I'd also like to see us close the Atlanta City Detention Center. And I also demand that the Atlanta City Council adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrest,
Natalia Vega. I'm calling to express my concerns about the proposed budget for Atlanta in 2021. Despite all of the efforts that have been put forth by Atlanta citizens and particularly that have been led by our youth, Atlanta seems to be moving forward with increasing the police budget with the purpose of increasing police officers' salaries. I'm a public school teacher in Atlanta, and our salaries were just frozen this year, and we are not killing anyone. So please, I urge you guys to reconsider where your resources are going and to allocate them where Atlanta desperately needs them. We need affordable housing. We need access to HIV preventative care and housing. We don't need to be losing grants that are provided for HIV positive patients by the federal government. We need better infrastructure, and we need meaningful ways to move forward after Corona, as many of your constituents are facing possible eviction and other financial constraints. So I urge you, if you care about your city, if you care about the people that care so much about where they live, then listen to us and please do not move forward with the proposed budget.
My name is Julia Cordero, and I am commenting that I would really like money to come out of funding the police and move into mental health services, because I have a child that's 10 years old and has pretty severe mental issues. And I've been in a position before where I had to call the police, and that's horrible to have to call the police on your 10-year-old child. And yet there is not enough funding for other services for what ended up being a violent interaction. And I don't think the police are equipped to deal with children. I don't think they're equipped to deal with mental cases. And I could end up really traumatizing my child instead of really helping him. And I think that the police are not really set up for those types of things. And there needs to be more funding in other places so that there are other emergency response services that actually meet the needs of people. And that is my comment. I would really like to see money moved away from police and moved into other community services. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ellie Portblue. I'm a resident of Druid Hills. I'm calling to ask that the City Council in this meeting review and reconsider the large sum of money that's being given to Atlanta's police force. I believe that there are a lot of other measures we could be taking as a community, and we're killing so many innocent people as a result of not appropriately training and, in some cases, inappropriately sending police on cases for which use of force is not authorized. I would love to see more of this money being devoted to mental health or even community advocates that help people that are in need, more mental health resources, more resources for people who are struggling to be able to get education, access to food, good shelter, clean water, being able to address the food desert problem that exists in a lot of areas of South Atlanta. There's so many other ways that we can allocate this money instead of the aggressive over-policing of our citizenry. Anyway, I hope that you'll take this into consideration at your meeting. Again, my name is Ellie Portblue. I'm a citizen of Druid Hills, Atlanta. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good evening. I'd like you guys to redirect the police budget to not exceed $5 million and invest all of the rest proposed police budget money back into our community in the places that we need it. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
My name is Ami Rodriguez. I'm a resident of Morningside. I do not believe that APD should be receiving an 18% increase. I also do not believe that current proposed measures are sufficient to stop APD from killing unarmed Black citizens. It is completely unacceptable that during the pandemic, when other services and especially schools are receiving lower funding, that we are giving raises to APD. I will be watching the votes very carefully tomorrow and deciding how I vote in 2020.
Hi, my
my name is Mira Bowe. I'm calling to urge the council to reject the current budget and amend the budget to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate resources to community-based organizations that will be more effective at allocating equitable justice. Also defund and get rid of the city jail. And also to provide money for additional research into police killings that have happened throughout the city. I urge you to reconsider the budget and make a decision that will benefit all the city members of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chase Halsney. I'm calling with the Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the city.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Rodriguez. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I would like to request that the funds for Atlanta, for the Atlanta Police Department to be diverted to crucial and effective community programs addressing education, community development, social services, healthcare. But I do feel like those funds to the Atlanta Police Department need to be diverted elsewhere. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. My name is Casey Chow. I'm calling to express my concern over the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget. The exorbitant and unnecessary proposed budget for law enforcement will only serve to exacerbate the racial and social injustices we see in our city. Will most certainly contribute to the deaths of more Black people in our community and will do nothing to decrease crime and will not make our community safer. It is impossible to deny the disproportionate negative impact of policing on Black people. What is the ultimate mission of law enforcement, or rather, what should be the ultimate mission of law enforcement and policing? It is not filling our streets with more severely undertrained police officers, but rather creating an actually safer community. Funds should be diverted to more critical and effective programs and departments that have a direct correlation to creating safer communities and resulting in less crime. Focus on education, community development, healthcare, including and especially mental health and rehabilitation and social services. We should not be asking police officers to serve as therapists, behavioral health professionals, mental health crisis specialists, EMTs, social workers, sexual assault specialists, child advocates, conflict negotiators, record keepers, and traffic safety experts on top of their duties as a public safety officer. These other service providers should be the ones called upon in cases of emergency, depending on the type of emergency. In the very rare instances that one actually needs a public safety officer, such instances would be markedly fewer and can be served adequately by a significant. If you truly wish to create a safer Atlanta, please divert funding from policing to education, community development, healthcare, and social services.
Hi, this is Alexandra Rodriguez. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I just want to make a request to divert unnecessary funding.
Hey, my name is Asad Abbas. I'm a resident of Atlanta and Home Park. I'm calling with the Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black.
Hi, my name is Lina Vargas, and I live in Grand Park, and I'd like to submit my comment for the meeting. I would like for the budget for the police to be decreased so that we can spend more money, reallocate those funds for social services. Thank you.
Hi, Erica Miranda. I'm calling about the preposterous proposed police budget of $262 million in 2021, as well as the hiring of 229 additional cops. I think that this needs to be reallocated to different organizations in our city, public health, education. We need to address our issues with homelessness and the infrastructure of the jail system. There's going to be too much money spent in the wrong direction if we continue on this path. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Rodriguez. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I'd like to make a request.
Hello, my name is Nick Hanshi. I live in Grant Park.
Melissa McGrath. I'm calling to issue the statement that I believe we need to reallocate funding from the police to other areas of necessity. I
i.e., mental health organizations, Medicaid, foster homes, homelessness, any one of those various groups, organizations that help people with mental health issues, help people who are homeless, help people of the poorer communities. And I think that if we invest in that portion of our society, it's going to ultimately make much better use of those funds than just feeding them into the police, who have a systematic brutality system that is clearly not helping things remain in order or equal. So I am saying this is the voice of so many other people who I've talked to and so many other people who are available and ready to do whatever it takes to see the defunding of police and the reallocation of these funds to other organizations. So that's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Thalia Garofalidis, and I would like to call to urge the council to defund the police immediately. There's no excuse not to. There's overwhelming public demand to defund the police. And yeah, that's just it. Please do it. Please do it now. We really need it.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Butson, and I'm calling because I love Atlanta, and what makes Atlanta great are its people. Please do your part to protect residents of Atlanta by defunding the police and closing the Atlanta City Detention Center. As we've seen time and again, police do not make communities safer. Listen to Black organizations and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also urge you to please adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs. Also adopt the demands of Black community organizations for moratoriums on evictions, rent and mortgage payments, and a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate and emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Please make sure people's needs are met and that they're protected. This is vital for Atlanta, the city that people love to visit and live in. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Genevieve Kennedy, and I'm an Atlanta native and also a graduate of Georgia Institute of Technology. I wanted to make my opinion heard about the increase in the ATD budget by, I believe it's a couple $1 million. I really want to urge the Congress people and the senators to reconsider this increase, as we are seeing an inordinate amount of violence that is unacceptable on the people of Atlanta. And I would encourage that money to be invested in other sectors of Atlanta, as we also have a lot of other concerns, such as the population of homeless people and the violence that is done unto our trans community, our queer community, our Black community. I would really like to see more investments into social work and education, as I think that those are the ways to ensure safety in a long-term effect, as we are able to provide for our society in such a way that allows the enrichment of our people, both those who work in the force and out of that force. I think that this increase in budget should be put somewhere else, and that in more investments into the police, especially at a time where we've seen an increase of misconduct, is not wise and not fair to the people of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Burnett, and I live in Southwest Atlanta, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police killings of Black citizens. You know, as a home of the civil rights movement, as a city that calls itself too busy to hate, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reform, and not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism, point blank, is a threat to health and safety, and we know we can do better than this in Atlanta. In fact, we're living in a time of historically low crime rates in this city, and the police do not prevent crime. They respond and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crimes by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that simply isn't happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal 2021 budget, 1, cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, 2, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and 3, reinvest that saved money into reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. I'm actually graduating from Georgia Tech with a degree in city and regional planning, and I would love if we paid, as much attention to anti-gentrification and displacement efforts as we did to criminalizing Black communities in our city. We would see far better results if we invested in people and communities and not in the police. So thank you for listening, and please know that the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Christina Austin, and I am a lifelong Atlanta area resident, born and raised in Fulton County. And I'm calling to urge you to significantly reconsider your position on the APD budget. I believe that this is one of the biggest ways that we can make a positive change for our city. We need to pause the funding on them until we can really address some of the systemic issues in our society, the things that are allowing them to create wealth for themselves by taking pensions, even if they've been accused of police brutality. I think there are a lot of things that we need to re-examine. We need to start arming the police to be used as a weapon against their own people. They are too militarized. They have proven themselves as a threat to public safety and not defenders of it. A complete overhaul of policing is needed countrywide. I know that Mayor Bottoms has defended the competitive pay for APD officers, but I strongly urge you to reconsider financially rewarding officers who are more often than not simply just little thugs. I really wish that we would take that money and we would invest it instead in the communities that they target. I know that you're receiving a lot of feedback about the same issue, and I know that there are many other changes, especially to policy, that need to be made, but I think we can start by not giving them so many resources so that we can curtail their overreach and their effect on our city. Please, 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 I urge you to listen to citizens' concerns and to reconsider the way that we are funding our city. Thank you.
My name is Alice Francis. I live in District 3, and I'm demanding that the Atlanta City Council defund the Atlanta PD significantly and redistribute those funds to true public service programs such as public health care, public housing, public maintenance of our roads, our parks, sustainability programs, and especially public health care. So I have lived in a lot of different places. Atlanta is my favorite city, and we need to invest in the community because that community is what makes us great. Thank you.
Hello, this is Janice Sharono. I'm a constituent in the Atlanta area, and I had a question about the Atlanta budget that is listed for the 2021 fiscal year. I think it's unreasonable that our budget for our police department is $216.6 million. And I don't want my tax dollars to be allocated into a system or a foundation that does not support or me or other people in the community. I was wondering if it's possible for that money to be allocated properly to the health facilities or more allocated jobs that fit the police department's description. You shouldn't be able to call the police for any myriad of options where there could be other options that this money could go into. I am worried as a constituent. I am also worried as a student and as just a citizen of Georgia. And I would greatly like for this money to go elsewhere into other funding. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Antonio Gill. I'm an Atlanta resident and voter, and I am reaching out to urge you to reduce the police budget that is proposed for fiscal year 21. Specifically, I am asking that there be no increase and actually a decrease in police services, both for the Department of Police Services and the Department of Aviation. I ask that these resources be allocated to other agencies that are being cut, such as the Department of Parks and Recreation and the judicial agencies, to clear
the judicial backlog in our system. Additionally, I ask that the City Council stick to their pledge to tear down the ACDC and demolish the building, and therefore not allocate funds for fiscal year 21 to maintaining that structure and that facility. That facility is promised to be closed down. It must be closed down, and all money allocated to that should go to other relevant city departments that are not the Department of Police Services. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jordan Gill. I'm an Atlanta resident, registered voter, and I'm calling to ask you to defund the police. I'm asking you to not have any additional expenditures in the fiscal year 21 and to redivert the $12 million increase in APD's proposed budget, reallocate those funds to other departments facing fiscal year 21 cuts, such as Parks and Recreation and the judicial system. I'm also asking that you commit to the closing and demolishing of ACDC as promised. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Serena Mahalinga. I would like you guys to cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget. I would like you guys to cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. I would like you guys to cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. And I'd like you to reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, and Public Works. Thank you.
Hi, my name is MK Anderson. I'm a resident in Capitol View. I just came from an MPU meeting where the police were invited to come talk about some of the concerns in the neighborhood, and they didn't even show up. And they claimed it was because of the protesting downtown by the Wendy's. I just think that's extraordinary that a cop can't take 10 minutes out of his day to address the residents who live very close to, all the protests that are happening and the police shootings that have been occurring and killing our residents. And I think if the police aren't willing to be held accountable in the communities they're supposed to be serving, they should be defunded. And there are pretty clear demands that have been developed by great community organizations like NAACP and Project South and Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative that put forth a very clear plan for how to reduce the APD scope. So I just ask that the City Council and, of course, the Mayor review those demands and make the right decision and hold the police accountable and put those resources really toward public safety and wellness, true public safety and wellness, and not unaccountable, bloated police departments. Thank you for listening. Bye.
Please, please, please invest more into the communities rather than into the police. We should not be policing these communities more than we are investing in these communities. Atlanta deserves more. Please consider investing into education, into parks and recreation, public defenders, ethics boards, everything else. There is no reason that police should have more money than any of these other initiatives. Please, 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 Mayor Bottoms, please invest into the community.
Hi, my name is Samantha Dean. I live in Virginia Highlands, and I'm calling because I'm upset about police killings of Black citizens. It's clear that our current policing system doesn't work, and I am asking that the 2021 budget cuts the budget for the APD by 50%, defunds the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvests the saved money into reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services like education. I think this will make our city much safer than highly militarized police will. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Hudson McGahee, and I'm calling to ask why more taxpayer dollars are being funneled into the police budget for the coming year when so much of the police department's time is spent treating entire communities as if they are criminals, rather than directing these funds into public services community development, and social workers. These services are proven to reduce crime and save lives by going straight to the root of the problem, whereas the further militarization of the police and a tough on crime attitude does nothing but further exacerbate the problem, cause innocent deaths, and tear communities apart. I personally cannot fathom why you would think it is in any way responsible or just to give more money to the broken institution that is police. If you care at all about the welfare of your constituents, I strongly suggest that you rethink this budget. If not, I hope you know that you are directly contributing to the murders of more Black citizens by these police officers. Hi there, my name is Hudson McGahey, and I am calling to ask why more taxpayer dollars are being funneled into the police budget for the coming year when so much of the police department's time is spent treating entire communities as if they're criminals, rather than directing these funds into public services such as public housing, community development, and social workers. These services are proven to reduce crime and save lives by going straight to the root of the problem, whereas the further militarization of the police and a tough on crime attitude does nothing but further exacerbate the problem, cause innocent deaths, and tear communities apart. I personally cannot fathom why you would think it is in any way responsible or just to give more money to the broken institution that is police. If you care at all about the welfare of your constituents, I strongly suggest that you rethink this budget. If not, I hope you know that you are directly contributing to the murders of more Black citizens by these police officers.
Hello, this is Jasmine Sumlin. I'm calling to demand that Keisha Bottoms defund the Atlanta Police Department. There should be no reason that millions of dollars are going into the police department and not going into the community and into the public school system. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lanisha Gilmore. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to demand that Mayor Bottoms and the City Council invest more into our communities and that we divest the budget for the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ruth Dana. I am a resident of Atlanta. My phone number is 610-731-4193. And I was calling related to the budget discussions for tomorrow and wanted to request that the funding for the Atlanta PD Police Department be removed and reallocated to other services such as social workers, healthcare, education, and other services that would better serve our communities and keep people safe. I want Atlanta to defund and demolish the jails and reduce the prison and jail population in the area. And we also need to hold Atlanta Police Department officers accountable for their actions, including those who have misconduct, need to be criminally charged, and we need to review any of the police officers that are currently instated to ensure that none of them have misconduct that has been neglected in the past. Thank you so much for your time.
My name is Robert Dale. I am a resident of Chamblee, Georgia. I would like to have the governance of Atlanta please begin the process of defunding the police in its current form, to stop spending money on militarized battle gear for police officers. If we are to have any sort of police similar to the one that we currently have, let them be trained in the majority of their time on conflict resolution strategies, not on weapons training. What I would much rather see is funding to be spent not on the police, but rather on housing, mental health, education, job services, public health, things like that, which can actually prevent crime, not making us even more of a police state, which we are seeing far too much of across the entire country. Thank you.
My name is Zeta Sanchez. Black Lives Matter, defund the police. I find it incredibly ridiculous that Atlanta wants to allocate billions of dollars to over-policing as opposed to taking those funds and diverting them to community services such as drug courts, PPE for city workers, youth programs, all of the things that can make a city great. Instead, we have a bloated police force that does nothing but force people into now legalized slavery through the form of mass incarceration. And their violence is bullshit. Defund the police, disband them, and let's do something different. I yield my time.
This is Betty Kazera. I'm calling about the proposed budget. The budget for the police has gone up by $12 million, while other departments have seen a decrease. And as someone who's lost her uncle in 2003 due to a cop using excessive force, and it has been a deep-rooted issue that exists past the last couple of years. And so there's a lot that needs to be worked with our current policing system, and I do not consent to giving additional funds to a broken system. More specifically, rejecting any line items purchasing military equipment and halting increasing in police funding. As a citizen, I want to see a complete overhaul of APD recruitment, anti-bias training, community engagement requirements, full reviewing citizen boards, adopting all of the 8 can't wait policies, and implementing zero tolerance for weapons being pulled inappropriately. And so I appeal to stop increasing funding for a broken system and instead redistributing the funds towards redesigning what safety looks like for all communities, including minorities and people with mental illnesses. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lindsay Holler. I live in, the neighborhood of Brookwood, so sort of mid-Fulton County. I think my city council district is District 5. And I'm calling to just voice my support in the sort of movement to reallocate funding for police and into other initiatives that support our city in a different way. Atlanta is, the home of the civil rights movement, and we should be a much stronger leader, I think, on police and just criminal justice reform, especially in light of what happened this past Saturday, Sunday. I think trying to keep this a little short, the police are tasked with a lot of things that they were not meant to do, and we should take this opportunity to invest in programs that will prevent future crime and support communities with resources they need rather than to continue to defund police to handle these issues. I would love to ask for the fiscal budget for 2021, cut the Atlanta Police Department by 50% and defund the Atlanta City Detention Center. And then lastly, reinvest the saved money into reentry programs, low-income housing, and other really beneficial social services. Thank you for your time and good luck. Bye.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Liu, and I'm calling to ask that you significantly cut the APD general fund allocation for next year. 30.2% of the general fund for the city went to the APD in 2020, and I'm asking that this be reduced and that the other things that are covered in the general fund, including workers' comp, unemployment, public defenders, parks and rec, and public works, receive priority this year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nigel Campbell. My question/comment is directed towards Councilmember Andre Dickens. Based on your recent interview on MSNBC, I am convinced that the council is unwilling to reduce Atlanta's police budget to zero or otherwise reduce it in any meaningful way. However, I still believe that there is an opportunity here to massively reform how we think about public safety in Atlanta. In Minneapolis, the city council unanimously passed a resolution to replace the police department with a community-led public safety system. And what's really interesting is that the city council passed it unanimously. What are your thoughts on this? Is there a consensus amongst the other council members with regards to what should be done in Atlanta? And what are the barriers in Atlanta to adopting a model like this? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya Kalkar, and like many others, I am calling to express my extreme displeasure that it appears that the City Council is going ahead and raising the police budget in Atlanta for the 2021 fiscal year. As we have seen recently with the unjustified murder of Rashad Brooks as he was fleeing the police, it is truly not the Atlanta police are not doing their job of keeping Atlanta citizens safe and instead are putting them in harm's way. I know personally I have felt less safe in the past couple of weeks than I have in my entire several years living downtown because of the increased police presence. I strongly feel that there really should be a freeze on approving any police funds for 2021 until the Atlanta Police Department can prove that they are taking the situation seriously and that they are making major reforms to the police department so that they will never have a situation like this happen again. They are guilty for taking that young man's life and they must be held accountable for it. Because we as Atlantans are the ones who are paying tax money to the city, I hope that the City Council will hear all of our pleas to please not increase the police budget for 2021 and actually start looking for ways to peel back that police budget and peel back what is needed for police force in the future by expanding social services and, as other cities have done, possibly integrating non-police response teams to situations where the police would be called for situations like homelessness that are certainly not a crime and need social support and not police enforcement. I hope that you will hear our pleas, not increase the police budget and start work again. I hope you hear this plea and make this organization realize that actions have consequences and we as the citizens will not tolerate this level of police brutality any longer. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shloka Krishnan. I'm a resident of District 2 in Atlanta. I wanted to express my concern regarding the proposed $13.7 million increase in operating funding for the police department, as well as the $25.5 million capital budget for the police department, the proposed hiring of 229 new police department personnel, and the continued funding of the Department of Corrections despite plans to repurpose the city jail. I think these departments have been causing ongoing harm to our communities for too long, and the use of city funds to support this harm is unacceptable. I share the demands voiced by numerous local community organizations, including Project South, Women on the Rise, the Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative, the Georgia NAACP chapter, and more, in calling for the following action steps regarding the FY21 budget. One, that the police department's FY21 budget be cut 50% by reducing APD scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all forms of quality of life policing. Two, that all dollars saved from the reduction in APD's budget be reallocated to community-based resources. And three, that the city jail be closed on or before July 1st, 2020, and that the city ensure the proper allocation of resources necessary to demolish the building on or before September 1st. I hope all of us here can agree that policing and incarceration are systems that are inextricably linked with this country's foundation of anti-Black violence, and they have increasingly been used as solutions to social problems that would much better be addressed through equitable access to housing, healthcare, economic stability, and other resources. And I look forward to seeing the city work towards the dismantling of these systems and more just community for itself. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Dewald. I'm a resident of Fulton County. I wanted to call and ask that you reevaluate your budget in your look hard at divesting from police support and also from incarceration and investing in the desperately needed social services and protecting the workers and like the I do think that Mr. Brooks would be alive today if there were other services that provided actual public safety, like health and welfare checks versus police-focused, force. It's really what it is. It's force. It's not public safety. So I will ask about this and review what's best for the people of this community, specifically the Black members of this community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grayson. I'm a resident of DeKalb County. I would like to let the council know that I am deeply disappointed that the budget intends to give a $5,000 raise to police officers in this city. Given the events of last Friday night, you can perhaps understand why such a raise seems unacceptable to me. We have already tried police reforms in this country, and the measures have not been drastic enough. Fixing a big problem requires big and bold solutions. I am here to posit to you that reallocating some of the many funds currently set to go to the police and to community bettering initiatives will bring a higher return on your investment.
Adding more funds and more resources to a system that the public does not trust will do this city no good. I propose that the $12.12 million raise for Atlanta Police Services be canceled. It would do our community much more good to spend those funds evenly among city departments such as executive offices, parks and rec, city planning, etc. Your community is hurting. We are a nation on the brink of civil revolution. You must find it in your conscience to do the right thing. This moment of history is very important, and we must take drastic measures, for our communities will soon be in shambles. I am imploring you to champion these demands. Our city desperately needs it right now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Dreyer. I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm calling with Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demand of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. Also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amina Mohammed, and I'm calling to call for the police to be defunded and for the reallocation of the budget to social services and community investing.
Hello, my name is Colton Nettleton, and I am a resident of Atlanta Council District 6 and a graduate student at the Rollins School of Public Health. And I am talking today to urge everyone and the council members to take the necessary action to restructure our city's police. And I think the first step to this is defunding the police and investing in other operations that benefit the community, such as parks and rec, fire and rescue, transportation, social services, mental health, homelessness, poverty, etc. And then given the blatant lack of respect and human dignity for
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bilko. I am a citizen of Grant Park in Atlanta, Georgia. I am advocating that we, for the fiscal 21 budget, that we cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the proposed $12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and I'm hoping that we can reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as executive offices, houses that house a lot of the city services, the Parks and Recreation Department, city planning, and public works. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Twee Fan. I'm a Vietnamese American resident of Clayton County, and I'd like to express that I don't agree with the proposed budget increase for the Atlanta Police Department. Please spend that on social services, social programs that will actually support our community. We've been cutting social program funding, but we continue to fund the police. They have not served the people. Please listen to the words of the people. Thank you.
Hello. As a native-born Atlantan and recent Georgia Tech alum, I'm thoroughly disappointed by the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget. I'm calling to demand that APD be defunded immediately before any more Black lives are lost. I have been peacefully participating in the Black Lives Matter protests for the past several weeks, and I've seen firsthand the way APD has been abusing their power for far too long. I'm thoroughly disappointed and disgusted by the way APD and Mayor Bottoms have been conducting themselves. The negligence displayed by both parties is wholly and directly responsible for the murder of Rayshard Brooks and the continued grotesque police brutality inflicted upon Atlantans on display for the world to see. The proposed budget is absolutely appalling. I, just as the rest of Atlanta, demand that the funds be reallocated to more productive social services and community enrichment. While thousands of Atlantans are sleeping outside on the street tonight, and thousands more haven't had a healthy, balanced meal in days, and thousands more are attending underfunded schools lacking basic materials and necessary staff, and thousands more are without a suitable community recreation center or productive after-school program, and thousands more are without a quality public transportation system suitable for Atlanta's geographic size, APD is set to receive $217 million to continue terrorizing the Atlanta community. To ignore these demands demand and continue funding APD is to be complicit in the state-sanctioned murder of our people.
My name is Erin Lebo Skelly. I'm a resident and neighbor in a community in southwest Atlanta, a mile from where Rashad was killed. I'm a member of JOYCE Shepherd's district. As a member of this community, I'm begging you all to please provide us with alternatives to the police. I need another number I can call. I want to live in a community that is safe for all of my neighbors, and that involves things like having social workers and medics as crisis responders, wraparound social services, early childhood education. The list goes on, and I'm sure by now you know where to find that information. I wanted to leave you with just one specific example because it's one I am personally proud of, seeing as it is from my hometown, Cahoots. It's a program of the Whitebird Clinic in Eugene, Oregon. They're dispatched by 911 to respond to mental health crises, among other things. They're able to de-escalate situations, save police officers from emergencies that they aren't trained to handle, and they save the city millions of dollars every year in the meantime. Please look to proven models like this one as you build a plan to divest from APD so that you can invest in our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maya Baumeister, and I live in Morningside, Atlanta. And I'm calling because I am very appalled and upset and disturbed by the police killings of Black citizens. As the home of the civil rights movement, Atlanta should be leading on policing and criminal justice reforms, not just responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. So racism is a threat to health and to safety, and we know we can do better than this in Atlanta. So we're living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime, they simply respond with questionable success. And so as such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources that they need rather than continuing to fund police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. So with all that being said, I'm asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget include 3 demands. So number 1, cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%. Number 2, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center. And 3, reinvest the saved money for reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. And I really appreciate you for listening, and let me know at this time, I want you to know that the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history. Remember that.
Hello, my name is Adina Mwaku. I live in Jefferson Park, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police murders and brutal killings of Black citizens. As a home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reforms, not responding or having to respond to another killing of Black people in our city by the police, specifically Rashad Brooks. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systematic racism. As a product of Atlanta Public Schools, I think it's personally offensive that we have police in our schools every day who seem to intimidate Black students at the school, as well as all students of the community. Racism is a threat to health and safety, and we know that we can do better than this in Atlanta. We are living in times of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime. They respond, and often they respond incorrectly, and so they have questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crimes that isn't actually happening in our city. Given this, we ask that the fiscal year 2021 budget cut the budget for APD by 50% to defund the Atlanta City Detention Center and reinvest saved money into reentry programs, low-income housing, community health programs, homeless programs, and other social services. This is a crucial moment in history.
Hello, my name is Matthias Rand. I'm a resident of the Capitol View neighborhood in District 12. I'm calling to urge the City Council to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources to programs that actually It's absolutely absurd that for every $1 spent on community development, we spend nearly $1,000 on police. Tonight I attended the NPUX meeting in which an officer from the APD was supposed to attend and answer questions and concerns of residents. They refused to attend at the last moment because they were too busy terrorizing protesters on University Avenue who were demanding justice for Rayshard Brooks, who was murdered by the APD last Friday night. The only way for true accountability of the police is to dismantle them altogether. It is clear that their sole functions are to protect property and terrorize residents, especially Black residents. I'd like to express my unequivocal support of the steps outlined by several organizations, including Southerners on New Ground, in the letter entitled Redeeming Atlanta First Steps. Amend the 2021 budget, defund the APD. Cops do not make our community safer. That money would be much better spent on community programs that actually work to empower our residents. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Douglas Durham. I'm born and raised in Atlanta. I currently live in the 7th District, and I'm calling because I'm just obviously very upset about the killing of Black lives at the hands of police. It's a depressingly, enragingly consistent feature of American life, and I think there are real concrete things that we can do to change that. There's many places we can start to get a solution, but I think one great place to start would be defunding the police, anywhere from a little bit to a lot, and reinvest that money in more proven community-oriented solutions like widening mental health professional, the ability of mental health professionals to respond to incidents instead of the police from which they are not, equipped to respond to, increasing funding for social services, creating low-income housing. There's a bevy of things we can do to address this problem rather than continue the indiscriminate killing of Black lives by policemen. I've lived this city all my life. I care about it. I love it. And I want to see it make the right choice with the eye of the nation and the world right now. Please do it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maya Bellmeister, and I live in the Morningside area of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling because I am really upset and disturbed about police killings of Black citizens. And as Atlanta being the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing criminal justice reforms, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by the police. But the problem that I see here is that Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to health and to safety, and we know that we can do better than this in Atlanta. We're living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city, so the police don't prevent crime, they respond to crime. And as such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources that they need, rather than continuing to fund the police force to respond to crime that isn't happening. So, with all that being said, I'm asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget include 3 things. The first being to cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%. That is half. Number 2, to fund the Atlanta City Detention Center. And 3, reinvest saved money for reentry programs, low-income housing, and several other social services. So I really appreciate your time, and thank you for listening. Please know that the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history.
My name is Joy
Georgina Cruz, and I demand to cut the budget for APD by 50%, to defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and to reinvest the money in reentry programs, low-income housing, mental health programs, and other social services.
Kirby Lamar. Hello, my name is Kirby Lamar, and I live in Atlanta, and I am calling because I'm very upset about police killings of Black citizens. As the home of the civil rights movement, we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reform, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. Black communities are traumatized by repeated murders of Black people by those who are supposed to protect them, among other manifestations of systemic racism. Racism is a threat to health and safety. We know we can do better than this in Atlanta. We are living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime, they respond, and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to fund a police force to respond to crime that is not happening. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget, 1, cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, 2, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and 3, reinvest saved money in reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and please know the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history. Please be a part of the solution and not a part of the problem. Thank you.
This is Jason Paul from Sultan County. I'm calling to let you know that what you absolutely want to do to ensure the safety of our communities is cut the budget for APD, which is massively overfunded and militarized, and defund the Atlanta City Detention Center. And in cutting the budget for APD by 50%, I need you to reinvest that money in reentry programs, low-income housing, mental health programs, and other social services that can replace those functions that the police will no longer need to serve. Because the safest communities are absolutely those with the most resources, not those with the most police. So make it happen.
Hi, my name is Carson Shotwell, and I live in Cameron Park. I'm calling because I'm very upset by the police killings of Black citizens. It is clear to me that this will keep happening again and again unless something is done, and I'm hopeful that Atlanta can be an example of positive change during this time. I don't believe the police are effective in preventing crime. I think we need to invest our funds in services that give Atlanta communities what we really need. I hope you cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%, to fund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest this money in reentry programs, low-income housing, mental health programs, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and please know that the world is watching your decision at this crucial moment in history. Bye.
The African American Juvenile Justice Project, Ms. Jefferson. We are interested in the City of Atlanta defunding its budget, particularly to include but not limited to the use of and/or partnership with the City of Atlanta Public Schools for the school resource officers, to defund and reallocate such funding so that it may be used to guide students through restorative justice programs, teen court, mentoring, and community-based programs. To dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline, we also have to remove most of the SROs from the school. Statistically speaking, the City of Atlanta Public Schools are not subject to the threat of mass shootings and or harm as many other jurisdictions around the country. And it is not because you have SROs. It is because the students generally are not going to engage in such acts. And the militarization of police in our public schools creates and adds to the school-to-prison pipeline. So we want you to invest, not arrest our children, and to defund the school resource office budget that is in cooperation with the City of Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hi, this is Julia Rogers. I'm a resident of Decatur, Georgia, and a student at Emory University as well. I'm just calling to add my comment for the budget.
I'm requesting for the Atlanta City Council to please defund the police department, as well as to close the Atlanta City Jail, and to put all of that money towards community programs that are actually for healing the community and providing safety in other ways. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caitlin O'Malley, and I'm just calling, I guess it's a question. I just want to know what you guys are actively doing and planning on how you can change the Atlanta Police Department's budget and allocate more funds directly to resources that will be more helpful for the community, especially in light of everything that's going on and the murder of Rayshard Brooks by the APD. I just think that it's very essential and important that you guys take this time to just really focus on that and take the funding from the police and add it to other areas, which would be much more important. So thank you. I'll listen in tomorrow. Bye.
Hi, my name is Sam Bowling, and I'm calling to request, to demand that Mayor Bottom defund the police and invest more in the community. I live in Ormwood Park, and I have seen my community members peacefully protest in and around this area. And yesterday in Grant Park, they were using tear gas in a residential neighborhood on a peaceful protest. These police officers do not have any training, and they don't need more training. They need less weapons. They need more people who are able to handle mental health crisis. They need more social workers. Honestly, I went to school for social work, and I don't even do technically that job anymore, but the way that that teaches you how to think, how to communicate with people is so beneficial. We do not need all of this, $200-something million. They don't need that. Please put money towards the education in this community and other community programs.
Hi, this is Nastasia Humphreys. I've been in the Atlanta area for 5 years now. I'm just going to voice that I don't agree with the increase in the Atlanta Police Department budget this year, with about a third of the city's general budget being allocated to policing. We need to follow in the footsteps of Minneapolis and invest more in the people in the community. Rayshard Brooks was killed by the hands of an APD officer just a few days ago. Bottom line is, we do not feel safe, and putting more money towards the problem will not solve it. Meanwhile, Atlanta public schools are seeing a decrease in funding from last year. It makes me question whether you're all listening to the people and care about investing in citizens' futures. We need to have this money reinvested into social services to help minorities and those really in need. We need to see this money reinvested into low-income housing, reentry programs, and mental health programs if we really want to see positive reform in the city. Please defund the Atlanta City Detention Center and the APD. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lily Zwong. I'm a resident of Old Forest Road. I'm calling because I am completely disgusted that my tax dollars are buying the equipment that police are using to terrorize their own people. This police department is intimidating, injuring, and murdering the people that they're supposed to protect, and that is not public safety. Housing is public safety. Health is public safety. The police department shouldn't be getting any more of our tax dollars. We don't need more police. We need housing, we need transportation, and we need social services. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and we need to get our priorities straight. I hope you do the right thing, and if not, you're all getting voted out.
Hello, my name is Lauren Coleman. I'm calling because I would like to request that we defund the Atlanta City Detention Center in our budget and reallocate those resources from the ACDC as well as the Atlanta PD into services that will benefit our communities, such as housing, reentry programs, mental health services, education, and other social programs. I really believe that this will benefit our community far more than the millions and millions of dollars we are spending on police who are not currently protecting our citizens. Thank you, and have a good day.
My name is Kimberly Scott, Chair of Neighborhood Planning Unit T, and I believe in community policing. Public safety is the role and responsibility of each of us, not just our paid public safety officers. As a result, I'm asking that the public safety budget include or be amended to include the following: community policing grants for neighborhood public safety programming, training, city meeting attendance and court watch, return of non-classified police positions to actual civilians to increase workforce opportunities, implement more workforce housing incentives for workforce salaries citywide, increase the budget for our Citizens Review Board and revamp it so that APD has to accept and enforce the recommendations from the Citizens Review Board, reallocate training and equipment budget line items to include more money for APD worn body cameras and dash cameras in every vehicle, require the APD body cameras remain on the entire time the officers are on duty, increase Atlanta fire budget to expand the renovation of Fire Station number 7 to hold at least one fire engine, request APAB and NPU representation in the national hiring search and selection of our next APD police chief, tie repeated criminal activity at a property as a punishable offense and loss of liquor license at said property, and lastly, allow for only one term for the licensed review board members, including the chair. Thank you for the consideration. Again, my name is Kimberly Scott, Chair of Neighborhood Planning Unit 2.
Hi, my name is Amelia Wrightson. I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, and I currently live in District 1. I am absolutely disgusted with the proposed budget, specifically in regards to the police. The APD is slated to receive 32% of the city budget. We need you to divest from the Atlanta Police Department and invest that money in community services. Research has proven that police do not make communities safer. Access to equitable resources does. And the murder of Rayshard Brooks has only proven what we've already known. Your cops do not have a skill set that adds value to our community. We do not accept your reforms or trainings. We do not accept your task forces, and we do not accept your inaction. Years of data has proven that reform does not prevent police violence and discriminatory policing practices. Do not bullshit us with talk of reform. Decrease their budget or resign. Your job as city council members and mayor is to govern on behalf of your constituents. You are beholden to us, not to the police union and not to the richest Atlantans. If you will not do the job we are begging you to do, resign from your position because you do not deserve it. Please defund the APD. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Taylor Frady, and I'm a resident of LJ, Georgia. I'm making a comment for the FY21 budget remote listening session. I was requesting that for this meeting, I would like you to cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget. I'd also like you to cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. I would also like you to cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. And finally, I would like you to reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, Public Works, and so on and so forth. I thank you for your time and hope to see great things come out of this meeting. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Lauren Ocean. I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm an Emory nursing student, and I'm a white woman. And I would like you all to consider completely defunding the police. I think that they should only be refunded when they can prove that they will be truthful and keep us safe, which will include disarming and demilitarizing the police. I do not feel safe with the police out in Atlanta as it is, and I don't think that they should be receiving the majority of the taxpayers' money while also causing so much harm in our communities. I recommend that we increase funds for schooling and increase funds for de-escalation training for the public. I also want to encourage reallocation of funds to social workers or nurses that can respond to mental health crises or domestic violence disturbances or different things like that and other people like that who are better equipped to deal with these things than the police. I've worked in the hospital as a patient care technician for 3 years, and I believe that I have more de-escalation training than the police, and I don't think that that is just or right or fair to anyone in Atlanta. I think that nurses should be making overtime pay or off-duty pay responding to these things, or social workers instead of police officers who are causing more harm in our community than good. So I would encourage you all to completely defund the police until they can prove that they can keep us safe. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Catherine Elmore. Upon reviewing the proposed 2021 budget, I, like many of my fellow Atlanta citizens, am concerned by the overwhelming $5 million increase to the police budget. Despite what broad services the current structure of the police department may provide, with the actions of the ATLPD over the last few weeks, it is difficult not to see these dollars as ones that will go directly towards purchasing tasers to use on college students, tear gas to disperse on peaceful protests, and guns to shoot fleeing nonviolent offenders. Additionally, the proposed cuts to other areas of the city budget that provide vital infrastructure that could become even more vital in these times of mass unemployment seems misguided. As more Atlanta residents are in risks of losing their homes and livelihoods, the burden of the city should be to use its resources to support the community and not for military-grade weapons to be used on members of the community. I specifically request the council restructure the proposed budget to allocate additional funding to programs that develop community spaces and provide food assistance to unsheltered populations. I also request funding to be directed to implement additional programs under the Department of Human Services to work on solving the problems in underserved populations that lead to crime in our city, rather than to simply use violence to fight crime once it has already occurred through the police force. As the COVID-19 crisis continues, the people of Atlanta will need more assistance from the city, not more policing. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I am calling on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta to ask you to invest more in the communities and policing them. It is crucial at this time that there is a defunding of the Atlanta Police Department and more invested into the youth services, education, and public health sectors of Atlanta. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful evening. Sophie B is my name, and I think that the budget needs to be significantly dispersed and into the city and not to the police officers. Obviously, they're not doing much with it besides harming the Black community and the Black people of Atlanta. I think it needs to be taken a look at. It needs to change. It definitely needs to change. Put more money into the community, build up the community, build more culture, build more centers for the kids, build more opportunity for these young Black men rather than harming, hurting, and killing them. That's all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sherry Ann Wilson, and I am demanding that Mayor Bottoms invest more into our communities rather than policing them. I am calling to request that Atlanta's proposed general fund budget be allocated in the facet of removing the funds from the police, reducing those funds. And please, let us invest in the Citizens Review Board. Let us invest in grants and community development. Let us invest in the Public Defender's Office. Let us invest in the Ethics Board. Mayor Bottoms, I am urging you, please use these federal funds wisely. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sam Siegel. I'm calling to demand that Atlanta defund the police department $217 million, while Parks and Recreation are at $40 million. And your police are just killing people left and right. You need to defund the police now. Do the right thing.
Hello, my name is Rachel Fitrin, and I live in Fulton County, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about police killings of Black citizens in the United States, and specifically in Atlanta. Atlanta is the home of the Civil Rights Movement, and we should be leading on policing and criminal justice reform, not responding to yet another killing of a Black man in our city by police. which is just another manifestation of racism. So we know we need to do better than this in Atlanta. We're living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city, but the police are not preventing crime. As such, we need to take this opportunity to invest in programs and services to prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than trying to continue to fund a police force to respond to crime, which isn't working. I'm asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget has cut funding for the APD by 50%, 2, that you defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and 3, reinvest to save money in reentry programs, low-income housing, mental health, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and we will all be watching how you make your decision about the budget.
Defund the police, invest in our communities. Black Lives Matter.
Hi, my name is Tony Smith. I am an Atlanta resident, and I am calling to request that Mayor Bottoms invest more into our communities and less in policing them. I did take a look at the budget, and the percentage that is going to police in our neighborhood is just astronomical, and I'm hoping that she can invest more in our communities. Thank you.
My name is John Miller, with family residing in Atlanta, Georgia, and I, along with my people, demand that Atlanta divests from the police department and invest into the community. And when we say divest, we say divest significantly. The police budget is astronomical compared to Parks and Rec, City Planning, Public Defender, Ethics Board, Citizen Review Board, and Grants and Community Development. It needs to be balanced, it needs to be evened out, and it needs to be divested.
I'm Mayor Bottoms. This is Mahalo Sheikh. I'm one of the doctors actually here in the U.S., and I just wanted to say that I don't believe after what had happened to Rayshard Brooks, I think this calls for real policy change, and I feel like we need to take money away from everything that's going into the police and spread it to the community. We know that communities from within can actually make changes, while how we've seen things with the cops, it's not the right way to handle things, and clearly there's very obvious social prejudice and social profiling happening that is not okay. And for that reason, I think that you need to reconsider your budget and how much money actually goes into the police departments. We really want that money to go to the community. Thank you.
My name is Shannon Faulkner. I am calling from Brisbane, Australia. I am in support of Americans in Atlanta that are citizens calling for demands that Mayor Bottoms invest more into the communities than policing. It is absolutely appalling that the amount of money that is going into the police and not the community. I'm not sure how you are able to justify having more people with less training policing your community than ones that actually want to build your community and make it a better place. As an advocate in Australia, we see these things often, and we've had enough of abuse putting the community behind the police department. It is disgraceful the amount of money that we are seeing that is being spent. Look out for your community and stop pushing hundreds of millions of dollars into police. Invest into the community.
Hi, I think that you should defund the police. I think police should be abolished, and we certainly should not get $678 million. That money should be invested in services that actually help the community and keep the community safe and not propagate violence. So again, please defund the police, either slash that budget or entire abolish the whole thing, and move that into social services like mental health and substance abuse and other social workers and things that keep communities thriving. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Teniola Ogunjabi. I am a Atlanta native, been here my whole life, and I'm calling because I'm extremely concerned
about the funds that are being given to the police department. I really urge the city of Atlanta to look at readjust the budget and decrease the funding that they're pouring into police in our communities and put that funding elsewhere. I've worked with nonprofit for years in the Metro Atlanta area, and I've seen how working in the community's grassroots development and, youth development, being able to consider mental health and other options and other things that are needed in the community, homelessness and things that are just not funded or considered as much as policing is. And policing is not saving our lives. Policing is not saving our lives as it should. It's not protecting and serving in the way that it said it is. And so they need to take away the funding to put it into other places where that funding could really be used. There's a lot. Education is defunded. I'm a public school. I've been through the public school system here in Metro Atlanta, and the public schools are underfunded. The health system is not funded well. We also have, gaps in all kind of public services. And so I really think that they should divest in the Atlanta Police Department and put money into the communities. Again, Teniola Ogunjabi, Atlanta native. If you want to follow up, my number is 404-496-1034. I've completed mine. I've stated it, and thank you.
Veronica Vergara, we the people demand divest from the Atlanta Police Department and invest into the community.
Hi, my name is Sarah Matuzak, and I'm calling to demand that you take some of the money, a large amount of the money that is proposed for police budget, and put it into communities instead. We need to be investing in communities, not policing them. Thank you.
Veronica Vergara, we the people demand that the city of Atlanta divest from the Atlanta Police Department into the community.
This message is for Mayor Keisha Bottoms. My name is Deandra Green. I'm calling because I demand that the city invest more into our communities, such as the school system, parks, recreation centers, and city planning for events. Unfortunately, for far too long, the city has invested into the police department. However, this is very damaging. The budget is over $217 million, and that is ridiculous. We have seen how corrupt the police system is, and I demand that the $217 million be put into our schools so that our children can have a better education, because they are our future. Stop trying to police the city by putting these cops on the street. Instead, let's build up the community of Atlanta. Thank you.
Roxanne Fisher, I'm calling because he needs to divest the Atlanta Police Department and invest into the community. You have way too much money going to the police, and you can clearly see what they're making use of the money, and which is basically killing Black people. So I would like for you to divest from the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Audrey Thompson. I'm a longtime City of Atlanta resident, a homeowner, and a taxpayer. I love this city. I have deep concerns about police brutality and the effects of overfunding and militarizing our police department, while we lack the resources for homelessness, addiction, mental health, food deserts, education, and city planning and infrastructure. In addition to defunding and reallocating the police budget, I would also like to see Atlanta lead the way in police reforms, such as demilitarization and the reforms in Campaign Zero. However, reforms alone are like putting a new roof on a house with a foundation problem. There has to be a foundational reimagining of policing in Atlanta, and that begins with the budget. Creating room for new departments, new social services for our citizens. We have an opportunity for Atlanta to become a leader in caring for its citizens and a model for the nation. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Nina Dutton, and I'm an Atlanta resident in City Council District 2.
In light of the militarized police presence and recent protests, as well as the ongoing history of violence inflicted by police on the public, I'm urging the city of Atlanta to divest from police, incarceration, and punishment, and instead invest in community care. The police department is tasked with work that does not need to be done by police, and especially not by officers with deadly weapons. Routine traffic stops and interactions with unhoused people are two examples of such work that does not need to be done by a militarized police department. We can immediately reduce harm to our community by reducing the scope and militarization of our police department. I would like to see the city of Atlanta drastically decrease the amount of money budgeted for the police in 2021. The funds made available should instead be invested in ways to benefit our communities, such as in local health clinics, child care, elder care, health education, sustainable food sources, COVID-19 emergency relief, energy efficiency, growing and sustaining the workforces for these sectors, and more. To get into some specifics, I'd like to quote from a letter titled Redeeming Atlanta, First Steps, submitted by a group of grassroots and advocacy organizations who represent Atlanta's Black, Brown, poor, and LGBTQ residents. In this letter, these grassroots and advocacy groups make the following policy recommendations, which fall into three categories. 1, defund APD and reallocate the resources. The city of Atlanta should establish a reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. The department's FY21 budget should be cut 50% by reducing APD, as well as a number of other recommendations in this category. The next category is to defund and demolish the jail. The third is justice for our people. All of these budget and policy recommendations. In short, it's time to defund the police, divest fully from ACDC, and invest in community care. Thank you.
Yes, this message is for Mayor Bottoms in reference to the budgets that have been put in place for the city of Atlanta. We're asking that you defund the police and contribute that money to other programs around the Atlanta community. $217.6 million is being invested into the police when it should be spread around between other programs like Parks and Recreation, Public Defenders, Ethics Board, Citizens Review Board, Grants and Community Development. Those are the programs that need that money allocated to them. Please look into this and see that this is the best way to help the Atlanta community. Thank you. My name is Monique Green.
Hello, my name is Jorge Ramirez, and I'm calling to demand that Mayor Bottoms defund from the Atlanta Police Department and instead invest that money into our community. How about investing more in our education, investing in our city, investing in activities, investing in so many more things that can make people grow to become better human beings than spending money on policing them and terrorizing communities that in the end just criminalizes them. And as we've seen in the past month and over the past decade, it's unfairly affecting the Black population of Atlanta and our country. I think it would be lovely and a great example to the rest of the country if Atlanta defunded the police and instead divested and reinvested that money into our community. Please consider defunding the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie. I attended Emory University, located in Atlanta, and I'm calling because I'm very upset about the police killings of Black citizens. As the home of police don't prevent crime, there is bond and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need. Given this, we are asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget cut the budget for Atlanta Police Department by 50%, defund Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest save money in re-entry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thanks for listening, and please know the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment.
My name is Gabriela, and I demand that Major Bottoms invest more in our communities and policies.
Hi, my name is Anna Crossgill. I'm calling to ask that
the council divest from the Atlanta Police Department and invest in the community. We've seen enough police killings with complete impunity. This is enough now, and the council needs to take action to divest from the killer cop force and invest in communities, the people that vote for this council. Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Trey Kirby. I live in Little Five Points, and I'm just calling to say you have to defund the police immediately. Defund and disarm the police immediately.
Hi, my name is Lucy Doty. I'm calling to implore the Atlanta City Council to cut the Atlanta Police Department budget by 50% using that $108 million that would be available to reinvest in reentry programs, to secure affordable housing that was never held accountable from the Beltline Project and evaporated into thin air, mental health programs, and additional social services. The existing budget, as it's proposed, will fund an Atlanta police officer at 6.7 times the rate that will fund an Atlanta public school child in the system, and that shows what you care about. So if you are honored to serve us, then you need to make some changes.
Hey there, I'm calling as an Atlanta homeowner and demanding that our taxes be put to community grants and neighborhood budgeting, and we don't go through with a proposed budget increase for policing, and would hope that our city would start looking towards reforms similar to San Francisco, where we have a different response unit for nonviolent crimes, and that armed police won't be showing up anymore at nonviolent incidents. And really don't want more of my taxes going towards them. Militant policing should not be supported in Atlanta. We need to set an example for everybody else. We are the star of the South. This is where it's a huge issue. I grew up in the system my whole life in Atlanta, have seen it through the Red Dogs and everything else, and we need to stop giving the police as much money as they're getting. They're taking way too much. It needs to be building up our communities, not policing them. Thank you. This is Ben Kilmark.
Hello, my name is Samuel Landis, and I'm a resident of the West Side neighborhood. I'm asking that you redirect money away from the Atlanta PD and into the following social services, including community development, COVID relief, education, parks and rec, arts, and as well as other targeted support for marginalized communities. I noticed that in the 2021 budget proposal, that the police department is receiving a 5.90% increase from 2020. Meanwhile, many other services are receiving cuts to their budgets. In light of these events, I believe it is super important that policing be prioritized relative to spending on these other programs that are proven to promote safe and equitable communities. It's important that we take preventative measures rather than reactionary methods only. I request that emergency meeting be called before the fiscal year goes into effect in order to deny the mayor's proposed budget and reallocate these funds to resources that citizens can benefit from. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jace Mosted, and I am calling to demand action and have the city of Atlanta divest from the Atlanta Police Department and invest into the community, and reapportion those funds to start helping with things such as healthcare, education, etc. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
My name is Collie Gooding, and I'm calling to ask you to commit to putting more money towards helping the people of Atlanta than you are policing the people. All these people are out in the streets demanding justice, demanding unfunding police. Please listen to the people. You need to help your community. It's more important than it is to police them. You wouldn't need to police them if you would help them.
Hi, my name is Lorato Cummings, and I'm a lifelong resident of Atlanta, Georgia, Zone 4, address 2170 Eno Mill Drive, zip code 30331. I'm reaching out because it has come to my attention that the proposed 2021 budget includes a 5.9 increase for the Atlanta Police Department. I am asking that the money be redirected away from the police and into social services such as community development, better and equal education, mental health services for marginalized communities, more social workers, and better job access. I personally find it absolutely absurd that teachers are forced to pay for their own classroom supplies while police are being fitted in hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of riot gear for peaceful protesters. Aside from this, studies have shown that police reform does not work. Policing as we know it is an inherently racist structure, and without structural change, this cannot be simply reformed. Furthermore, it's saddening and disturbing that thousands of children across Atlanta are in schools that have police presence every day but do not have counselors, social workers, nurses, nor other basic services that could prevent police intervention. Given Atlanta's 32.4% Black population and the disproportionate rate of police brutality and arrests against Black citizens, the level of policing in the city is absolutely unacceptable. I believe it is critical that policing be deprioritized relative to spending on social programs that are actually proven to promote safe and equitable communities. As I mentioned, efforts towards reforming the police have been largely unsuccessful, not just in Atlanta, but across the country. It's time we try something. I'm requesting an emergency meeting be called before the fiscal year goes into effect in order to deny the mayor's proposal to reallocate those funds towards resources that citizens can actually benefit from.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Blevins, and I'm demanding that Mayor Bottoms invest more into the community, as in grants and community development, the Citizens Review Board, the Ethics Board, City Planning, and Parks and Rec. Do not invest $200 million into the police department. Diversify. That is all.
Hello, how are you? My name is Jessica Maslin, and I'm calling about the proposed budget hearing. I won't take up the full 2 minutes because I'm sure you're going to get a lot of comments, but absolutely, and this is proven by many angles of video coming out in the news right now, the police need to be divested and need to reinvest the money in your communities in different types of systems that you currently have in place, and use this as an opportunity to follow suit of some of the biggest cities in the world, in the United States, including San Francisco, including areas of Chicago, and add a type of department that could help people, a social services department, Parks and Rec for the kids. If social services showed up at a late night traffic stop of someone taking refuge, sleeping in their car, then you would not have the issues that you have on your hands, and the world wouldn't have the issues that we have on our hands. So right now is the time to take a deep look in the mirror and make those changes, because if you don't, then you're not serving your constituents. And if you don't, then there's no way in your heart that you're representing the people that have elected you, and they're not going to be happy about that. I'm sure that it's not going over well. So anyway, this is my call to action for you. Please defund the police and reinvest that money into the other very small budget items that you have, including Parks and Rec, City Planning, Ethics Board, and more social services programs. Thank you very much.
My name is Elizabeth Johnson. I'm calling to demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more money into our communities and policing them. We don't need $217.6 million going into policing our communities. We need more money in parks and recreation, city planning, all of those things that are going to help our communities instead of these flipping police officers going into our communities, killing Black men, unarmed Black men. We demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more money into our communities than policing them.
I'm calling to make sure that you divest from the police department and invest into the community. $217.6 million going to the police department and almost nothing going to the community needs. That cannot happen. So as a people, we demand that you divest from the police department and reinvest the money into the community needs, especially community development, city planning, citizens review board, ethics. All of that needs the money, not the police. Defund the police.
Hi, my name is Claire Choi, and I'd like to put a public comment on the fiscal budget for the upcoming year. I think that the police budget is far too high, and these resources should be put into community initiatives such as education, housing, mental health, especially. I think that the police have had an overbloated budget for far too long, and this has not resulted in good community relations with policing, and I don't think that giving them higher salaries will do anything to ameliorate the situation going on in America right now and in Atlanta. So I would like to respectfully submit my opinion, and I hope that you take it into consideration. Thank you.
Tiffany Madison. The Atlanta Police Department does not need more funds to help them to kill innocent Black people. They definitely don't need the proposed amount of money. Half of that budget should go to crisis networks or fund teams to respond to non-emergency numbers where there are not violent crimes taking place. Because as we have seen, when the police show up to a situation that could easily be solved just by another means, it turns deadly. And enough is enough. Mayor Bottoms, we are depending on you to use the budget to help and to protect all citizens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Kleber. I live in City Council District 6, and I am no longer willing to accept incremental change to our city's system of policing, and no longer willing to accept the violence being done in my name. Too many lives have been lost, too many families traumatized, and this moment, this budget, presents an admissible opportunity to rethink and re-envision our approach to public safety. We've allowed our police force to expand beyond recognition. They're responsible for handling cases and crises better suited to professionals trained in de-escalation and able to offer the social services at the root of the problems at hand, rather than relying on violence and force to bury the problems or lock them away. The truth is, we're living in a time of historically low crime rates in the city. The police do not prevent crime, they respond to it, and with questionable success at best. As such, we should take this opportunity to invest in programs and services that will prevent future crime by supporting communities with the resources they need, rather than continuing to increase funding for police even as crime rates fall. Given this, we're asking that the fiscal year 2021 budget, 1, cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%, 2, fully defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and 3, reinvest the money saved in reentry programs, low-income housing, and other social services. Thank you for listening, and please know the world is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in history.
This is Emily Torstein-Gata. I'm an Atlanta resident, and my message is that the City Council needs to completely rethink the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021. A $2 million increase in funding for the police department is exactly the wrong thing to be doing at this time. Instead, the council needs to be dramatically increasing funding for vital social programs that have been cut that help provide mental health services, housing, food assistance, disaster preparedness, equity, diversity, and inclusion, education, after-school programs, restorative justice, and alternative dispute resolutions. These are all more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. We also need to end the overcriminalization of Black, trans, queer, and poor people. Increasing police salaries, providing more training, and a more militarized equipment has not ensured a more effective police force. Please stop making the same decisions and expecting a different outcome. What you've been doing hasn't been working, and if you need proof of that, on Friday, the Atlanta police added Rayshard Brooks' name to the list of Black men and women killed by police here. You have an opportunity to do the right thing now. Please do so. We're all watching. Thank you.
Juliana Gagan, Julia Ganna, Geoghegha. Mayor Bottoms, please do the right thing. You know that education is the solution to all of this. Please stop putting money in the police department. They have enough. They have enough for what they need to do, and they could probably do with a lot less. I love this city. Please let us achieve our motto. Let us live up to it. Let us be the city too busy to hate. Because we're too busy improving ourselves. Thank you.
This is Josephine Spinner with a message regarding the changes to the FY21 budget that is allocating a third of its funds to the APD. In light of recent events, this decision needs to be reevaluated. We should be looking for ways to decrease the scope of the police force rather than rewarding a group of people for breaking the social contract they were meant to uphold. In engineering, this is referred to as scope creep. It is a subtle process that starts with small adjustments to a project and ends up with an unlovable Frankenstein that is now destroying your city and killing your betrothed. The scope of certain projects has creeped into domains that should not involve the police. Issues of mental health, homelessness, school security, etc. In the case of Rayshard Brooks, he might still be alive today if somebody without a gun were sent to investigate rather than cops who heavily rely on guns that should be used as a last resort. They were not in immediate danger and should never have resorted to shooting multiple bullets into an innocent man's back as he was running away from them after not committing the crime. He should have been safely escorted home, but instead he was murdered. The vast majority of police work can be redistributed to institutions better equipped to handle these complex issues with more grace and less internalized bias. Social workers, caseworkers, and mental health officials. The last few weeks have shown that we have a problem allocating the police too much power and domain. During nonviolent protests against police using excessive force, heavily armed and militarized police continually used excessive force with mace, tear gas, and rubber bullets on peaceful unarmed protesters. Between the use of excessive force, police negligence, and constant lack of accountability, why should the police spend any additional resources? We need to significantly cut the money already allocated to the police and funnel it into community resources to create adequate healthcare, education, and access to jobs. We should be empowering our community and keeping our government institutions in their individual sandboxes, not allowing one kid to stomp around in all the sandboxes, ruining the playground for everyone. Simply coach patronizing metaphors aside, the behavior that APD has illustrated in the most recent past is unacceptable and dangerous. When children take their toys and hit other children with them, you're supposed to take away the toys, not give them even bigger toys and an allowance.
Hi, my name is Erica Mason. I'm a resident of Portland County. Just looking at the budget and would love to request that there be a defunding of police and the money being placed into other areas. I see that there's $217 million going into the police funds. And there's just not enough that's spread out back into the community. So we would love for you all to take a relook at the way that you all are spending money on our policing department and really reinvest that money back into the community. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Horta, actually from Arizona. But I'm appalled at how high the budgets are for the police, mostly for weaponry. I mean, to see how little is going into the community, and I think the more money in the community into the people, and we've seen it in other places in the world, when people's needs are met, drug use and violence goes down. And I think with police carrying weapons, I know I'm afraid. I'm a white person, but I'm afraid. And I feel escalated when they're around. And someone that's already dealing with a situation where they might, receive some kind of reprimand is going to be that much more nervous. I just think the money should be put back into education and programs that are going to help communities to not get into those types of crimes. And definitely bringing those funds down for police, cutting down the force and getting professionals they're coming into a situation knowing what to do, knowing how to talk a person down, and not coming in with weapons all around their belt, which would be intimidating to a lot of people. And so thank you very much.
Invest more into communities than policing. My name is Nakia Frazier, and I think this is very important to invest more into our communities than policing. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Alan Woodlow. I'm a citizen of Atlanta, and I'm calling because I think it is completely inappropriate for the city of Atlanta to be pushing this $12 million pay raise for the Atlanta Police Department. The current budget as it stands, it seems to be benefiting the APD more at a time when they have just shown excessive use of force by murdering an armed man. And I think that is wildly inappropriate. This comes at a time, of course, when the Atlanta Police Department has already shown local and national headlines for excessive use of force and tasering a couple in their own car, and at the protests that have been going on in the city as well. It's completely inappropriate for us to reward this type of behavior. I think that budget should be cut completely. I don't think they should get that $12 million at all. I think it should be put to better use somewhere like for medical help for the COVID crisis, or in any number of ways that could benefit the Black community of Atlanta that has been very much upset by this whole ordeal. All right, thank you for your time.
Good morning, council members, Madam President, and Madam Mayor, if you are in attendance. My name is Barrington Martin II, and I am advocating for the reallocation of police funding. Although the focus lately has been on police brutality, the issues within our city are primarily due to poverty and the misappropriation of funds to where they are needed most. There are many communities in the city that are underserved, and if we take just half of the proposed allocation of over $200 million to the police and place those funds directly into communities through community development with better infrastructure, affordable housing, and better public facilities, it will provide much more of a benefit to the citizens and overall general welfare of our city than using all those funds for our police force. A better future is possible for our city despite the trying times we are all in. Thank you guys, and have a nice day.
Yes, my name is Helen Soares. I am an Atlanta resident, and I am calling because I want you to defund the APD. I do not want more money from the budget going into the APD. I want it to be defunded. We could be using that money for public health programs, to rebuild communities, to actually help people instead of funding the APD. We don't need to be doing that. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
This is Dr. Dwayne Meadows along with Shonda Walker-Walls, and we're calling to say that we demand that the $217.6 million that's going to be divested from the police department and invested into the community in Atlanta. We believe that $217.6 million does not reflect the needs, wants, and desires of the Black community, especially in light of the state of police violence. We're looking to defund the police and to change to a more community-based modality of policing. We demand this. We demand this, and we'll accept nothing less. Thank you. My name is Swanti Samarakodi. I want to demand that we, the people of Atlanta, demand divest from the Atlanta Police Department and to invest into the community of Atlanta, please. Please decrease the budget for the police department and invest more in the community so that so much of this gets resolved. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Kelly Garcia, and I live in Atlanta, and I am calling to demand that you amend the budget that is proposed. It is preposterous to give police any more funding. You need to actually put the money into our community and protect our Black citizens' lives. If you do not, it is a very clear representation of how little you care about the city of Atlanta, and we will not have that. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Amanda Geller. I live on Solomon Street in Atlanta, and I'm calling today about the budget to ask that you don't increase funding for the police. I think this is a vital time that we make significant change, and showing that you agree with that the system isn't working in Atlanta with the current policing strategies. We don't need an increase in budget for the police. We need to shift that money to organizations and new models like community support that will be more effective and protect our communities, particularly our Black communities. So I thank you for hearing me and look forward to you coming up with a new budget. All the best. Bye.
My name is Colleen Smith, and I am absolutely disgusted by the mayor's proposed city budget for 2021, which includes a $12 million increase to the Atlanta Police Force Department, and nearly cuts everywhere else. At best, they might receive the same, but if anything, I think that they should receive less until we see better outcomes and more justice for Atlanta's population. Thank you. I hope this is heard. I hope this is well received, and I do not wish to see my city's police force funding increase for 2021. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emma Arthur. I think it's unacceptable that a third of the budget for fiscal year 2021 is being allocated to the Atlanta Police Department. I know that many residents of Atlanta have spoken out against this, and at this point, you're choosing to comply with an inherently racist system rather than listen to the needs and voices of the people you're supposed to be serving. The city of Atlanta needs to cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services. These funds need to be reallocated evenly to city departments that would serve the public, such as the executive offices, public works, parks and recreation, coronavirus relief, and city planning. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Emily Johnson, and I'm a resident of Fulton County. I am calling to express my concern about the City of Atlanta's proposed general fund budget. Of the $678 million that is proposed, 32% of that is slated to go to the police, $217 million, which represents 12% of the total budget. I think that is absolutely ridiculous. Why is the police department getting that much money when community development and grants is only getting $300,000? That makes absolutely no sense. That amount of money should be put more towards improving our community and not just increasing the presence of police. It has already been shown, both documented and in the current news cycle, that the police do not protect our communities equally. And I believe that this is an opportunity for us to divest from our police force in favor of investing more in our communities, in our education, in our health care. There is absolutely no reason that the police should be receiving that much money, and I am urging you all to reconsider. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Russell Edwards. I'm a constituent of District 1 here in Atlanta. I'd like to encourage the City Council and Mayor Bottoms to move some funding away from the police department into things like mental health treatment programs, addiction treatment programs, other things like that that'll help build the foundation of a strong community rather than simply trying to police them when it's been obvious that policing is ineffective and it's clearly targeting certain groups of people, namely Black people, in ways that it doesn't target other communities.
Hi, my name is Brittany Byram, and my comment is I really want to talk about the APD general fund being reduced and reallocated towards workers' comp, unemployment, public defenders, and also I would like to make a comment about education fund. It's going to be slashed by 14%, and that fund is barely covering the bills as it is. As someone who goes to a local university and teaches at a local university, we need that money, and we actually get a little bit more money than public schools and elementary schools. So you can't cut that budget. If you're going to cut that budget, reallocate the money from the APD general fund and allocate it towards schooling, and also the general fund for workers' comp, unemployment, public defenders, parks and recreation, services that promote citizen well-being and just general good things, instead of the murder and police brutality towards people of color. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James West. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to all our pleas. I think many will be like mine in the sense that we are calling for a radical defunding of the police department in Atlanta and asking that those funds be dispersed to different things that will help raise a better generation of people, putting that money in education or redistributing that the police's money and putting that into different social projects that will help our city as much as possible. You guys are on the precipice of a huge movement in the country, and I think Atlanta can be a huge leader in that. Please consider doing that.
Hello, my name is Catherine Cherry. I am a citizen of the city of Atlanta. I'm calling to request that the City Council Budgetary Committee take a strong, hard look at the $217.6 million that is proposed towards the police as part of our general fund budget. I believe this is absolutely inappropriate, especially in light of recent events. I implore our City Council to think creatively about how we can divest from this budget line item against police towards things like grants and community development, a citizen review board, an ethics board, a public defender, city planning, and parks and recreation. At this juncture, it's become abundantly clear that the police have been absolutely fiscally irresponsible with the inordinate amount of budget they have been poured into the department year on year with little to no results. The City Council, you have an opportunity to model Atlanta as a city that steps up and says we will invest in our communities and we will take a hard look at how to dismantle a policing system in our city that for far too long has caused harm, pain, and trauma towards the Black community. Thank you.
Greetings. Yes, my name is Amanda Lockett. I'm a member of Southwest Atlanta Community. I'm a graduate of Mays High School, and I currently reside here now. I'm calling to voice my concern about the amount of money that's being invested into the police department and the limited amount of money that's being invested into community development and grants. In light of everything that we're realizing with the police, because this is not the first police murder that we've had to deal with in the city, but in light of everything that's come to the surface, we need to look at ways to really improve our neighborhoods. Police is obviously not the answer to eradicate violence from our neighborhood. What is needed on the South Side and the West Side development and true opportunity is for some of that funding, take $100 million and invest it on the South and West Side and make sure that it's held accountable for, make sure that it's monitored, make sure that the results is seen, invest into these schools. They're looking at closing Douglas High School. They're looking at closing Douglas High School. We need to invest into this community, invest into these children so they don't see that they need to go out and sell drugs and rob somebody so that they can make money. Because we know that Atlanta is a place that if you are born poor, you more than likely will die poor unless you become a rapper. Let's be honest, those are statistics. That's not just my opinion. So we need to invest into this community so that our children, so that our men, so that our women have a chance to help some of these people who are homeless, so that they can be contributing to the workforce instead of sending police out to arrest a homeless person for loitering, or instead of sending a police out to harassing for selling drugs. Let's give him some money so he can make some money, and then the police can be there to truly help people, serve people. Let's rethink this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Larry Catherine.
raise in budget for the Atlanta Police Department. I do not believe the police officers should be receiving raises in the 2020 fiscal year. I do not agree with the $12 million raise in the general fund for the Atlanta Police Services. I do not believe in the $987,000 raise in the Airport Revenue Fund for the Atlanta Police Services. I think that these funds would do much better being allocated to other city departments, like the executive offices, Parks and Rec, city planning, public works. Please do something with it that will support our communities. Do not put this money into the police. That is not where our community needs it. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, this is Greg Swords. I'm a Fulton County and a City of Atlanta resident and homeowner and paying taxes in the City of Atlanta and Fulton County for over 20 years, 30 actually. I would like to state that the police budget is large enough, too large as it is, and it's the wrong way to handle many problems in our city. I believe we should cancel police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the $12.12 million raise in the general fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021, cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the Airport Revenue Fund for Atlanta Police in 2021, and reallocate those funds to other city departments, social services, and consider a new number other than 911 that can be used to report nonviolent problems and have a nonviolent response to problems in the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gracie Jew. I'm a resident of Atlanta and Fulton County, and I'm calling to encourage you to deny the mayor's proposed budget. I would like to redirect the money away from the police force and reallocate them to social service programs. Please consider canceling all police raises in the 2021 budget. The people have lost trust in the police services due to endless abhorrent misconduct and escalated situations resulting in various injustices and violences. We want to see this end. People need housing, Medicare, human dignity, and a say in this. So please, our communities do not feel safer with police violence. Armed police officers should not be expected to fill every role of civil conflict resolution. We don't need police to thrive. We need real restorative justice and our basic needs met. Please share this message. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say that you guys are not going to make this right unless you take away a significant amount of money from the Atlanta Police Department. I found out the other day that our Atlanta city budget accounts for, we give about nearly a third of our budget to the Atlanta Police Department, which is too goddamn high when you realize that they're out here killing our citizens, especially our Black and brown citizens. It's just unacceptable to be giving that much money to an organization that kills people over things like having a DUI, pointing a non-deadly weapon at an officer. That is bullshit, okay? You need to defund them. You need to move some of this money into Black communities. Social workers, you know, we need to fund our social workers. We need to fund mental health care. We need to fund Black education. This is fucking unacceptable, Atlanta, okay? We have the answers. We know what to do. Please do not give them any more money. Please. If that budget increases for the Atlanta Police Department, we are going to burn shit down. Okay? This is absolutely unacceptable. You know, the police want to respond with such excessive force to incidents that don't require it. They need to be responding to violent crimes only then. Not responding to a man asleep in his car. I'm not blaming the people that called the police. That's who we've been told we're supposed to call for anything. To call the police. No more, okay? I want us to be calling social workers. I want us to be calling people who I want us to be funding drug addiction specialists, and people who are going to be able to actually de-escalate situations and help people, not kill people. So,
hi, my name is Ren Yu. I'm calling to request that you reallocate the police budget for the needs of the people in Atlanta. The money for the police budget must instead be spent on providing homes for the homeless, social services, mental health care, domestic violence intervention, hospitals, and education. Further, the Atlanta Police Department, short of being abolished, must be demilitarized. The tanks, military vehicles, guns, and ammunition must be destroyed. Any items that can be sold ethically must be, and that money must be allocated to social services. I work in early childhood education. Administrators and teachers spend money out of their own salaries, many of which have been reduced due to COVID-19 and were not very much to begin with, to provide basic supplies to children. Over the years, we have received less and less as more money has been going to militarize the police. The state of early childhood education in Georgia is shameful. I hope that our community leaders choose to stand on the right side of history and care for our people, especially our children, and condemn and defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Chris Schultz. I live in the West End neighborhood of Atlanta, and I think it's the purpose of the government to provide for the well-being of the citizenry, and I think excessive police presence, as currently constituted, is counterproductive to that. So I would urge the City Council to reduce funding for the Atlanta Police Department and redirect that money towards education, housing, healthcare, human services that can help reduce the need for police and increase welfare for the citizens of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caleb Pendleton. I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward, and I'm calling to advise and ask that the City Council please move $100 million of the proposed police budgets for the next fiscal year into other departments within the city, especially ones that help eliminate poverty and lack of education. Please, as your message at the end of your voicemail request said, honor us and respect the community's wishes to reduce police violence and invest in this community. Thank you.
Hey, this is John Hayes. I'm involved in the protests around our city. And first, I want to thank you all for what you're doing. You work hard for us and with us. You've been working on us before all this. You've been working on these things that we're protesting about, so thank you. I want to quickly give some opinion and some advice. So I think step one is a resolution, passed and proclaimed loudly. Here's a few ideas that you could resolve and announce publicly at rallies and protests that the council has resolved. That America and Atlanta are over-policed. Armed officers are unnecessary escalation in many circumstances. Police life is not worth more than civilian life. The blue wall of silence and defense must come down. Police who do not defend civilian life and sidestep the law when their own become criminals are a threat to civilized society. Our goal is an observable double-digit reduction in violent and Part 1 crime. Current policing methods are ineffective to accomplish this goal. Radical reform is necessary to accomplish this goal, and/or a resolution in support of the values of free speech and assembly. Defund the police is a chant, abolish the police is another. You might disagree, you might hear your own political doom in them, but you must answer those chants with your own response. Radical reform, a pretty good phrase. It means business if you're willing to admit American policing has an endemic problem, and if you're not, you won't find a phrase that lets you speak the language of the protesters. Thank you for all you're doing. I'll probably call and leave another message.
Hi, my name is David. I'm a citizen here in Atlanta, and I would like to propose that the police budget for the 2021 year be dramatically reduced. I don't think that they should have $217 million or the amount close to anything that they're getting. I think that it should be dramatically reduced to at least the $40 million that is for parks and recreation. And I feel like that money should be going towards schools, to
live in zip code 30315. I'm calling to ask that you reallocate money set aside for the Atlanta Police Department to other prevention programs like youth and social services, domestic violence help, mental health treatment, and homelessness, along with job placement services. These dollars need to go towards actually solving the problems in our city and not towards the militarization of our police. Overall, I recommend that you cut the police department budget. Thank you.
Hi, this is John Hayes calling to leave some more of my opinions for you on how you can connect with the protest movement in our city. So I don't think protesters really know much right now about Mayor Bottom's goals with the jail closing or even the changes that have already been made to the corrections budget. You got to tell them. They're going to want more, but they need to hear that things are happening already. So I strongly recommend that you get out there with the protests, speak about these real changes, and I want to encourage you all on the council, please don't quit. Very few people are asking for your resignation. We want change in policy and change in policing. You have that power and responsibility that we elected you for. Don't run away from it. Please look at Obama's task force plan that he had put together, I believe, in 2015. 6 pillars, 96 points. Look at what Camden, New Jersey has done. There are options for radical reform that we can implement. There are other ideas out there. Talk to the people. Thank you for what you're doing.
Hi, my name is Emma Shibley. I live in Candler Park, Zone 2. Today I'd like to read a poem by Angela Dieter called Praise. Today I will praise. I will praise the sun for showering its light on this darkened vessel. I will praise its shine. Praise the way it wraps my skin in ultraviolet ultimatums demanding to be seen. I will lift my hands in adoration of how something so bright could be so heavy. I will praise the ground that did not make feast of these bones. Praise the casket that did not become a shelter for flesh. Praise the bullet that called in sick to work. Praise the trigger that went on vacation. Praise the chalk that did not outline a body today. Praise the body for still being a body and not a headstone. Praise the body for being a body and not a police report. Praise the body for being a body and not a memory no one wants to forget. Praise the memories. Praise the laughs and smiles you thought had been evicted from your jawline. Praise the eyes for seeing and still believing, for being blinded from faith but never losing their vision. Praise the visions. Praise the prophets who don't profit off of those visions. Praise the heart for housing this living room of emotions. Praise the trophy that is my name. Praise the gift that is my name. Praise the name that is my name, which no one can plagiarize or gentrify. Praise the praise. How the throat sounds like a choir. The harmony in your tongue lifts into a song of adoration. Praise yourself for being able to praise, for waking up when you had every reason not to.
Jada Nicole, I would like to propose that the city of Atlanta does not push forth in applying any more budget to the Atlanta police. We do not need this budget allocated there. We have so many other avenues that we could be allocating funds. For example, citizens review boards, city planning, parks and recreation, grants and community development especially. Please, I urge you to consider this. We do not need to add these funds to the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Perkins. I'm a resident and voter in the Atlanta area and at the city of Atlanta, and I'm calling to voice my concerns over the funding of the police and to make my request known that I'd like funding to be moved from the police to social services. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Parshall, and I'm calling in support of moving funding from the police and to social services for today's budget meeting. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling. My name is Jacqueline Lickness. I'm a resident in Atlanta, and I'm calling with regards to the budget council meeting, asking to move funding from the police ACDC to social services. and ask that request be listened to. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Bullock. I am a homeowner in the Edgewood neighborhood in District 5. I work in District 2. My son attends public school at Fred Armand Toomer Elementary in District 5. And I'm calling because it's critically important that at this time we defund the police and redirect the budget that would have been previously allocated toward the police, toward youth and social and educational services instead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cassidy Pendleton, and I'm calling about the fiscal year. I do not think the police department should be given any additional funds. I think funds should be reallocated from their existing budget to go to community services for response to criminal activity or distress, so that people in the community are safer and do not have to have police force present at any kind of altercation. It should be reallocated to other services that are of better use to the community. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Justin Sedapani. I'm sure you're getting a lot of messages like this, and mine most certainly won't stand out, but I think we need to decrease the police budget. And the bottom line is people are dying every day. And I mean, I live right next to the Wendy's on University Ave. I was out there 2 hours before it happened. And just to think that, police are killing people, it's all over the U.S., but, it just feels so close to home. It's in our hometown. And the bottom line is you guys want to up funding, and, you'll say whatever. I think there's a $14 million proposed budget increase, and I know you want to, they'll come up with these proposals like, oh, we want to increase pay and training and stuff. And the bottom line is we need to defund our police. We need the opposite. We need to come up with a system that works better. Because, on a fundamental level, there's so much wrong with it. Our court systems are full. Our prisons are huge. You can drive by that prison. It's right off the boulevard. It's millions of people, not millions of people in that prison, but, so many people in the U.S. are incarcerated. And I think it just speaks volumes, the police state in Georgia right now, with the National Guard being called out for protests, which was just sent back, with Erica Shields resigning. I mean, something is wrong in this country, and I think it's our state's responsibility to change that. And I hope that you get more answers like this, and I hope someone gets a chance to listen to it, despite my rambling and off-topicness. I'm jumping from one thing to another. But I think it's in everyone's best interest that we put that funding somewhere else, in our health care. Like it's COVID-19, people are back. Doctors are wearing trash back hoarding, but I just want to let you know. Have a great day.
Hello to the City Council. I am Pamela Vickers, a homeowner in Ormwood Park, a tech worker in Zone 2. I love Atlanta, and I vote. I implore y'all to rethink the budget and redirect funds from the police force and toward our community. It pains me to see over $200 million allocated to the police, who have done so much harm to Black residents of our city, while only seeing $313,000 earmarked for grants and community development. The Atlanta I want to see is one where we direct millions into our community development and millions away from our over-militarized and combative police. Reform is not enough. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sabo Bowden. I live in DeKalb County, and I'm demanding a few things, and that is to cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, to cancel the proposed $12.12 million raised in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, cancel the proposed $987,000 raised in the airport revenue fund for the Atlanta Police Service in 2021, and reallocate these funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, Public Works, and invest also in smaller communities and Black-owned businesses. There are other ways to help the city that is not violent and impersonal. Thank you.
My name is Io Crudial.
I want to say first that the fact that the City Council has amended this annual budget increase multiple times over and are still attempting to move forward with a $13 million increase for a police budget in 2021 is a direct message to the people of Atlanta that y'all are not on our side. You do not have the interest of Black lives at the forefront of your motivations for change. Murderers, and I mean the police, do not deserve raises or jobs, period. We demand that this $13 million increase be redirected in its entirety to the social organizations of this city who are committed to enacting positive and healthy change and growth in our community. Now, these are not only limited to departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, Public Works, grant writing, proposals. There's no excuse for picking capitalism over human life. Your lackluster attempts to provide an inkling of justice to the people of Atlanta are abhorrent at best. Shame on you all, and especially you, Keisha, for turning your back on the people of this city yet again. Now all of you say their names because their blood is on your hands. Rayshard Brooks, Oscar Kane, Alexia Christian, Jartavius Stafford, Jimmy Atchison, Dietrich Griffin, Jamarian Robinson, Nicholas Thomas, and countless more. I yield the rest of my time.
My name is Holly Wagner. I'm a 27-year resident of Grant Park. We need to defund the police. We cannot give them more money. Their weapons need to be taken away. They have proven over and over and over again that they cannot be trusted with tasers, guns, cars, anything of that sort. We get harassed on a daily basis. We get killed. And y'all want to give them more money. The money should be reallocated to the communities, the citizens, the parks, the schools, recreation centers, things that will actually help us build community, get people together, not these polices. We get harassed walking our dogs. We get harassed in our cars. They tear around the neighborhood. They come at us recently with tear gas on Cherokee Avenue. We're done with this. We need y'all to open your eyes. This system can't be reformed. Something that was based in racism to begin with can never be reformed. It's got to be demolished and rebuilt. That's all there's left. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Holt. I'm calling from DeKalb County in Pine Lake. I'm calling to urge you to spearhead some type of a bill or give our parts of our budget to community organizations, to mental health advocates. The police do not need that much money in their budget. Please defund the police and instead invest that money in community support, safety, prevention. Instead of funding police murder of Black Americans, invest in high quality education, invest in mental health programs, invest in social workers, invest in survivor advocates and healers. COVID has shown how deep the vulnerabilities in our system are, and a system that has never worked for the people. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, or for Black and Indigenous communities. Now is the time to change that. At this budget meeting, we can get the ball rolling, and please defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ruby Mars. I'm a Fulton County resident. I was calling regarding the fiscal year budget for 2021 with the conviction that the police raises for the 2021 budget should be canceled, and in general that spending on police should be slashed heavily, if not entirely, and that money be repurposed in terms of putting them in city departments, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and social programs that can help lighten the load that needs to be on police in general, dealing with the social issues that stem from need that are often why
way to protect our city and protect the people in it than police who are heavily armed, who are damaging, killing, and being violent towards citizens, disproportionately Black people. That is my comment, that police funding should be slashed, the police raises in 2021 budget be canceled, and those funds be reallocated to funds in city departments. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Will Cardwell. I live in Oakland City, Zone 4, and I work downtown. And I'm just calling to request that you take into consideration to funding the police and taking some of that money and moving it back towards the community, be it public transit, better infrastructure, namely roads, and public schooling, stuff like that. So, all right, thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Vaughn Elkery, and I am a resident of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling about Mayor Bottom's fiscal year 2021 budget. I'm extremely unhappy to see Atlanta Police Department will be receiving 32% of the city's general fund budget, 12% of the total budget. I cannot let my voice be unheard on this issue. I'm asking that the Atlanta City Council make a more overt and visible commitment to racial justice. I urge you to reallocate the city's expenditures away from the APD and towards sectors that facilitate the dismantling of racial and class inequality. Murderers and abusers of force should not have jobs, let alone be receiving raises. These officers need to be held accountable and convicted of their crimes. Justice will only be served when the police are reformed, and this will not be possible until we defund the APD. Please don't forget about the countless lives lost at the hands of those who are supposed to serve and protect us. I hope I can count on you to consider an alternative budget that puts a focus on social service programs. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Steve West. I'm a 15-year resident of Grant Park. I think it's about time that we defund the police. You can't reform a system built on systemic racism. The disdain for the cops has proven again and again that they can't control themselves when they are armed. If the cops aren't shooting us up, they're out through harassing and bothering people instead of just policing and keeping things quiet. They lie in open court, and the judges just back them up. This has got to stop. This can't keep going. We're Atlanta. We're supposed to be better than this. I voted for Mayor Keisha Bottoms with pride, and now I'm beginning to really regret that decision. She is obviously taking too much with the police and not enough with the citizens of Atlanta. I also believe that $15 million in funds should be taken from the dissolution of the Department of Corrections and allocated to the Atlanta Creatives for funding support, operations, and programming. More money should be removed from the police and its militarization and get rid of all their militarized gewgaws and doodads that aren't necessary. We're a city of citizens, not a war-torn country full of enemies. We don't need that much stuff. More money needs to be put into the communities with less money and put in some resources for people to use, not just police to come in and crack skulls until everybody submits and they can just go back home. This has got to stop. We're Atlanta. We've got to rise up and be better than this.
Good afternoon. This is Cree Montague, and I want to call to make a comment regarding the delay of any decisions on the budget for APD until alternative services have been considered and explained to the public. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Hi there, my name is Dion Kay, and I live in District 4, barely 2 miles from where Rayshard Brooks was murdered by the Atlanta Police Department, by your Atlanta Police Department, by the police department that you are proposing to give more money to in order to commit more murders. The justice system in the city and in the entire country are skewed and racist. You either have to be living in a cave to not see that, or you have to be pleased with the way the system is working. I doubt very much any of you are racist, and I'm sure you want what is best for the city. And if we have learned anything in these last weeks, it is that the police use excessive violence, and they are not trained to do work in communities. Giving them more money will not solve these problems. Rather, give more money to people who are trained to work in these communities without the use of violence. Give more money to people and organizations who are trained to solve social problems. This is more than just a budget. It's people's lives you are voting on. For too long, funding has been skewed towards perpetuating violent and systemic abuse of non-white residents in our city, and this is a golden opportunity for you to show what kind of a city do we want to be. Do we want a militarized and murderous police force? I don't. I hope you don't. And I hope your votes prioritize this life and death issue today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Faith Brooks, and I am asking that the city reconsider the $262 million budget for the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those funds to areas of mental health, social service agencies to actually better the community. I believe that the police department does not need nearly as much funding as it does. As a social worker myself, I know how hard the work is on the line day in and day out with people in the field, and so many social workers are undervalued and underpaid with no pensions or any type of thing like that, and also put their lives on the line. And I think that it's really important to start investing in community systems and community workers who have been doing this work, have built trust with the community, and help to make our communities safer. At this time, we can see that there's been so much unrest in our communities and distrust with the police department. It's time for actionable changes to be made and for people to actually hear what the citizens are saying to make those changes. Please reallocate these funds and do not approve $262 million for the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Daughters-DeMare. I'm a resident of District 5, and I'm calling in response to the proposed budget. Numbers that I've seen show that the Atlanta Police Department is being allocated upwards of $217 million, while other programs like the grants and community development area is being allocated $313,000. I would call to reject the proposed budget and to ask city council members to invest in community programs that focus on education, mental health, trauma services, healthcare, and affordable housing, instead of increasing the police department's budget. That is what our community needs in order to stay healthy and to keep the police not coming into the community. So we appreciate your help, and thanks for taking the time.
Hello, this is Catherine Slocum-Samila, and I live in zip code 30316 in Atlanta. I'm calling because I would like to see funding be moved from the Atlanta Police Department to social services, providing mental health and other de-escalation approaches to police responses to calls through 911 or through other means. So I'd really appreciate you listening to my comments and considering how we can best serve Atlantans, especially those with mental health issues and those who may not need police intervention. Thank you.
Brooks Emmanuel. I'm born and raised in Atlanta. I currently live in Grant Park, District 1. I'm calling to ask for two things in relation to the budget. First is I'd ask you to please defund the police. I know you've been hearing this a lot, and I know it sounds really radical, and it is radical, but it's critical. I think you need to look really honestly at whether our policing system is actually doing more harm than good at this point. I would argue, as a lot of other people would, that it is not something that is actually making us safer on the whole at this point. I think rather than doing that, it's become really an instrument of white supremacy, and the main function is clear, is to control not crime and protect safety, but to control Black and brown people. And I want to make clear that's not about any individual officer and whether they have racist views or not. It's not about whether any individual officer is a good person or not. It's about this system that we've set up. When you look at defunding, I think it's important to realize there's a tiny bit of crime that is actually truly violent crime. So to have these heavily militarized, massive forces of armed people that are ending up killing people does not make sense. I'd ask you to take that money and reinvest it in emergency first responder programs who can respond to mental illness incidents, substance use disorder incidents arising from extreme poverty and homelessness. I'd also ask you to please honor the commitment to close the jail. I'm not understanding why there's $18 million in the budget for corrections when the jail is supposed to be closed. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Sarah Hampton. I'm calling for you guys to please consider defunding the police. And I'd like to explain that when we say defund the police, we don't mean get rid of all the police. That makes no sense. That's not what we're asking you to do. But you should consider dissolving the police department and rebuilding them into smaller facets of networks that can handle specific situations, because in some situations you could send trained unarmed professionals to respond to calls that are non-violent and non-criminal manners. And I think that would help all of the different problems that we are seeing today, instead of right now. I know on the budget you guys have to increase the police budget by over millions of dollars, which right now ultimately makes no sense. So please defund the police.
Hi, this is Melissa Glover, and I was calling because I just want to, state my opinion that I don't think that Susan DeRose's donation that she's potentially going to give from an OK Cafe Confederate flag auction to the APD. I know that City Council has to approve donations made to the APD. I think that the City Council should not receive any donations from Susan DeRose for there to be approved, should not approve any donations from her to the APD. Thank you very much. Again, Melissa Glover. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Daniel Dick. I am a taxpayer and resident of Atlanta in the neighborhood of Kirkwood, Zone 2. This is a message pertaining to the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021. Specifically, I wanted to comment on the increase of APD's budget by $14 million. Before I do that, I wanted to give a quick thank you to Keisha Lance Bottoms for everything that she has done in response to the various protests that have happened in the name of Black lives that were taken senselessly. Thank you very much, Mayor, for everything that you were doing. I must say, this is not going far enough. We need more money to be taken out of Atlanta's police department and more money focused on social programs, focusing on uplifting people relegated to bad neighborhoods that are over-policed, and including spreading some of that wealth to help decrease the amount of wealth and resource disparity between white neighborhoods and neighborhoods occupied by people of color. We are better than this. We can do better than this. There's no limit to what we can do. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm calling in advance of Tuesday's budget meeting. I am asking that no further raises or funds be designated to the police department, and that those funds instead be directed towards housing, mental health services, and health. Wherever they go, we are asking that the police do not get the $5,000 raise that's scheduled for them, and that no additional funds be allocated to them, especially not after killing an unarmed man in our city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Schaefer. I'm calling to discuss the 2021 fiscal budget. I know with the pandemic, I've heard that there's going to be a push to cut services out of the budget, and I don't think that is the right move for Atlanta. I think what this city needs to do is defund the Department of Corrections and the Department of Police Services and use that free budget to start working to make the city actually safer and actually help us recover from the pandemic. If you continue to ignore the social needs of the citizens, we're just going to keep ending up with more people ending up without homes because they can't pay rent, because they were furloughed. It'll go on and on and on. And people will keep dying at the hands of the police. And that's not cool. So please, prioritize the future of Atlanta over your comfort today and start that conversation to defund the police, defund the carceral system, and invest in housing, communities, all of that we need to actually recover from the virus. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Sabasoli, and I would like to make a comment about the budget for 2021. We desperately need more funding for the public schools in the Atlanta area and less money for police. And so just increase budgets, please, for the children. And that's my comment. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Caroline Long. I'm a resident of Midtown Atlanta. I'm calling in regards to the budget for the fiscal year 2021. I would like us to rethink that and cancel all police raises, cancel the proposed $12 million raise in the general fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021, cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for the Atlanta Police Services, and reallocate all of those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, and City Planning, Public Works. Thank you for listening. I hope you take that into consideration. Thanks again. Bye.
Hi, I'm Cammie Nicole. I'm calling with Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social service. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here, Local 23, and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs and of Black community organizations that demand
Hi, my name is Amy Gonzalez. I am an Atlanta resident living in the Ponce Highlands, and I was calling to voice my opposition to the over $10 million budget increase that the mayor has proposed for our APD. This money could be far better suited for working on our roads, working on our MARTA system, getting more money fed into resources like the Public Defender's Office and mental health services. Considering the current climate and everything that's going on, I'm extremely confused and disappointed in Atlanta's leadership that they would propose this kind of budget increase. I'm an active voter, and my vote will absolutely reflect to the people who make the correct decisions in regard to the APD budget. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Amy Gonzalez. I am an Atlanta resident living in the Ponce Highlands, and I was calling to voice my opposition to the over $10 million budget increase that the mayor has proposed for our APD. This money could be far better suited for working on our roads, working on our MARTA system, getting more money fed into resources like the Public Defender's Office and mental health services. Considering the current climate and everything that's going on, I'm extremely confused and disappointed in Atlanta's leadership that they would propose this kind of budget increase. I'm an active voter, and my vote will absolutely reflect to the people who make the correct decisions in regard to the APD budget. Thank you so much.
My name is Amber Page. I would just like to echo the demands of many community organizations in the city. I hope you all are aware of how hurt the community is over police brutality and senseless murders. Rayshard Brooks deserves better. So many of our citizens in this country deserve better, and I would just demand that you all cancel police raises for the 2021 budget.
cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the fund for police services in Atlanta, cancel the proposed raise in the airport revenue fund for police services, and reallocate these funds to different city departments like Parks and Rec, City Planning, Public Works, and all of the departments that would help build up the community instead of murdering innocent people.
Hi, my name is Brett Miotti. I live in Middle Fourth Ward, and I'm calling to express my concern about the proposed budget for 2021. The budget for police seems way out of hand, and I'd like to see more money allocated to community programs and things other than police force that uses excessive force and is unlawfully murdering Black people. Can we please invest in things that will actually make a difference in people's lives and not reward a system that is set up to work against those of color and less privileged? Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Kimmy. I'm calling with Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follows the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23.
Hi, my name is Dan Abbott, and I'm calling with the Metro Atlantic Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations to defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlantic City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs and the Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you so much. Bye. Hi, my name is Dan Abbott, and I'm calling with the Metro Atlantic Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations to defund the police, close the...
Hello, my name is Iris Scher. I grew up in Midtown Atlanta and now live in Kenmore Park. I am calling to request that the APD budget be lowered. Those funds need to go to grants and community development, city planning, Parks and Rec, and any public art initiative instead of the APD. Following this will be the sounds of APD tear gassing peaceful protesters. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dylan Mikan. I'm calling with the Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and the Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael Groom. I'm calling because I would like to see a defunding of the police departments, whether a large defunding movement or just a recirculation of that funding towards Black community organizations. I'd like to see the Atlanta City Detention Center closed and reinvested towards Black communities. I'd also just like more focus spent on coronavirus management and less militant spending, less police spending. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Hi, my name is Lisa Heisel. I live in North Druid Hills. I'm calling to ask that you redirect money away from the APD and towards services that serve our community. Our goal is to defund and dismantle the police. Do not put a single cent towards the Atlanta Police Department. We need those funds
directed to services that actually serve our community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Corey. I'm calling with the Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the state funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrest for minor offenses, and immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anthony Malloy. I am a resident in Old Fourth Ward, and I'm calling with the Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs, and of Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent and mortgage payments, a moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you.
Katie Ivey. The city budget for 2021 is inappropriate. The $12 million increase to the police department is insensible. The Atlanta PD just killed Rayshard Brooks. The police department budget should be cut by $12 million instead. Our police force is inadequately trained and incites violence. That money would be better directed to helping our community, especially during this time of need. Police are more likely to be murderers and kill on the job than to be killed on the job. We need to invest that $12 million into our education and our future. It would be better spent by ensuring all Atlanta children have access to distance learning, especially in the age of COVID. Police are not protecting and serving all Atlantans equally. If they were, Rayshard Brooks would still be alive. Do not increase the police budget. The budget allocation to the police department needs to be slashed in half. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
My name is Alex Lampert, and I live in Southwest Atlanta. We invest a lot of our city budget, the Atlanta Police Department, and I'm calling that investment into question with concrete recommendations to reallocating those funds in 2021. I've listened to the development as a councilman have defended the APD's training practices for the past month. This defense has come in light of APD's treatment of Tania Pilgrim, Messiah Young, and in light of APD's escalation and instigation of violence against demonstrators around our city. And now APD has killed Rayshard Brooks over the weekend. Security has been crying out that the department is not only unacceptable, but that it's hurting Atlantans. Policing isn't working, it's making our lives worse. It's time for you to listen to us and adapt. I'm assured that any of my money funding this violence, you too understand the many ways that you are complicit in the death of Rayshard Brooks. But this horrible moment just all a much-needed lesson in our sense of responsibility. I've listened to council members' responses against funding the department in its entirety for 2021, but I beg y'all, at the least, not increase the budget in light of the department's failures. Here are some recommendations to me immediately as you necessarily reassess the long-term of policing and its harmful impact on our communities and reallocate funds accordingly. For 2021 budget, cancel the proposed $0.12 million raise in the general for Atlanta Police Services. Cancel all police rates. Cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue. Reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as executive offices, parks and rec, city planning, public works, etc. Thank you for your time.
My name is Ariel Marie Lucier. I am a resident in Atlanta in Zone 4. I have a question for the mayor of our city. I want to know why Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has not yet spoken out against the training exchange that APD officers have with the Israeli military, a training that enforces that the APD uses militarized tactics tactics against Atlanta residents and citizens inside of the Atlanta jurisdiction. I also want to know when Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is going to speak out and add pressure to ensure that the council and all parties involved continue their promise in closing ACDC and decide not to allocate another $13 million to a jail that is incredibly over-resourced, underutilized, and is no longer serving the people of Atlanta. I want to know when we will finally end cash money bail, and I want to know when Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is going to respond to the overwhelming amount of Atlanta residents who want this city to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate all of that money that we use, millions and millions of dollars every year, to police and terrorize all of the zones in Atlanta and turn those out, allocate those funds to the Citizens Review Board, to community organizations, to community infrastructure and social services, and not the police. Please answer those questions in a concise manner. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Diffenderfer, a neighbor in Reynoldstown. Like many others, I'm calling to advocate for a major budget restructuring of our city and promise to reevaluate the structures and methods in use at the Atlanta Police Department. Here are the changes I'm asking for. Reallocate significant portions of the APD contingency and capital funds to departments like City Planning, Parks and Rec, Public Defenders, and the Ethics Board. Adjust pay raises and pensions for officers with disciplinary records, and completely close the Atlanta Detention Center and reallocate funding to communities facing mass incarceration. To support these changes, I want to see plans and promises to address changes in public safety across the board. I want to see negotiations with police unions that end pensions. Something like 15% of industries still offer them, but the rest of us are responsible for saving for our own retirement and end-of-life plans. I understand that offering high pay and pensions are a boon for recruiters, but perhaps by reducing police presence and processes, the need for those benefits would decrease. I also want to see real effort made toward replacing 911 dispatch protocols with more supportive resources. If there's a couple fighting in the street, call a mediator. If there's a drug addict and loitering around, call a social worker. A man falls asleep in the drive-thru, call a fucking tow truck. Instead of using police force in these instances, we should be supporting citizens at the same time as we bolster other industries and vocations with our tax dollars. I've been a resident of Atlanta since 2004 and lived in Decatur before that. I love this city and I believe in it, but the beauty that I see is increasingly coming from individual residents, creative collectives, and grassroots organizations. We need it to come from the city. You've got $200 million to get. I'll say that again. You've got $200 million. Put it where it counts. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heather Mann, and I'm a resident of the Virginia Highlands neighborhood here in Atlanta. I'm calling today to ask you to please do not move forward with the proposed increases in the Atlanta PD budget. I believe that our entire community would be better served if that money was distributed to social and community resources. And I think by doing this, we would actually be creating a culture and systems in place that make the police not as needed. When we're providing for our community, as we say we should be doing, everything that has to do with the police force will be de-escalated and not needed nearly as much. We're actually providing resources and opportunities for our citizens. So I think by reallocating the budget that we plan to do for the police to the community, we will be twofold better and more prepared for our future. So thank you for your time. I hope you take us very, very seriously about this, and thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Ben Webb, and I'm a citizen of Atlanta and a member of Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists of America. I'm calling to comment on the upcoming city budget. I would like to urge you in the strongest possible terms to defund the police. I personally would suggest an immediate 90% reduction in police funding. However, perhaps that's not realistic, but that should be a goal for you. Second off, we need to close APD. The correction center was slated for closure. It is being allocated more money. It needs to be closed immediately, especially in the middle of a pandemic, is a threat to everyone in the community, especially our brothers and sisters who have been imprisoned inside of it. It should be closed immediately, the prisoners inside should be freed, and they should probably be paid restitution for having to deal with it in the first place. All the money saved should be reinvested in social services. Well, you're at it. You should tax all of the rich corporations that are inside of Atlanta. The giant corporations here need to pay their fair share. We need to be reinvesting in our community, we need to be housing the homeless that are filling our streets. You need to get off your asses and do your damn job. So once you've all done that, I want you all to go ahead and resign, because you all have had plenty of time to fix this situation. You don't need to be out in the streets getting tear gassed by your goons night after night after night. So y'all have had your time. Go ahead. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Sasha Cohen. I am a nurse practitioner and a resident of Reynoldstown. I'm calling to comment on the fiscal year 2021 budget. I demand that all police raises in the 2021 budget be canceled, that you cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, that you cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the Airport Revenue Fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and reallocate all these funds evenly to city departments such as Parks and Rec, City Planning, Public Works, etc. There's no reason that police should be murdering citizens in our city, and I demand that they be held accountable and that all officers who have committed these acts of injustice be held accountable.
Hi, this is James Surgent. I'm calling to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta Detention Center, and reinvest state funds into Black community organizations and social services. I'd also like the City Council to adopt the demands of Unite Here, Local 23, and protect partial checks and workers to prevent furloughs and the Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacob Sachs. I would like to see police funding cut and redistributed to education, healthcare, and more healthier and safer versions of public safety in Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley McCarty, and I am calling in hopes that you will vote to defund the police. I would like for funding to be redirected into aspects of the budget that provide care for the community, so be that Parks and Recreation, the Citizens Review Board, or any other entity that supports the community and does not kill the community like the Atlanta Police Department does. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Maria Sotnikova, and I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. As you convene to approve, reject, or amend the 2021 City of Atlanta budget, I ask that you reevaluate the Atlanta Police Department budget. The current public safety system is failing the people of Atlanta, and throwing more money at it will not make things better. Instead, I ask that the City of Atlanta create a plan that reimagines the public safety of its citizens by reducing the Atlanta Police Department's scope of work and reallocating those funds to other community-based programs. Thank you.
Officer Garrett Rolfe was trained in January on appropriate use of deadly force. In late April, he took a 9-hour course on de-escalation options, and he still killed Rayshard Brooks. The man was running away from him, had a non-deadly weapon in his hand, and he still shot and killed him. Okay? So please do not pour more money into our police department and try to train these people and try to reform these people. It is not going to work. Okay? Please move that money to more appropriate places in Black communities, to social workers, to mental health care workers, to drug addiction specialists. Okay? This is fucking ridiculous. We are sick of it.
My name is Molly Elson, and I am a white woman supporting my Black neighbors and colleagues. I'm calling this meeting because Atlanta needs to make history and stand up as a model city. It is becoming increasingly impossible to ignore, all of us to ignore, the systemic violence against Black bodies, systemic racism that is built into our system. And the police and the criminal justice system are the executors of this violence. We need to do away with our police. We need to get rid of prisons. Atlanta needs to be a model in this. We have to listen to our Black community members and defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Dowda. I'm a constituent in District 5. I demand that the City Council extremely lessen the Atlanta Police Department budget for the next fiscal year. Obviously, the police department does not know how to do their job without killing innocent Black people. This is an atrocity. This is racism. These are hate crimes. Atlanta should not fund anything the police department is doing. Instead, they should allocate funds that would be going to the police department to community action groups that serve the community on a number of care levels, which are proven to be way more effective than just killing innocent people. You're welcome to call me back. My phone number is 404-791-2738. It is ridiculous that the Atlanta Police Department gets more than education, it gets more than arts, it gets more than social services. This is a shame, and Atlanta needs to fix this.
Hello, I'm a resident of Buckhead, and I just think it is absolutely atrocious that you want to increase the police department's budget. They're absolutely terrorizing our citizens. So what? The police chief stepped down. There's still officers out there brutalizing the people of Atlanta every single day. How are you going to tear gas, perform chemical warfare among the people you are supposed to protect and serve, and then say that that's all good? We're just going to give them more money as teachers are out here getting furloughed? I mean, that makes absolutely no sense. Maybe pull that crock of shit out of your ass, give more money to teachers so our children can learn and be safe, and defund the police department for performing acts of war, things that are banned by war, against their own citizens. Who do you think you are? Defund the police, take away that money, give it to teachers, get people the housing they need, look at the economy that has been born into shambles by this trash-ass governor and the rest of the city, and defund the police, put the money where it needs to be, stop furloughing teachers who make up the fabric of society, and think about how bad you are at your job. Goodbye.
Sarah Zellner, Atlanta resident, just calling for my comment that I think it is outrageous that the police of Atlanta's budget would be well over $217 million, while Parks and Rec, community development and grants, and other community-led initiatives are severely underfunded. It is clearly shown that police reforms are ineffective in terms of ending police brutality. Instead of funding a police department, a sizable chunk of that our city budget needs to be invested in communities, especially marginalized ones, where much of this policing occurs. It abundantly clear that the city should not be investing additional funds into the Atlanta Police Department. Even as recently as Saturday, there has been a homicide on the hands of the police. Their first instinct is violent. We need community leaders, social workers, other people to step in where police are ill-equipped to handle and thus escalate the violence and disproportionately harm brown and black folks of this community. It's outrageous and this needs to change. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amber Rose, and you guys should definitely defund the Atlanta police.
Hello, my name is Elise Williams, and I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling about Mayor Bottoms' fiscal year 2021 budget. I'm extremely unhappy to see the Atlanta Police Department will be receiving 32% of the city's general fund budget, which is 12% of the total budget. I could not let my voice be unheard about this issue. I'm asking that the Atlanta City Council make a more overt and visible commitment to racial justice. I urge you to reallocate the city's expenditures away from the APD and towards sectors that facilitate the dismantling of racial and class inequality. Murderers and abusers of force should not have jobs, let alone be receiving raises. These officers need to be held accountable and convicted of their crimes. Justice will only be served when the police are reformed, and this will not be possible until we defund the APD. Please don't forget about the countless lives lost at the hands of those who are supposed to serve and protect us. I hope I can count on you to consider an alternative budget that puts a focus on social service programs. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Matthew Armstrong, and I'm an Atlanta resident. I'm calling with two primary demands. The first is to reallocate the $13 million that's scheduled to increase the Atlanta Police Department budget to community services. And I think in the wake of all the events unfolding, the police budget should be reduced, and this money should go to social workers who can actually help rebuild and improve the communities in which the police typically operate in. And I also wish that the Atlanta City Detention Center that is currently is approved for closure is still receiving $18 million in funding, and I think that jail should be demolished as soon as possible. And I'm just, I guess, curious why they're still receiving funding if it's slated to be destroyed.
Hi, my name is Chris Chellin. I'm an Atlanta citizen. I would like for the Atlanta City Council to use the budget hearing as an opportunity to hear out the community about new policing practices. I do believe that in general the Atlanta Police Department is quite good, but I do think that they can be overstressed sometimes when they're asked to go out to calls where they're potentially dealing with a person who's dealing with a mental issue that maybe is not a criminal problem, so that we could consider sending social workers out to those situations and leave police officers to focus on situations that threaten the lives and well-being of citizens and property. Thank you very much for hearing me out. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jessica Thompson. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the public. The comment that I want to make is that we need to defund the police in Atlanta. Reform is not enough. We've seen time and time again in major cities that reform does not solve the problem. Chokeholds were banned in New York in 1993, and that didn't save Eric Garner. Just last night, Rashard Brooks was killed in Atlanta by police. He was asleep in his car. He didn't pass the sobriety test, and according to those police, that was punishable by death. This is unacceptable. We need to put the money back into the community. We need to support our marginalized communities and stop killing them. Defund the police.
Hello, my name is Tess Malone. I am a resident of Virginia Highlands. Jennifer is my councilwoman. I am calling to leave a comment on the budget. I see right now we are increasing the police budget by about 5%, and I think we need to defund the police. Black Lives Matter across this entire country, and the more money that we pour into a violent institution like the police, the less that we actually respect our people and keep them safe. We can instead put that money into social services and parks and things that prevent people even needing policing, or training for things where people don't immediately respond with guns. And I'm not convinced that all this money you're spending on body cameras or training does anything. People still turn off their body cameras, or they will still film an entire murder on a body camera. And if you're only doing 8 hours of implicit bias training, that is a joke. This type of thing happens in Atlanta. There's been numerous police shootings, and there was even one this weekend. And Rayshard Brooks should not be dead right now. And this is only because of how much money we give the police. So I ask you to defund the police and do not increase their budget. And I've sent you multiple emails about this, but no one seems to actually be listening. So this is why I'm leaving this comment to defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Elora Raymond. I live in District 2 in Cameron Park, Atlanta. I'm calling because I think it's unacceptable to increase the Atlanta Police Department budget by $12 million or 6% this year, especially when we're looking at austerity in other areas, and particularly in light of the shooting that happened this weekend. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. My name is Virginia Spinks. I am a resident in City Council District 5. I'm calling to express my concerns over the police budget allocation that is proposed for the fiscal year 2021 budget. I recognize that some reform methods have been posed to give police officers raises, but I think we are seeing more than now more than ever, that reform is not the answer. Reform is not working for our people. We need to have less police officers on the force. They need to be compensated well, the ones who are accountable, and we need to reallocate that money to imagine better solutions for our communities. Too often, a gun is discharged when it does not need to be at all. I am angry. A lot of other folks in our community are angry, and we have the opportunity to do something different, to do something better, and to reimagine a better future. You can reach me at 404-272-6956. Thank you.
My name is Ali Toure, and my pronouns are she, they, or my name. I'm calling because I would like to see the Atlanta City Council amend the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget. I'm demanding that you cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget. You cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. I would like for you to cancel the proposed $987K raise in the Airport Revenue Fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. And I would like for you to reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, the department, as well as city planning or public works. We need more resources and we need community support. We don't need more police.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Torres. The demands that I have for the budget are as follows. I want you to cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget. Cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Cancel the proposed $987K raise in the Airport Revenue Fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, city planning, public works, etc. There is no reason that we should be giving this much money to the police when they just shot an innocent black man in cold blood in front of a Wendy's drive-thru. That is absolutely disgusting. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Hello, my name is Thorol Desai, and I am calling about defunding the police department. They are not keeping us safe. They have killed people who don't need to be killed. For instance, last night, Rayshard Brooks was murdered by the Atlanta police for falling asleep in his car. Yes, he did run away, it was clear that he was intoxicated. There's no reason to kill him. Please defund the police. We need to put that money into school, into helping the homeless, into helping mentally ill people, and helping to fight poverty and helping to educate people. So that's what I need to say. Please defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shelley Lawrence-Lama, and I'm calling to say that after the inappropriate use of force we've seen by the Atlanta Police Department against Messiah Young, Sanaya Pilgrim, and the death of Rayshard Brooks this weekend, I don't know what the answer is, but we need to consider allocating funds for social change. We need social programs that can fix the issues we're seeing with excessive force. We can't accept children being harassed and fathers losing their lives due to this negligence. The police are obviously not capable of handling these types of situations appropriately. We need to get creative and consider divesting in the police force and investing in programs for real change to help our community. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name's Gabby Watts. I live in Cabbagetown, and I am really displeased at the Atlanta Police Department is discussing what they are doing. Also, they killed, in the middle of the biggest civil rights protest in this country, they killed a black man, Rayshard Brooks. So I am demanding, as a citizen of the city for my whole life, to please defund the police. Please take away their money. Please take away their weapons. Do not give them anything. They are killing our people, and it is horrible. So please do not. Forgive us some education, social services. We need to better our city, and the police are not doing that. So please defund the police, take away their money, take away their weapons, take away their jobs. We don't want any of them. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Mahi Senthil Kumar. I'm currently a law student at Emory, and I live in the city of Atlanta. I wanted to voice my concern about the proposed increase to APD's police budget. The police need not be funded more than they already are. In fact, I am a strong advocate for defunding the police and instead reallocating police funding to restorative practices and public benefits. All of the data shows that these proactive measures will reduce crime and improve safety, and especially given the recent violence enacted by APD on innocent citizens, both at protests and citizens living their regular lives, we can see that increasing APD funding is only giving more money to a violent system that is brutalizing innocent people. So I urge the city council members to defund the police and to invest more in practices that will actually help our community. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ming Hui Tao, and I just wanted to put in my comment about how I support the FY20 budget remote for the police department for the raise, and I just want to reiterate that I fully support our council's decision to support our police force, and I think the people who want to defund the police force are absolute idiots. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Hi there, this is Christina Archer. I am calling to defund the police and put that budget instead into education, which it is sorely needed for. That is all. Thank you. The police are a danger to our society.
My name is Dan Clifford. I'm a resident of Little Five Points. I'd like to tell you to fucking please defund the Atlanta Police Department so they stop fucking shooting my friends and tear gassing them, as well as shooting unarmed black men in the fucking back for being asleep at a goddamn Wendy's drive-thru. I don't think it really gets any simpler than that, considering the fact that you're trying to fucking increase the budget instead of decrease it. I don't understand how you could be as fucking stupid as you are. Why from Atlanta schools, why do teachers have to buy their own fucking supplies? Defund the police, abolish the department, and get the fuck out.
My name is Brittany Burdett. I live in 30316 East Atlanta. I wanted to leave a comment that I think that not only should the Atlanta City budget not increase the budget for the Atlanta PD, but that budget should be reduced, and all of those funds should be transferred to things like mental health professionals, after-school programs, violence, crime deterrence programs, and other such things that will make the city safer without increasing a police presence. Police do not lower crime proportional to the budget increases that we have seen, and there are other ways to increase public safety. We should imagine a better future, and it should start by defunding the Atlanta PD. Thank you.
Hi, Atlanta City Council. This is Julia Wallace. I grew up in Atlanta. I'm almost 30 years old, and I would like to call for the defunding of the police department. Please listen to the voices that you hear on the streets today in response to Rayshard Brooks' death 2 nights ago. Please, please dismantle the police department. We need a big overhaul. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you do. Goodbye.
Alexander Hoare. I'm calling to implore the Atlanta City Council to defund the police. After the killing outside of the Wendy's, where yet another black man has been shot, the resignation of the police chief, while an important gesture, is not enough. Policing in the city clearly is out of hand, and I would implore the city of Atlanta to defund the police and use some of those funds to allocate for addiction services, mental health services, and other social services that don't involve violence, that help and address community concerns and problems. People shouldn't die for falling asleep in their car, or being under the influence, or just generally having problems. Please defund the police. This is really important to your constituents.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kelly, and I'm a constituent living in the Emory area of Atlanta. And I've noticed that in the 2021 fiscal year budget, the Atlanta PD are receiving a 5.9% increase from 2020. Meanwhile, other services are receiving cuts to their budgets. I would like to persuade the Budget Committee to reallocate funds from the Atlanta PD to education, parks and recreation, or community development. I'm thinking that the Atlanta PD has vastly misused resources in the past few years, and especially in light of the murder of Rayshard Brooks. I think that the Atlanta PD really needs to reallocate budgeting to community services that will better help the Atlanta Black community. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you please take into consideration the constituents' opinion of defunding the Atlanta PD. I understand that a lot of these funds are for police pension and police wages and salaries. However, all of those salaries could simply be reallocated to other departments that would actually help the Black population rather than criminalize them. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great rest of your day. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Catherine Black. I'm an Inland Park resident, and I wanted to call in and support the movement of defunding the police. I'd like to see this movement take action in Atlanta. Thank you.
First thing I want to say is Keisha Lance Bottoms, you're fake. All skin folk are not kinfolk, because clearly you do not give a shit about black people in your city. You don't care about black people. All you care about is making sure that you continue to support the agenda of the police officers. That's all you care about. So I just want to make it very clear to you that what we are asking for is not just police defunding. We are asking for police abolition, to abolish the police, to get rid of police. And it's really funny that you, for some reason, can't even fathom police defunding, because in 2021, you're trying to raise the budget for cops. Do you know how small the budget is for social workers, for community development, for mental health resources? Actually, no. You should fucking know, because you're the fucking mayor. Cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget. Cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Cancel the proposed $900 $187,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Reallocate all of those funds evenly to city departments such as executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, Public Works, Mental Health Resources, Community Development, all that shit, and take all of that money away from the cops because clearly they're using it to murder. And if you can't see that that is what is happening, that this money that you want to give these people $5,000 raises to is literally used to be killing black people out, and then honestly, there's nothing else.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Sheepman, and I live in Candler Park. And I would just like to start off by saying that I moved to Atlanta 2 years ago from Nashville because I wanted to live in a city that had a progressive government and a cultural diversity. And I have to say that I am incredibly disappointed in the actions of the city of Atlanta and over the past 2 weeks, because I am seeing when Keisha Lance Autumns stood up there and whined about the fact that people were vandalizing the CNN Center while her own police officers were tear gassing peaceful protesters and shooting rubber bullets directly at peaceful protesters. To me, that is just fake and that is not compassionate at all. Keisha, that could have easily been your son, and you need to stand up and wipe that fake look of compassion off your face, because if you actually care, you will make actions to defund the Atlanta PD and put the funding into something that the citizens are actually going to benefit from. Because right now, all I've seen in my years living in Atlanta is the police being aggressive. They do not help the people at all. And I am requesting that you guys defund the Atlanta PD and fund instead programs to help the homeless, pave over the roads, or I don't know, maybe help protect us from the pandemic that's currently going on.
My name is Matthew Geiger. I'm a resident in District 5. I'm calling to express my strong feeling that the proposed $13.7 million increase in budget to the Atlanta Police Department could be far better spent on in such ways as affordable housing and education. There are lifelong members of our community that are being priced out and pushed to the outskirts of Atlanta. And this is not just, we're at a critical juncture. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Cameron Warner. I'm an Atlanta resident in zip code 30316, and I just wanted to leave a message for the council calling for maybe a proposed zero tolerance policy for police officers in the event that they shoot and kill an unarmed citizen, regardless of race, regardless of exceeding circumstances. They are fired, and investigations are immediately launched into the situation. I would also like to call for defunding the police and increased funding using that money, into funding community organizations or community engagement trainings, safety trainings for the community, mental health resources for the community, substance abuse and addiction resources for the community. Thank you guys for all that you do and for listening to us. And I hope that this is a period where maybe increased listening can happen and we can have a real positive impact on the community together. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
My name is Amanda Dennis. My phone number is 770-301-2272. Your police officer shot another man last night, another black man. They do not deserve a job. They do not deserve funding. Defund the police right now. Put the funding into the community, into mental health, into public safety, not into police.
Hi, my name is Claire Madison. I live in East Atlanta Village, and I am making a public comment because I would like the City Council to reduce funding to the Atlanta Police Department and divert said funding to community organizations and other emergency response services that are more capable to respond to 911 and emergency calls in a nonviolent way that does not end up with people dying.
I would also urge the City Council to divert these to community organizations that work on reducing crime by providing affordable housing, access to job training, and other resources such as those. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Matt Rosenfeld, and I'm a Fulton County resident. I'm calling about the $2 million increase in police services in the 2021 budget. I am requesting that we defund the police now and move from a community of persecution to a community of care by supporting services we've neglected for too long that enrich lives and help our communities grow and heal. Our police system was built to perpetuate the enslavement of black and brown people, and we need change now. Too many people of color have died at the hands of police officers. I urge you to do the right thing and save lives. Thank you.
Hi, this is Haley Bulin. I'm calling that we need to demand justice for Rayshard Brooks, who was murdered on June 13th. You cannot give a raise to the officers who murdered this man. They need to be charged and convicted. Please listen to your Black community leaders and members. Please get justice for Rayshard Brooks. Thank you for listening. Hi, this is Haley Bulin. So what we demand as a public is that you cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and then take those funds and reallocate them to city departments such as executive offices, parks and recreation, city planning, public works, etc. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Devin Brown. I'm in District 1, and I'm just calling to leave a comment about the 2021 budget. I would promote divestment from police funding and cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget, cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services, cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services, and reallocate all of those funds evenly to city departments like housing, parks and recreation, city planning, public works, basically all of the other services that we need to better support and grow our communities rather than having them live in fear for their lives. We can do a lot better with all of this money, and I think that requires reallocation of resources, moving it out of the police and into other community services that can strengthen what we have and can demonstrate that we actually care about constituents and each other and the betterment of our lives. So thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Cassidy Reed-Stone. I am calling to comment on the budget, and what I'm asking for is for you to cancel all the police raises in the 2021 budget, to cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021, to cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise for the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and to reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, houses, and parks and recreation, city planning, public works, and other city departments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Carter. Recently I was made aware that the Atlanta City fiscal year 2021 budget would be allocating a third of its funds to the Atlanta Police Department. And as a citizen of Atlanta, I find it to be unacceptable. I believe our city, much like Minneapolis and Camden, New Jersey, can find a better way. I ask that the City of Atlanta reevaluate increasing funding for the police department and instead begin steps to defund the police. Atlanta should replace all of the positions held by officers with social workers, caseworkers, and mental health officials. Additionally, those funds intended for the police department should be redistributed into the City of Atlanta to create adequate health care, education, and access to jobs. The past past few weeks have shown that there is a rampant and continuous problem within the police department. Just since the beginning of June, there have been numerous examples of excessive use of force from APD. For one, there have been peaceful protesters met with tear gas and other military equipment that is unnecessary for any police department to serve and protect, who is meant to serve and protect to have. Those items used by the military are meant to intimidate and give law enforcement an overinflated sense of power over peaceful citizens. Secondly, Tanaya Pilgrim and Messiah Young were tased, dragged from their car, and arrested without cause. Thirdly, Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by Atlanta police officers during what should have been a case of someone just being safely escorted to their home. In no way were the actions of the excessive use of force taken by law enforcement against these people acceptable. While all of these incidents are very disturbing, Rayshard Brooks' murder shows gross misconduct from Atlanta law enforcement. He should still be alive today. Again, I call to ask that you do not increase the budget for police officers and instead divert all of that funding to things that will empower the community instead of rewarding unacceptable and dangerous behavior cloaked with the disguise of enforcing the law. Thank you for your time, and I sincerely hope that you consider taking steps to defund the police and 100% take steps and do demilitarize the police. Thank you. Bye.
The police need to be defunded. There's no reason that there should continue to be isolated incidents of violence in the state of Atlanta. There needs to be greater protections put in place for African Americans who have been disenfranchised by this system for so long. That should include defunding the police. That should also include creating a hate crime statute. I hope the city does better.
Hi, my name is Meredith Kenny, and I'm a constituent of 30316. I just wanted to leave a comment hoping that you drastically reduce the police budget for 2021. The city needs a lot more help for homelessness, for poor people, for infrastructure, for jobs, and we need a lot less police and police brutality. So please consider at least halving the budget of the police department and defer those funds to the schools, to other public resources, to fighting homelessness, to fighting hunger, for jobs programs, and please do not give that money to the police.
Hello, my name is Irina Dolachukina, and I'm a resident of Old Fort Ward. I'm calling to ask City Council members to reject and amend the current proposed budget. I understand that the corrections budget is already being cut, and that's a good start, but this is not enough. It's simply unacceptable that the police budget accounts for nearly a third of the entire city budget, especially in light of the police misconduct and violence. We need to put our resources where they belong, in our communities, into efforts that support voter rights, public health, education, and affordable housing, not in a police department that is formed and guided by a culture of systemic oppression and racism. We've already seen that the type of reform suggested by Campaign Zero's 8 Can't Wait doesn't address the fundamental problems inherent to policing. We clearly need to take a different approach. I ask you to recognize the urgency of this matter and to take swift action to amend the city budget in order to reflect the demands of our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Claire Kelly, and I'm calling to leave my comment before Tuesday's City Council budget meeting to advocate for defunding the Atlanta Police Department, an institution that is responsible for the murder of Rayshard Brooks last night it doesn't even matter what he did. Our city should not be killing people. Our tax dollars should not be going to the deaths of our neighbors and friends and loved ones. And the city of Atlanta should not, be funding an institution using the veil of protecting public safety to kill people. They are not securing safety for the residents of the city. They are securing safety for property owners, for property. People's lives are more valuable than whatever high rise someone is promising to develop in this city, right?
Hello, my name is Marie Tingle, and I am an Atlanta City resident, and I am calling in regards to the 5.5% increase to the Atlanta Police Department, and I am requesting that the proposed budget be rejected and reworked, and to include such things as an overhaul of the APD recruitment system and anti-bias training, a full review of the Citizens Review Board, ensuring that all of the 8 can't wait policies are adopted, implementing zero tolerance for weapons being pulled inappropriately, and reallocating money to other items such as grants and community development, public defender, etc. Thank you for your time and your consideration and your leadership. I look forward to hearing that the budget will be rejected and reworked. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Carissa Palasoli. I am a resident and constituent in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm looking at the proposed budget for 2021 right now, and I see that you have increased the budget for law enforcement. I also see that you have slightly reduced the budget for the Department of Corrections, but not by very much. And I wanted to talk about these issues. I understand that there has been a promise to increase the salary wages of police officers and firemen. However, I think that, there needs to be a sense of earning a higher wage. I think that if we are not at a place where we can increase wages for all workers in Georgia to a living wage, 15 wage minimum, I don't think that police officers right now have earned a right to an increased pay. I know that not all police officers are bad, but I think that overall we need to, the police officers that understand what is going on will understand why they have not earned the right to an increased salary, especially when the majority of Georgians really need an increased salary right now to combat higher housing and food costs. I also think that the Department of Corrections needs a much lower budget, if a budget at all. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Dr. Evan Stewart, and I live in Atlanta. So I was just alarmed to see that the Atlanta Police Department is getting a 5% increase in budget, while other arguably more important and certainly more deserving right now services are being gutted. So I'm particularly concerned about the 14% decrease in funding to K-12 education. If you defund the education system, then not only are we going to adversely affect the city, both today and in future generations, but we're really inevitably going to lead to more increased need for policing in the future, potentially exacerbating the already strained system we have. I mean, the old analogy, right, is we can treat the disease, or we can just decide to keep putting more expensive Band-Aids on the wound so that we can ignore it. And I really would suggest against defunding the more preventative measures such as education, particularly when the Band-Aids we're using are suffering from institutionalized racism and other organizational issues. Particularly in light of the Black Lives Matter movement and the most recent senseless death of Rayshard Brooks, I really felt I had to speak out, make my opinion heard, and I hope you take this into consideration. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Allison Watson, and I'm a resident of Reynolds. Rayshard Brooks is dead. He was shot by police Friday night in a situation that most everyone agrees could have easily been prevented. How many more Black people need to die at the hands of police before real change happens? Please reconsider your proposed 2021 budget and instead reallocate the 5.9% increase that the police department will be getting. Reallocate those funds into services and programs that promote safe and equitable communities, social services, equitable housing, you name it, just anything that gets money away from this department. This department that promotes and upholds white supremacy. Thank you.
To the City Council, my name is Harrison Gallo. I live in Fulton County, right at the heart of Midtown, and I wanted to make a comment on the budget proposal for 2021. We saw that the people saw that Keisha Lance Bottoms wants to give every Atlanta cop a $5,000 raise in 2021, and the people want to make sure that the City Council knows that we think this is horrible, especially given the recent actions in the killing of Rayshard Brooks, the murder of Rayshard Brooks. We think that all police raises in the 2021 budget should be canceled. The people also believe that the proposed $12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta police services in 2021 should be canceled given the recent actions. We believe that the proposed $1 million raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta police services should definitely be removed going forward in 2021, and the funds should be repurposed for the homeless communities that seem to flock to the airport. And people also believe that funds that are given evenly, or these funds that are divested from the police budget should be given evenly to departments such as the executive offices, Parks and Recreation, City Planning, and Public Works. The people recognize that Keisha Lance Bottoms is beginning to speak out on these kinds of tragedies, but we know that this response that she's given so far is not enough. Her recent $15 million budget cut for the Atlanta correctional system is not enough. The resigning of Erica Shields is not enough, and we want to make sure that Keisha Lance Bottoms is listening to us and that we are watching her response very carefully and awaiting the 2021 Atlanta mayoral election to let her know how we feel about the response. Thank you.
Hello, this is Caroline Yates. I'm an Atlanta resident, and I just wanted to call about the proposed 2021 budget and express my desire for there to be less money allocated towards the police force and more allocated towards education and other community organizations that can aid the city and its residents in more beneficial ways. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a constituent from Atlanta, Georgia, and I am calling to submit a public comment requesting that the 2021 budget cancel all police raises, cancel the $12.12 million raise in the general fund for the Atlanta Police Services, cancel the proposed raise in the revenue fund for the Atlanta Police Services for the airport, and reallocate those funds evenly to city departments like the executive offices, Parks and Rec, City Planning, and Public Works. Thanks so much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Saye Brown West. I'm calling on behalf of the budget for the city of Atlanta. It's come to my attention that we're spending around $217 million on police and law enforcement. Community and, grants and development was somewhere around $313,000. I have seen that there's a $13 million increase, almost 14 if you round up, for law enforcement. My question is, in light of the situations that we are seeing, why are we not seeing the money allocated to better suit the community of Atlanta, while we are still seeing issues and law enforcement taking place and the death and the harassment of our citizens? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kira Hines, and I'm calling because I am outraged at the $217.6 million proposed budget for the Atlanta Police Department. And I'm calling to insist that you reallocate these funds towards mental health programs, towards decarceration, and other community programs and places in the budget that exist that are underfunded to have this absurd budget for the police department. In the wake of the murder of Rayshard Brooks and other murders in our city at the hands of the police department, in wake of the brutality that is being experienced by people protesting, expressing their right to assemble, that has been met with excessive force by the APD. I think it is time that you take responsibility for the fact that this department does not help Atlantans, and it must be defunded now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shannon Duffy. I'm a resident of the 5th District, and I wanted to express my disapproval for this proposed budget. The over $217 million allocated towards the police in this plan is completely despicable. I think that the police have been given too many resources and too much reach, and clearly with the recent murdering of Rayshard Brooks, they're not here helping protect or serve us. They're here to brutalize citizens at whatever cost to maintain order. And I'm requesting that none of this money be given to the police department. Thank you for your time. Please use this money instead to help actual community efforts and actual projects that improve our city and that provide people with resources instead of killing them. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Hello, my name is Andrew Zaks, a resident of Atlanta, and I would seriously like to encourage you all to drastically defund the police department, or at least reduce their budget from the overwhelming, I think, $265 million that are allocated to it today, not to mention non-departmental spending, as well as completely demilitarize the city and surrounding police departments, because I know you all have a good deal of influence in that. I think that would go a long way to improving our city as a whole. Thank you so much.
Hi there. My name is Emily Johnston, and I am a lifelong resident of Atlanta. I'm calling to express my concerns with the proposed 2021 budget, particularly the increase in spending for Atlanta police and significant decrease in funding for essential community services. In the wake of COVID-19, our already dire affordable housing crisis will increase. COVID-19 has had a significant negative impact on vulnerable residents of Atlanta, and that is only set to worsen in the coming months. In reducing funding for social services, the city of Atlanta is turning its back on its most vulnerable citizens, instead greeting their poverty, homelessness, and medical need with criminalization. You, as council members, are facing a pivotal moment with the power to be on the right side of history. A massive amount of constituents are calling out for Atlanta City Council to take a hard look at your priorities and invest in community well-being rather than community criminalization. The Atlanta Police Department budget is already bloated and slated to increase, while the executive offices are set to lose $1.2 million from their already measly budget. Police are routinely deployed to handle situations that they are not equipped to handle. You have the power to direct funds to services that are better able to address the root causes of crime and inequality in the city. With this in mind, I'm asking you to reject the proposed 2021 budget and demand a decrease in Atlanta Police Department funding with a corresponding increase in funding for human services, constituent services, sustainability, and other departments in the city that fund essential community services. Along with this, I'm demanding the city of Atlanta create a strategic plan for a reduction of policing and increased community services that centers on meeting the needs of Atlanta's Black communities, with direct input from local organizers who have dedicated their lives to advancing justice.
My name is Maggie Burgess. I'd like to express my serious concern that the budget for fiscal year 2021 includes over $262 million for the Atlanta Police Department. I would ask that the budget not be passed if that budget for the Atlanta Police Department is at least cut in half. I would also ask that the budget not be passed unless there's a serious plan in place for the next decade on how the City Council plans to defund and reform the Atlanta Police Department.
Hi, my name is Gabriella Salvador, and I demand that you cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget. You cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Cancel the proposed $98.7K raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as executive offices, parks and recreation, city planning, and public works. defund the police. I stand with those who had their lives killed for no reason, and you should too.
Hello, my name is Angeline T. I'm a resident of Kirkwood in Miss Archibong's district. I'm calling to express my concern about the large proportion that the police is taking in the 2021 budget for our city. I think as anybody who's been watching the news knows, the police are not effective, and investing 1/3 of our city's budget into police reflects a disconnect between our values and where we put our money. I am suggesting substantial increases in social services, public works, parks, city planning, transportation, and community development, just to suggest a few. I think if we invest in the people of Atlanta, we will do great things. All right, thanks. Bye.
Hello, this is Emma Yarbrough. I am a resident of Atlanta, and I am calling to raise concerns over increasing the police budget in 2021. It does not seem like a time for raising a police budget, especially considering what's happening in the economy and with the public health crisis. I would like to cancel or ask that you cancel all police raises, the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for police services, and the proposed raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021, and reallocate these funds to things that actually help our community, including the executive offices, parks and recreation, city planning, and public works. Thank you very much for listening.
Hi, my name is Katarina Eichenberger, and I'm calling in regards to the upcoming budget briefing. I just quickly want to run through my comments and concerns because I have quite a lot. As you know, there's a devastatingly long list of Black people who have been killed at the hands of law enforcement, and at the same time, the U.S. basically leads the world in COVID-19 cases. And the COVID-19 cases and deaths caused by police terror are pretty much connected and consequential to each other. The U.S. does not have a national healthcare system. Instead, we have the largest military budget in the world and some of the most well-funded and militarized police departments in the world, too. So essentially, policing and militarization overwhelmingly dominate the bulk of our national and local budgets. And so I noticed in your proposed budget there is $217 million for police services in Atlanta, which I believe is a $13 million increase from last year. I request that you consider putting that money elsewhere tonight in your budget talks or tomorrow in your budget talks, because I think that money could go a million other places. So, for example, I believe it could go towards building healthy communities, to the health of our community, especially elders and children, to neighborhood infrastructure, especially to education. Education, I believe, can solve so many problems in the world, and if we actually put money towards that, would be educating people, including people that might be currently extremely racist. And I just think that the possibilities are endless there. So I call for a defunding of the police and for those dollars to be rerouted, especially to create a public national health care system, especially in the time of this pandemic. So I urge you to vote no on all increases to budgets, vote yes to decrease police spending and budgets, and please vote yes to increase spending. Thank you so much. And I just urge you again, I don't know if you heard the rest, but vote no on all increases to police budgets, vote yes to decrease police spending and budgets, and vote yes to increase spending on healthcare, education, and community programs that keep us safe. Thank you for listening. I really urge you to take action.
Hi, my name is Riley Bloom, and I am a resident of Inslee Park in Midtown Atlanta. And I've been looking at the budget, and I'm deeply alarmed by the 5.9% increase that's currently slated to be distributed to the police department. And I think that I would like to urge the city to reconsider that move and reinvest that money in the Department of Public Works or in the Department of Parks and Recreation. Those funds need to be distributed to communities rather than to the police department. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Miller. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I'm disturbed by the
way our police force is handling themselves, and believe that the budget is completely wrong in its priorities, and that there's an increase in the budget for the Atlanta Police Department, given how they're acting, and that there's a decrease in the budget for important functions like our education system is completely backwards. And so I'm calling you to defund the Atlanta Police Department, reduce their amount of our overall reduced budget, put more of it back into our education system, and to maybe follow the lead that other cities are taking to shift some of the Atlanta Police Department role to community organizations, community ambassadors, and to have the first point of contact between the people of Atlanta and the city not be someone with a gun. They don't deserve the funding. I'm calling you to defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Laura Anderson. I'm calling to ask you to defund the Atlanta Police. Giving them a raise is the opposite of what they need. That is the reward for terrible, abhorrent behavior in honor of Rayshard Brooks and all other Black men, women, trans people who were killed by police. As a resident of Atlanta, I beg you, please defund the police. Do not reward this behavior. In fact, punish this behavior. Thank you.
Hi, dear Ms. Archibong and staff. My name is Eric Goldstein, and I, along with my family, have been living in District 5 for almost 18 years. I'd like to take this time to present my case on why you should reject the proposed 2021 budget. Firstly, the increase in budget with the Atlanta Police heavily outweighs all of the necessary and essential community services, which are a backbone of fair, supported, and community. It appears these programs are also slated to experience a decrease or, in some cases, elimination of budgetary support. Secondly, with COVID-19 devastating the lives of people of color, with so many in our community, African Americans who are disproportionately sicker and have a higher risk of contracting the virus. With that said, we need to start lifting up the people, supporting them with the most appropriate care and resources. All of you need to agree that the system is broken. We need to change our priorities ASAP, and it begins with you. That's really the ask. There's a national swell from the cities just like yours who are starting to listen to what the people want and need. We're wanting to ask you to move the needle in the right direction for the city of Atlanta. So please, consider rejecting this proposed budget. By reallocating the budget formerly slated for the police into these programs, we'll start at the balance of where our communities are better cared for and served. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Amanda Rosemore. I live in Cabbagetown. I'm calling to leave public comment on the 2021 budget. I see that there is an increase in funding for our police, and I want to call to ask to halt that increase. I think that the city of Atlanta has shown that we have a police force that is an example to the rest of the country, but I think we can also be an example in how we handle issues that are better solved by others than police. So taking that funding and putting it into programs that aid homelessness, programs that address healthcare issues, childhood programs, and I hope that the City Council will look at kind of the other opportunities we have to make the city better in a way that doesn't involve police. I'll tell you that as living in a primarily white neighborhood, I don't interact with the police frequently, and I know other neighbors who live in other neighborhoods primarily, are facing police violence. And so how do we get to a better solution? And I really think it's about getting at the root problems of poverty, lack of health care, childhood education programs. And so I hope we take that funding that was slated for the police and start to shift it into programs that will get to the root causes. Thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Hi, my name is CARLA, and I am an Atlanta resident. I'm calling with two demands.
The first is to reallocate the $13 million that is slated to increase the Atlanta Police Department's budget to community services. That is the absolute least that can be done about the bloated police department budget, which should be absolutely gutted after the shameful and disgusting acts committed by their officers. They have shown time and time again that reform does not work. Defund the police and invest in the community instead. Secondly, why is the Atlanta City Detention Center still getting $18 million in funding when it was approved for closure last month? Enough stalling. Demolish the jail and use that funding to care for the Black community that has populated the jail for decades. With their actions, the Budget Council and the mayor have demonstrated a complete disregard for the Black community in Atlanta, and I'm glad you're finally all being exposed. It's up to you how you respond, and you can start by drafting a people's budget that invests more into the community's well-being than its imprisonment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Quentin Fernandez. I am an Atlanta resident, and I have a few comments or demands that I would like you guys to keep in mind. First, please cancel all police raises in the 2021 budget. Second, cancel the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Third, cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for the Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Fourth and finally, reallocate all of those funds to city departments such as executive offices, parks and recreation, city planning, and public works. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hello, my name is Anna Cannell, and I'm a resident of Gresham Park in Atlanta. I wanted to call about the proposed budgets for the increase of $12.12 million raised in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services. I would ask that that be canceled. I think that no more money should be going into the police, especially after what happened with Rashard Brooks. Also, I will call to cancel all the police raises in the 2021 budget, and also cancel the proposed $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. I think that all of these funds should be directed into different city departments and especially into education. I have a 2-year-old daughter, and I hope that eventually, whenever she is going to school, that that she will have the funds to have better education. I also hope that some of that money goes into public planning and public works. There are so many insane potholes in Atlanta, and even DeKalb Avenue just like needs total rehaul. And yeah, I think that Atlanta's money could go into things that will actually help the community better instead of police reform. Thank you for listening. Bye.
Hi, this is Emma Powers. I live in Grant Park, and I'm calling just because I want to talk about the police budget. I know you're probably getting a ton of messages about this, and I just really want to add voice to the chorus of people saying, I don't think that this is the time to increase the budget of the police. I think we need to look at other priorities in our city and reallocate a lot of those funds. I know that the leadership in Atlanta and the police department, has been the best you could ask for. I think that there's been a ton of reforms and a lot of good work that was, tried to be done. But I think it's not enough. I think that people are still being killed and people are not safe, and spending more money on police doesn't make our city safer. It increases the violence of our city. And so I think canceling the police raises in the 2021 budget, canceling proposed $12 million raise in the general fund, canceling the $987,000 raise in the airport revenue fund, all those things I think have to be done, because I don't think that it'll make our city safer, and I think that money can be used elsewhere to a lot more benefit in other city services that we really need, like parks and recreation, city planning, all of those things. Thank you so much for listening, and I really appreciate the fact that this line existed. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
My name is Janice Yan, and considering everything that's been happening in the past, honestly, decades, and considering what's happened, the murder of Richard Brooks, I think it is just to demand that all police raises in the 2021 budget be canceled. The proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021 also be canceled, and that the proposed $987,000 raise in the Airport Revenue Fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021 also be canceled, and those funds that are evenly, or to reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as the executive offices, which houses a lot of city services, parks and recreation, city planning, public works, and other services, which would benefit way more than the people who are killing Georgians on a yearly basis. This is our money, this is our community, and we deserve to demand that the police be defunded. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annie Stocklin, and I live in District 2. In the midst of a pandemic, which is causing record high eviction cases and also mass protests about police brutality, the current proposed budget seems particularly cruel and misaligned with Atlanta's values. I understand that much of the increase is due to is planned for personnel. However, we have been protesting for weeks to ask our council to divert those police salaries and invest in social workers and trained mental health specialists. As a result of this ask, Atlantans have been tear gassed and shot at during peaceful protests by the police department that just a few weeks ago council members were calling, quote, very responsible during a public meeting. A few days ago, this very same department killed an unarmed Black man for sleeping in his car. I join the many voices that are begging for you to do what's right for the future of all Atlantans and invest in social services that will help us weather this pandemic. I'm closing out this call with a recording of this very responsible police department shooting rubber bullets at peaceful protesters. Please listen to the fear in their voices caused by this very department. We are paying 1/3 of our total budget to protect us.
Hi, my name is Megan Malone, and I wonder if there is a way, in light of the recent protests and the clear support from the Atlanta public for defunding or at least limiting the funding of the Atlanta PD. I strongly urge Keisha Lance Bottoms and the City Council to consider drastically cutting that budget, because that makes up such a large percentage of what our city money goes to. I see that last year there was a desire for additional millions to be sent to the Atlanta PD, and I think that there are other ways in which we can use this money that does not include the threat of murder to Atlanta citizens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Betty Barnard, and I am an Atlanta resident of District 2. I'm calling to express extreme concern about the proposed $13.7 million increase in the Atlanta Police Department's budget. It's already grossly bloated, and it seems like with the events of last weekend and of the preceding weeks that we need to be seriously reconsidering how we fund the police in our city, and also the level of support and community engagement that the police are completely failing to provide. Their job is to protect and to serve, and until they can prove to the community that they're able to do that, they should absolutely not get an increase in their budget. Thank you.
Goodman. I'm calling with Metro Atlanta Democratic Socialists to demand that the City Council follow the demands of Black organizations and defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reinvest the saved funds into Black community organizations and social services. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council should adopt the demands of Unite Here Local 23 and protect Hartsfield-Jackson workers to prevent furloughs and Black community organizations that demand a moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, moratorium on arrests for minor offenses, and an immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during the pandemic. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Paulette, and I am calling to urge the City Council to delay making any decisions regarding the APD budget until further alternatives have been looked into with regard to their policing methods or other social services that can be offered in the place of the police.
Hi, my name is Kaylee DeVoe. I live in the city of Atlanta, and prior to your meeting next week on the city's budget, I wanted to leave a comment supporting defunding the police and reallocating those funds to community needs such as public education, mental health facilities, etc. So again, I am calling in support of defunding the police here in Atlanta.
Good morning. My name is Tangi Allen. I reside in CARLA District. I wanted to call and request that the budget for the Atlanta Police Department and the decision about how those funds will be allocated be delayed to allow for additional time to do our due diligence in researching other options on how to reappropriate some of Atlanta Police Department's budget to cover some more of the preventive end of the community policing spectrum. If you should have any questions, she does have my phone number, and I would love to have a conversation about this further. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
My name is Brittany Burdett. I live in 30316 East Atlanta. I wanted to leave a comment that I think that not only should the Atlanta City budget not increase the budget for the Atlanta PD, but that budget should be reduced, and all of those funds should be transferred to things like mental health professionals, after-school programs, violence, crime deterrence programs, and other such things that will make the city safer without increasing a police presence. Police do not lower crime proportional to the budget increases that we have seen, and there are other ways to increase public safety. We should imagine a better future, and it should start by defunding the Atlanta PD. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Will Shung. I'm a resident of Midtown, and I just wanted to say, you guys really need to defund the police. I mean, you are actively oppressing your own people. I just was a warning. I think, like, if you continue to raise the budget for the Atlanta Police Department, you're going to see more and more backlash. And I think, and it's not just like out of for no reason. I mean, I think this is like being willfully ignorant about this. I mean, change is going to happen no matter what's going to happen, and I highly suggest that you choose wisely.
Yes, my name is I Can't, and my last name is Believe It. Ms. Dobbs, the only thing left for you to do is resign. I'm sorry. Nobody's listening to you. The curfew, the violent protesters. It's time for you to go.
Hi, Atlanta City Council. This is Julia Wallace. I grew up in Atlanta. I'm almost 30 years old, and I would like to call for the defunding of the police department. Please listen to the voices that you hear on the streets today in response to Rayshard Brooks' death 2 nights ago. Please, please dismantle the police department. We need a big overhaul. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you do. Goodbye.
Alexander Hoare. I'm calling to implore the Atlanta City Council to defund the police. After the killing of the Wendy yet another black man has been shot. The resignation of the police chief, while an important gesture, is not enough. Policing in the city clearly is out of hand, and I would implore the city of Atlanta to defund the police and use some of those funds to allocate for addiction services, mental health services, and other social services that don't involve violence, that help and address community concerns and problems. People shouldn't die for falling asleep in their car or being under the influence or just generally having problems. Please defund the police. This is really important to your constituents.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kelly, and I'm a constituent living in the Emory area of Atlanta. And I've noticed that in the 2021 fiscal year budget, the Atlanta PD are receiving a 5.9% increase from 2020. Meanwhile, other services are receiving cuts to their budgets. I would like to persuade the Budget Committee to reallocate funds from the Atlanta PD to education, parks and recreation, or community development. I'm thinking that the Atlanta PD has vastly misused resources in the past few years, and especially in light of the murder of Rashad Brooks. I think that the Atlanta PD really needs to reallocate budgeting to community services that will better help the Atlanta Black community. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you please take into consideration the constituents' opinion of defunding the Atlanta PD. I understand that a lot of these funds are for police pension and police wages and salaries. However, all of those salaries could simply be reallocated to other departments that would actually help the Black population rather than criminalize them. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great rest of your day. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Catherine Black. I'm an Inman Park resident, and I wanted to call in and support the movement of defunding the police. I'd like to see this movement take action in Atlanta. Thank you.
First thing I want to say is Keisha Lance Bottoms, you're fake. All skin folk are not kinfolk, because clearly you do not give a shit about black people in your city. You don't care about black people. All you care about is making sure that you continue to support the agenda.
Hello, this is Emma Yarbrough. I am a resident of Atlanta, and I am calling to raise concerns over increasing the police budget in 2021. It does not seem like a time for raising a police budget, especially considering what's happening in the economy and with the public health crisis. I would like to cancel or ask that you cancel all police raises, the proposed $12.12 million raise in the general fund for police services, and the proposed raise in the airport revenue fund for Atlanta police services in 2021, and reallocate these funds to things that actually help our community, including the executive offices, parks and recreation, city planning, and public works. Thank you very much for listening.
Hi, my name is Katerina Eichenberger, and I'm calling in regards to the upcoming budget briefing. I just quickly want to run through my comments and concerns because I have quite a lot. As you know, there's a devastatingly long list of black people who have been killed at the hands of law enforcement, and at the same time, the U.S. basically leads the world in COVID-19 cases. And the COVID-19 cases and deaths caused by police terror are pretty much connected and consequential to each other. The U.S. does not have a national healthcare system. Instead, we have the largest military budget in the world and some of the most well-funded and militarized police departments in the world, too. So essentially, policing and militarization overwhelmingly dominate the bulk of our national and local budgets. And so I noticed in your proposed budget there is $217 million for police services in Atlanta, which I believe is a $13 million increase from last year. I request that you consider putting that money elsewhere tonight in your budget talks or tomorrow in your budget talks, because I think that money could go a million other places. So, for example, I believe it could go towards building healthy communities, to the health of our community, especially elders and children, to neighborhood infrastructure, especially to education. Education, I believe, can solve so many problems in the world, and if we actually put money towards that, would be educating people, including people that might be currently extremely racist. And I just think that the possibilities are endless there. So I call for a defunding of the police and for those dollars to be rerouted, especially to create a public national health care system, especially in the time of this pandemic. So I urge you to vote no on all increases to budgets, vote yes to decrease police spending and budgets, and please vote yes to increase spending. Thank you so much. And I just urge you again, I don't know if you heard the rest, but vote no on all increases to police budgets, vote yes to decrease police spending and budgets, and vote yes to increase spending on healthcare, education, and community programs that keep us safe. Thank you for listening. I really urge you to take action.
Hello, my name is Rachel Parks, and I am a resident of the zip code 30308. I'm calling ahead of today's city budget meeting to request, as a constituent of this council and a resident of the city, that 2021 dollars be diverted from the police force and invested in community-based initiatives. These initiatives should address affordable housing, healthcare, and employment in our city. The fund should support the use of counselors and social workers, after-school programs, trauma services, and anti-violence programs to address the root of the problem that continues to result in police brutality. Funds should be redirected to provide services for mental health and programs for those who are homeless. The police force should be de-escalated immediately, as proven by the killings of Rayshard Brooks this past Friday by the APD. I ask that you act swiftly to shift these budgets before Friday's vote and get to work immediately on the development of non-police solutions to this city's social problems. We need mental health services, not more police officers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Pryor. I live in East Point. Just looking at the budget, I guess from last year given to Atlanta Police, I'm honestly kind of disgusted. How is there so much money given to one department? How is it that y'all are allowing that much money given to that department instead of to the community and actually helping and uplifting the community? What is that about? Please tell me. I need to understand, because when I moved to Atlanta, I felt safe here. I really believe this is the place that I belonged, but now I don't have as much confidence in the politicians here, and I feel like you're looking out for yourselves and not for the people who reside here and work here. And the homeless people on the bridges, under the bridges, who are there every day, what are y'all doing? I feel like y'all are wasting a lot of time. That money should be going to resources, helping the children, helping the homeless, helping the mentally disabled, helping the people on drugs, actually helping Atlanta become a better place. Please do your part. Please do your job. Seriously, a concerned citizen, make Atlanta better than what you're doing now. They don't need that much goddamn money. I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Darlene Turner. I'm calling to ask Mayor Bottoms to divest from the Atlanta Police Department and invest in our communities. The budget of $217.6 million can be used in other avenues. Please split the funds from the police department into our community.
Hi, my name is Jackie Bro. I live in Council District number 6, and I'm calling today because I am clearly very disgusted by the police killings of Black people, especially here in the city that I've grown up in and been raised by APD my entire life. So I'm very disgusted by the Atlanta Police Department recently and throughout the past few years. So I'm calling today to leave a demand to cut the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by 50%, defund the Atlanta City Detention Center, and to reinvest the money in re-entry programs, low-income housing, and other social services that are actually needed, because I believe that APD has everything they need already, if not more. Thank you for listening, and please know that the world is watching, our community is watching your decisions at this crucial moment in time, so please reconsider where you would like to be and where you will look back on 10 years from now in this moment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joe Stouter, and I am calling to demand that the City Council honor the demands of Black organizations by defunding the police, closing the Atlanta City Detention Center, and reallocating that money into social services and Black community organizations. The Atlanta Police Department is slated to receive an increase in funding for officer salary raises. If you murdered someone on the job, do you think you would get a raise for it? We must instead invest that money into Black community-led social services. The Black community is what makes Atlanta strong, and it's past time we invest in it. I'm also calling to demand that the City Council honor the demands of the Unite Here Local 23 workers to prevent furloughs for Hartsfield Atlanta workers. The City Council must respect and implement Black community organizations' demands that moratorium on evictions, rent, and mortgage payments, arrest for minor offenses, and immediate investment in emergency housing for those who need shelter during a pandemic. If we are to empower our communities during a time of civil unrest and public health crisis, we must take care of each other rather than punish those most marginalized in our communities. Thank you.
My name is Ross Kaplan. I'm going to keep this quick and simple because there's going to be many more calls. I am calling to demand that Mayor Bottoms invest more of this budget into communities, into public defenders, into city planning, into ethics boards, into citizens review boards, into grants and community development, to anything other than the police that have proven that they aren't the way to go. And we are all demanding that Mayor Bottoms step up and make this initiative right here and right now, because to invest that much money into the police while all those other things that I just mentioned don't even receive a fraction of that is ridiculous and will not be accepted. Mayor Bottoms, you need to do it. We will vote you out the next time that we can. Thank you so much. Please do what's right.
Line muted. Line unmuted. Line unmuted.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the entire tech team. Y'all are awesome.
Thank you, everybody. This was a great day for us all.
Thank y'all. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.